Good morning, and thank you so much for waking up with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine here with you on this Thursday morning. It is June 27th, a few minutes shy from the top of the 6 o'clock hour here on the East Coast. And we have a lot of breaking news headlines, top stories, and live events to share with you on this Thursday morning. Really quickly, I kind of want to give you a round robin so you can know what to expect. Of course, giving you a live look out there, southern Israel, looking into Gaza as the Israel-Hamas war rages on. And as I went to this shot there in the distance on the right-hand side of your screen, you can see a missile strike just happened. Of course, we'll have the very latest on this front, checking in with Fox News correspondent Trey Yingst, also checking in with national security expert Ken Gray, as we are learning of some breaking news related to a ship attack there in the Red Sea. So we will be hitting that top story this morning. We're also following your very latest weather headlines, taking a live look at our XRAD system. And my goodness, now at 5:59 here on the East Coast, you can see several storms are brewing this Thursday morning. The plains being impacted. We're told tornadoes, flooding, severe weather. So that is something we will be keeping a close eye on as well. But one of the top stories, and I'm sure you're waiting on me to discuss it, many of you all anticipating tonight's presidential debate. As I discuss that right now, I actually want to give you a live look out downtown Atlanta, Georgia, now hitting the 6 o'clock hour here on the East Coast. And all of this, Atlanta preparing for that first presidential debate in the 2024 election season. President Joe Biden and former President Donald Trump will be traveling to the Peach State to take part in the debate today. Now, as preparations are underway this morning, we want to check in with our content partners over at Fox 5 Atlanta to understand how they are doing so. We're going to check in with them now.
Normal heat, whereas yesterday it was record-tying heat. We did hit 100 degrees on Wednesday. We're going to dial that down today, mostly because of this right here. We've got some rain moving in from the northwest. It's pretty light right now, covering these northwestern counties, but it is warm. It's in the 70s now. On top of that, it's a lot more humid too. That is a difference you will feel compared to 24 hours ago. What this will mean for us next, though, metro area, mostly cloudy for the next few hours. Once we're getting closer to the noon hour and beyond, we'll have isolated showers and storms throughout the day, and the afternoon high just below 90 degrees. We'll see how long we can keep it that way. We know there's still plenty of heat, but also daily rainfall chances in our extended forecast. We'll take a closer look at that in a few minutes. Natalie?
Joanne, thank you. If you're coming in through Douglas County this morning on the West Expressway from Fairburn Road over to the perimeter, very quiet, about 11 minutes. That northbound commute all green. I-20 to 75, a 7-minute ride. And the downtown connector, a live look there at Langford Parkway, about 7 minutes to head from Langford Parkway over to the Brooklyn Merge. Alex?
Okay, Natalie, thanks. It'll be a busy day in the metro with 3 big events happening today. First, the highly anticipated debate between President Joe Biden and former President Donald Trump. The first debate between a sitting and former president.
And second, one of the largest soccer tournaments in the world returns to Mercedes-Benz Stadium today with the Copa America match between the U.S. and Panama.
Plus, July 4th travel kicks into high gear with the TSA expecting to screen tens of millions of passengers. But let's start with the details on the debate. It'll be the first time that the president and former President Trump have been on the same stage or even spoken since their last debate. That was weeks before 2020's presidential election.
And both campaigns have been in town building momentum going into tonight's contest, but they'll face some uphill opposition with many voters still undecided. And we have team coverage on that, including what some Georgia voters say they're expecting tonight.
We begin, though, with Good Day's Mark Techner, who's live at Midtown Atlanta with a look at the work the candidates are doing to drum up support.
Well, good morning, guys. And basically, let's start with how this is all going to work out, when the candidates are going to arrive. Both of them are coming into town this afternoon. First, we'll showing up President Joe Biden flying into Dobbins. And then a couple of hours after that, former President Trump will arrive at Hartsfield-Jackson. They will have motorcades taking them here to the Turner Broadcasting Facility in Midtown, where that debate will kick off at 9 p.m.
Inflation is a disaster. It's killing the black community, and it's killing the country.
The nightmare has to end, and it has to end now. It's time for us to purge Donald Trump from our system.
In the hours leading up to the debate, both the Biden and Trump campaigns turned their eyes to the crucial state of Georgia, looking to drum up votes that could decide the fate of the presidential election.
I think there's millions of Republicans that want an excuse to not vote for Donald Trump, and I'm hopefully going to be able to give them that excuse.
Two Republican leaders went to the Georgia State Capitol, making a direct appeal for GOP voters to ditch the party and cast their ballots for President Biden. Former Georgia Lieutenant Governor Jeff Duncan and former Congressman Adam Kinzinger formally throwing their support behind the president's re-election bid.
I am proud to stand up here today as a conservative Republican and endorse Joe Biden's for re-election to President of the United States.
Across town, former President Trump worked to engage African-American voters during a roundtable discussion at a local barbershop. Conservative politicians, business leaders, and talk show hosts all talked about how they think a second Trump term would help the black community.
We did all those things, and nobody else came close. And we'll do them again, and we'll do them even better.
As we mentioned, the debate does begin at 9 o'clock, but Fox 5's coverage of it starts at 8:30, and we'll have a complete wrap-up when it's done on Fox 5 News at 10 and 11. As you can imagine, a lot of folks are going to be watching the debate, and continuing that side of the coverage is colleague Lindsay Tuman with more on that. Lindsay, what do you got?
Hey, good morning to you, Mark. Yeah, so many eyes are going to be on the debate and really what's going to lead up to it as well. There is some anticipation for protests throughout the area, including one today that could potentially happen here at Home Park. But voters that we spoke to say they're certainly going to be paying attention, not necessarily to the issues that come up during tonight's debate, but more so how the candidates handle themselves and the overall success of how it goes.
Voters are gearing up to watch two familiar candidates go head-to-head in the first presidential debate Thursday night. According to a recent Associated Press poll, about 60% of Americans say they plan to watch the debate in some form.
Voting is something that's important to me, so I try to stay as informed as I can, but I'm not particularly excited about either candidate.
There's a similar feeling among many Americans. The same poll shows about 3 in 10 are unhappy with both of the candidates as their party's choice. But voters we spoke to say it's still important to watch.
We're working with what we have, I guess, and so I need to see what's the best thing that I can work with what I have.
For those who do not have their mind made up, it may sway them either way, especially on the issues at hand.
And there are some things in particular voters want to see addressed, like inflation.
I'd love them to talk about the disconnect between politicians and extremely rich Americans and the average person, and the inflation that they feel and the costs that have gone up in areas like Atlanta.
About half of Americans say they think the outcome of the debate will have a big impact of the campaign of either candidate. Another reason they'll be watching closely.
May the best person win.
Well, the debate going to happen tonight at 9 o'clock, and of course we'll keep you updated on everything that's going on today with the protests and debate coverage as well during our evening newscast. Reporting live from Midtown, I'm Lindsay Tuman for Good Day Atlanta.
All right, Lindsay, thank you. The debate is impacting traffic on and around Georgia Tech's campus. Officials say the school's bus routes will be delayed and detoured. Also, there will be an increased police presence there. Specifically, 10th Street is shut down from State Street to Spring Street.
There's a second closure on Fowler Street from 6th to 10th Streets, and drivers making their way to the interstate will be diverted to 14th Street.
And remember, we have everything you need to know going into tonight's debate on our website, fox5atlanta.com. You can tune in tonight right here on Fox 5 as our live coverage begins at 8:30 and the debate starts at 9. And just hours before the debate, the U.S.
And we appreciate our content partners over at Fox 5 Atlanta as they are keeping us informed this morning. And for those motorists, those viewers who are living in that Atlanta metro area, always good to know those traffic routes and those areas that are closed off so you can plan ahead this morning. And a quick reminder for you as well, that CNN presidential debate, you can watch it right here on Live Now from Fox starting at 9 o'clock tonight Eastern time. That is that simulcast, and you can get that, of course, with post analysis with my colleague, Andy Kraft. Now at 6:08 on the East Coast, going to a quick 2-minute commercial break. But when we come back, heading out to Gaza as we are discussing the very latest of the Israel-Hamas war. Also getting a breaking news alert from national security expert Ken Gray as it relates to some breaking news we're following with those Yemen Houthi rebels. More details in just 2 quick minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Turning now to breaking news at this hour as it relates to the conflict in the Middle East. According to our content partners over at the Associated Press, a ship traveling through the Red Sea on Thursday reported being hit in an attack likely carried out by Yemen's Houthi rebels. This information coming from a private security firm, the latest in the campaign targeting shipping over the Israel-Hamas war. Joining us live this morning for this breaking news alert, national security expert with the University of New Haven, Ken Gray. Ken, good morning to you. Thank you so much for joining us on this Thursday morning.
Good morning, Janae. Glad to be with you.
Glad to have you. So we know this is not the first ship attack. We know that those Yemen Houthi rebels not just yet claiming ownership of this attack. So that's why we're saying likely carried out by Yemen Houthi rebels. But if you could catch us up with the latest in this conflict, please.
Sure. So this would be over 60 attacks if it is a Houthi attack. It's more than likely is a Houthi attack. But motor vessel traveling in the Red Sea there claimed to have been struck by or missiles landing nearby, but something off the coast of Hodeida in Yemen. And so very few details in as of yet. Now, it's not clear whether this is a different attack that occurred on Monday. On Monday, there was a motor vessel that was struck by missiles, a hypersonic missile, first time use of a hypersonic missile by the Houthis in an attack on a ship. And they did claim that attack. And so, as I said, it's not really clear this vessel that was claiming to have been attacked on Thursday, if it's the same ship or if it's a different ship. But the Houthis are nonetheless still very active here. This has been over 60 attacks now since November. And the response on this warship was in the area, but limited detail is being heard at the moment as to exactly what transpired.
Absolutely. This is preliminary information. This news just coming into our live now from Fox Studios about 45 minutes ago. So very accurate information you are sharing at this hour, Ken Gray. Some of the viewers wanting to know, as we discussed the Israel-Hamas war, why it has transitioned from air to sea and what role the Yemen Houthi rebels do play in this. Even though they have not taken ownership of this attack, if we're being frank and blunt about it, they've taken ownership of several of the other attacks.
Well, the Houthis are some distance away from Israel, and the way that they can really have their actions felt is by controlling the access to the Red Sea and shut the Red Sea down as far as the maritime traffic going through it. And they have done that. They have succeeded in causing most of the international shipping that would normally go through this area here to have to divert away from that. And so there are fewer ships for them to attack, and that's why you're not seeing as many attacks as you had earlier on in this conflict, because most ships are avoiding this area now, and instead are making the long trip around the tip of Africa, and they're transporting goods to either Europe or the United States. But nonetheless, the Houthis are carrying out their actions in the maritime realm because that's where they're closest to and that's where they can have the biggest impact. But this is still in conjunction with the rest of the axis of resistance in response to the Israeli conflict there in the Gaza Strip. This is in concert with other players, Hamas, Hezbollah, the Syrian groups, Iraqi groups, and ultimately Iran. But nonetheless, all of these are working together to try to force Israel out of the Gaza Strip.
You mentioned in that statement you were making about, the Houthi rebels overtaking those cargo ships that were transporting goods. And I want to ask you, why is that happening? Do they need the goods that are on those ships? Because if we look at when Hamas was overtaking that aid, they were actually keeping it and eating the items and using it for their own consumption.
So the Houthis to date seized one vessel and have sunk one vessel, but they are not obtaining the goods that are on these ships. For the most part, they are sending missiles and drones at these ships with the intention of either disabling them or sinking them to have an impact on this war effort. The goods on the ships themselves, I'm sure that if they could manage to get them to shore, they would, of course, be involved in piracy of stealing those goods. But that is really not transpired for the most part in these attacks so far.
With these ship attacks, people wanting to know about economies and how that will be impacted.
So this has had a major impact on the economy of the world. So Egypt makes a lot of its income off of the ships traveling through the canal there. And because this has impacted on the number of ships going through that area, it's going to impact on the Egyptian economy greatly. But additionally, this is causing an impact on international shipping, causing both an additional month for the transport of goods and the additional expense of goods being transported all the way down around Africa to get up to Europe, causing a month-long delay in delivery of those goods. So this all mounts up to being an impact on international shipping, on international trade, and is costing a lot of countries money and a lot of shipping companies money in this process. Additionally, insurance companies will not insure ships to travel through this area because it is at risk of being attacked by the Houthis. And so this is having its impact. It's being felt all around.
Ken Gray, as we further discuss conflicts in the Middle East, I changed the shot there on the screen to show southern Israel looking into Gaza. We know along with those Yemen Houthi rebels, there's also the conflict with Israel and Hamas, also Israel and Hezbollah. The content partners over at the Associated Press kind of panning the camera just to show how wide scale this conflict is in that region. We are learning also this morning that Israeli Defense Forces, the Israeli military, also top Israeli officials, they're kind of having some contradictions as it relates to Netanyahu and how he wants this Gaza war to play out. Could you give us any updates on that front? Because with these contradictions, as you can imagine, the Israeli people, especially those relatives of Hamas hostages, they are losing hope in their government.
Yeah, Netanyahu is standing firm on his intent to get rid of Hamas as a force there within the Gaza Strip. His original plans was the requirements were threefold: to totally get rid of Hamas, to get the return of the hostages, and to find a way to remove Hamas as the governing body of the Gaza Strip, and to remove Gaza as a potential threat to Israel. And so with those three requirements there, Netanyahu is standing firm on his desire to continue the actions against the Hamas, even if they have a ceasefire. The Hamas, on the other hand, is pushing for a total ceasefire and for total removal of the IDF from the Gaza Strip. And so these two things cannot happen at the same time. And that's why you have not seen any total movement towards resolving this issue between the two, is that Israel wants to get rid of Hamas, and Hamas wants to get rid of the IDF from Gaza. And neither side are willing to give in on any of those major deciding factors for a type of resolution to this. The families of the hostages are giving up hope because of the fact that they see the chance of getting a ceasefire and getting the release of these hostages becoming fewer and fewer chances. And so, as the time continues on, the likelihood of hostages coming out alive becomes remote. The fact that the Israelis were able to, the IDF was able to rescue the hostages that they did 2 weeks ago shows that there are hostages still alive. But as time goes on, this becomes more and more difficult. And so hopefully there will be some type of deal able to be reached. But it still is a long distance between what Netanyahu wants to see happen and what the Hamas wants to see happen. And the IDF, when they say that their view of the intention here in the area is different than what the prime minister envisions. They are dealing with the reality of the situation on the ground, as opposed to the long-range strategy that is being put forward by Netanyahu.
Great points there, Ken. As we continue to look at this war, as it continues to play out day by day, we know remnants of this war have trickled over here to the U.S. We've seen those protests that have erupted not only in city streets, but also across college campuses and universities. We also know that first presidential debate of 2024 is tonight, and the conflict in the Middle East is top of mind for many voters, and it is a key point for President Joe Biden and former President Donald Trump. How important is their response tonight as it relates to conflict in the Middle East to garner those votes?
So this is going to be a major issue that should come up tonight. And my guess is that it will definitely be one of the issues. However, immigration will be the number one issue. The people coming across the border, the loss of control of our southwest border. You see that the Secretary of DHS was down there at the border just yesterday, trying to show that President Biden is resolute on the control of the border. But this is going to be a major topic. But as As far as the conflict there in Israel, it will probably be second tier. It'll be definitely an issue that'll be raised. And the two candidates have very different perspectives on this. President Trump is very much in favor of Israel and backing Israel in this conflict. President Biden has two different constituents that he is trying to appease. He has young voters who, for the most part, are pro-Palestinian, but then he has other Democrats who are still along with him in favor of backing Israel. And so he has to be able to win votes on both sides of that, and that's going to be a difficult thing to do tonight. So it'll be interesting to see what strategy he takes towards this in the debate tonight, as far as his view of what is happening there in Israel. But I'm sure that both sides will be talking about the need to be moving towards a resolution of this and for the release of the hostages.
Absolutely. Ken Gray, always a pleasure having you join us here on Live Now from Fox for these breaking news alerts. Before I let you go, is there anything else you'd like to add?
No, I other than just simply the possibility of another front opening up here with Hezbollah remains a very strong possibility. The Israelis have been threatening that if this does occur, that they will take southern Lebanon back to the Stone Age. And so those are very strong words being threatened for devastation of South Lebanon in the event that this does become a full-fledged fight up there, another open front for the war.
Definitely strong words, and also a threat not to take lightly. Ken Gray, always a pleasure. Thank you so much again for joining us bright and early this Thursday morning. You enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you.
And as we further discuss the conflicts in the Middle East, again, giving you another live look, southern Israel looking into Gaza, and you can see more missile strikes continuing at this hour. And we know Israel's military and top-ranking government officials increasingly contradicting Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu when it comes to winning the war in Gaza, as myself and Ken Gray were just sharing in that interview. Fox News correspondent Trey Ying's joining us now with the very latest from Tel Aviv, Israel.
Israeli forces pounded Hamas fighters in Rafah on Wednesday as the southern offensive grinds on. Heavy fighting was reported despite the Israeli military declaring the Rafah brigades all but destroyed. But on Wednesday, a top Israeli official breathed new life into the U.S.-backed ceasefire proposal. Defense Minister Yoav Gallant is in Washington meeting with administration officials, striking a more diplomatic tone, saying that Israel's war is with Hamas, not the people of Gaza, and more notably, saying he supports the deal, just days after it was partially rejected by Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
Looking at the future, we stand firmly behind the president's deal, which Israel has accepted, and now Hamas must accept.
The modified messaging comes as Netanyahu's ruling coalition is being threatened by a new rule mandating ultra-Orthodox Jews be drafted into the military, which has some hardline lawmakers threatening to quit and bring down the government.
We will not join the army because God said not to join, and we only obey him because he protects us from all.
At the same time, Netanyahu is also under pressure from a growing anti-war movement here, driven largely by families of the hostages, who say it's time for him to either bring the captives home or resign.
We heard the terrifying tales of women who were released. We saw evidence of what happened on October 7th. We don't have time.
Gallant also said Israel is working to de-escalate tension along the northern border and avoid a broader conflict with Hezbollah. In Tel Aviv, Trey Yingst, Fox News.
Trey, thank you so much for that detailed report. And as we get more information into our Live Now from Fox Studios about conflict in the Middle East, as this is a top story, you'll be the first to know. The time now 6:27 on the East Coast. We're going to go ahead and go to our second 2-minute commercial break of the hour. And when we come back, continuing with those top stories for you this Thursday morning. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and good morning to you if you're just now tuning in. I'm Jeanne Francine. As we continue with those Thursday morning headlines, I'm giving you a live look at our XRAD system, and my goodness, now at 6:29 here on the East Coast, you can see several storms are brewing at this hour. It is a weather alert day, and as we work to keep you informed and safe, we're going to check in with our content partners over at Fox Weather.
Of Tennessee and into Alabama, and then take a look what happens here, maybe watching for some problems later. We also talked about all the rain that was coming through and the winds. Let me show you some video that came through Jersey City, New Jersey. This is a great shot. Look at the lightning strike's going to happen right about now. There it is. Cue the lightning. Yeah, lightning, gusty winds. Jersey City, by the way, right across the Hudson from Manhattan. Cool little town, and I'll tell you what, a lot of you woke up to some strong winds and also heavy rain. In fact, there's a wind gust reported at 59 miles per hour. In Berwick, also New Jersey, hailstones about 1 inch in diameter. And then we also talked about some major storms that moved over portions of Pennsylvania as well. We're going to wait to see what the National Weather Service says with some of the storms that came out and through Pennsylvania. Now, as you can imagine, we have some power outages. Kendall, Warren County in New Jersey and Sussex County, 13 and 11% of the counties without power. Morris County about 10%. No surprise with the amount of winds that came through. Outside of that 90-mile-per-hour wind gusts, these are the top wind reports coming in yesterday. That was in New Mexico, just southwest of Roswell. The other wind reports that were coming in tough, 80 to 86 strong rather, were from Kansas right in through Nebraska. Kendall, 2 days in a row, strong winds and hail for Nebraska as we went through last night and into early this morning as well.
Yeah, and that caused some issues, especially at Kansas City International Airport and a few additional airports in the Midwest. And now we're continuing to track as the last little bit of energy is still impacting locations like in Boston and right along kind of the Outer Banks, North Carolina. But then our attention is going to shift back out west this afternoon and evening, Craig, and that's because of the level 3 out of 5 threat that we have in effect for much of the northern and central plains. So the Dakotas, Nebraska, Kansas, portions of Montana even. We've got 33 million under that threat for severe weather. Biggest concern, damaging wind gusts up to 80 miles per hour. Maybe we could see tennis ball size hail, but there's also the potential for a few tornadoes. So I really want folks to be aware of this threat and don't let your guard down, especially if you happen to have any outdoor plans today. You're going to take the kiddos to the pool. Make sure that you know where to go in the event that you start to look up and the sky is changing rapidly. You need to be seeking shelter and fast.
And you talked about some of the winds. Boy, some of the winds can do just as much damage in some cases. You're talking 75-mile-per-hour gusts or greater. And a lot of the discussions out there this morning, Kendall, saying 80-mile-per-hour winds are stronger. Could be a crosswind for interstates 90, 94. And then those hailstones, 2 inches in diameter, that'll do some damage to your car. Let's give you timing here. Look at this. We've got some storms this morning. As we go through the afternoon, that front moves through, comes out of Montana, moves through the Dakotas, through the evening hours. Heavy rain over some areas that could definitely do without it because of the flooding, and flooding may be an issue. While it moves through quickly, we certainly don't need more rain in some of these areas that have been dealing with the flooding.
No, we do not.
Let's talk about that. Valley Fair Amusement Park flooded. There quite a bit of it. Look at that in Minnesota. Look at all these images that have been coming in. Also, we saw a house fall right into the river. This was on Tuesday. This is both in Minnesota. Look at that. Just see that little white building there? That was gone. And we were watching this yesterday live. And Kendall, we saw a big chunk of earth fall into the river, as well as the big tree. It was just one of those situations. Well, let's show you this imagery. I want to show this to you because the Rapidan Dam failure here, a partial of it. Let's highlight this area. There's a white house you see right there. Look at that. Okay, so we're going to highlight this area. This was before this happened. And Nikki, meteorologist behind the scenes, is going to go through real slowly to show you the difference. I've highlighted the house. Look at the house gone. The amount of earth that's been taken away by the power of the water chomping away at that, almost like the Grand Canyon, right? And a lot of that. Look how much has gone away. That's one example. I think we have another one as well, Nikki, showing the dam and partial failure there. And there's also been, so this is a different perspective, right? There's the house, there's the area there. And as we move through this slowly, you'll see the difference between the before and the after. And look at this. Now the view is just a little bit different, but you can see how much earth has been taken away from there as the water continues to move through here. And Kendall, we've also had a lot of debris. We were with Max Gordon yesterday, and a lot of debris piled up in the area that's not seeing the flow of the river. But we could also see a lot of that, it's been piling up right here, and that's always a concern. That backs up some of the rivers too. You can see the debris right there.
That's exactly right. So we had that partial breach of the dam on Monday morning, and unfortunately it has just been a disaster situation since then. Yeah. And we're continuing to watch as multiple rounds of heavy rain continue to impact some of the hard-hit areas in the Midwest. So notice we've got a lot of flood warnings in effect until further notice. So the Missouri and Mississippi River valleys, these are all areas where we're watching as river levels are continuing to rise. And so we've easily picked up widespread totals 5 to 8 inches of rain, Craig. But some areas have picked up nearly 18 inches of rain, and we could be talking about an additional 3 inches in some spots. So we'll be watching as those creeks and rivers and streams will continue to rise through the weekend, although the rain will officially have stopped.
Yeah, and that's just a key message, right? Even though it does stop, you still have to watch for the rain coming down. There are surpluses up and down portions of Minnesota through Wisconsin. And then you look at what's going on Thursday morning. The storms come through, and that will add some rain to the areas just north of you. While it does move through quickly, it's still an issue there. So Kendall, be safe out there if you live close to these rivers, streams, and creeks. They continue to be, in some cases, record stage there with a little more rain in the forecast there.
Fox Weather is your Hurricane HQ, and we want to shift gears and talk about the tropics because we have a little bit of tropical trouble on our hands. Invest 94L, that is turning in the Western Caribbean with a 20% chance of development, and then Invest 95L, a 70% chance of development over the next 7 days. This is working its way through the eastern tropical Atlantic. So we have 2 systems that we're watching very carefully. Both systems, again, when we're talking about late June, some areas we typically see more tropical activity than others, but Invest 95L, this is a somewhat unusual situation. Right now, it's just producing disorganized showers and thunderstorms, but the overall environment, Craig, that it's working its way into is more conducive for the potential development of maybe a tropical depression and or a tropical storm sometime over the weekend. Yeah. So as it gets closer to the Windward Islands, this is something that we need to watch because this is a peak vacation season after all. There's a lot of people traveling down to the Caribbean, also taking cruises. So this is something that we're watching very carefully. We could very easily have our next named storm on the list, and that could be Beryl.
It's a very good point, especially since some people plan on going out that far, because usually we see these homegrown systems closer to us. Here's the cruise forecast for the next 3 days, and look at the amount of showers and thunderstorms in and around the area. Choppy seas, of course, that'll be a concern. And then there's just enough of a window, perhaps, where it doesn't get all of the dust. There's still a lot of dust, don't get me wrong, right? And those suppresses some of the storm development, especially because it's drier air. It's not that good for these storms. But there's that little window right there, Kendall, right where you've got not a whole lot of dust, and maybe we'll see some formation there. Of course, it's going to have to battle that as it moves off to the west. That's look at 95L, but we've got another one to talk about as well. And that dust, by the way, just keeps coming off of the coast. It is off the coast of Africa, that is. When you look at the average for the Saharan dust, it's pretty much close to where it is. As we go through July, August, September, we see less of it, and that does mean more sunshine and more favorable conditions for development there in the main development region zone. All right, well, let's talk about rip currents. They are a big threat ahead of the upcoming 4th of July weekend. More than 20 people, sadly, in the U.S. have died this year alone from rip currents. Fox Weather's Brandy Campbell, she was out there, Kendall. She spoke with some visitors
in New Smyrna Beach about the dangers of those rip currents. Take a listen.
When you come to the beach, you imagine a day of relaxation or fun in the water, but unfortunately, we've seen tragedy strike many families just in the past week. We're here on New Smyrna Beach, Florida, where the flags are yellow, meaning it's a moderate rip current risk. But over the weekend, they had red flags flying, not just here, but many other Florida beaches.
And if we count the Friday, Saturday, Sunday, we had over 80 rescues.
Unfortunately, 8 people died on Florida's beaches in rip currents since last Thursday. 6 of those people died on or near Panama City beaches. During one of the incidents, rip currents took the lives of 3 men in their early 20s. They swam out together around 8 p.m. Friday, shortly after they arrived in town from Alabama. 2 hours south of us along Hutchinson Island, a man and woman also died last Thursday after drowning in a rip current. It was a couple from Pennsylvania in town with their 6 children.
But it's just a sad
situation when people get stuck in it.
And unfortunately, people are not sure of how to get out of it, and there are ways to get out of it.
Currently, there's a moderate risk along most beaches on the East Coast, but the risk is high along the Jersey Shore. There's a moderate risk along Florida's Panhandle, but again, high near Panama City. The captain for Volusia County Beach Safety shared how to spot rip currents on the beach.
That rip current is basically a river of water flowing out to sea. So as that wave comes in to try to break, that opposing water is going to flatten it out so it won't be able to break. Now, with a flat day like this, a calm day, you may have a little turbidity to the water. You may have a little bit of texture, we call it, in that rip current as opposed to either side of it if you don't have those waves to indicate where the rip current is.
Now, this shows what to do if you get caught in a rip current, dragged out into the sea. You want to call, wave for help, and float. But if you can, swim out of the rip current by swimming parallel to the shore and follow the breaking waves back. And while it's easier said than done, you want to stay calm.
The analogy we use is being stuck in a rip current. It's like running on a treadmill with a tiger chasing you. Your adrenaline's pumping, your heart rate's up, and you're not going anywhere. So it's hard to slow down and actually think about what you're doing in that process.
Now, some have their own ways to keep themselves out of danger, something to discuss with your family and friends before hitting the water.
We just look at the lifeguard. We stay close to the station here, and they know they can see better than we can.
Well, I make sure I stay close to the shore.
And I honestly will, the deepest I go is usually up to my knees.
All right, and those ladies also told me they're keeping an eye out not just for rip currents, but also sharks in this area. It's a beach that is highly known for it. Now, I want to say, in the end, your best bet to stay safe is to find a lifeguard stand and swim in that area. Reporting here from New Smyrna Beach, Florida, I'm Brandy Campbell for Fox Weather.
And thank you for tuning in to Fox Weather as we continue to watch more on the way of these storms moving across the plains today. Can be very active and not in a good way. We've got the chance for some strong winds, some hail, and also maybe some tornadoes, Kendall.
It's very important that you're staying weather ready today and staying tuned into us here at Fox Weather all day long. We also have to talk about the tropics, Craig, because they're beginning to fire up. Invest 94L and Invest 95L. So we could have potentially a tropical depression or tropical storm for Kansas this weekend.
Also talk about the holiday travel as we get ready to celebrate Independence Day. We have the holiday forecast coming up. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
And we appreciate our content partners as they work to keep us ready. And my goodness, a lot of storms brewing across the U.S. today. And then they also gave an update. As we do know, the 2024 hurricane season is underway. Now it's 6:42, going to a quick 2-minute commercial break, our third break of the hour. And when we come back, continuing with your Thursday morning headlines. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. As we continue with your Thursday morning headlines, we turn now to a news alert. We're learning from our content partners over at Fox News. Some 30,000 Americans are diagnosed with HIV each year. As part of preventing the spread is knowing your status. As part of that initiative, people are being encouraged to get tested today for National HIV Testing Day. Fox News correspondent CB Cotton joining us now with the story.
It's time to check your status. June 27th marks the 29th annual National HIV Testing Day.
It is important to seek screening because we know that many STIs may not present with overt symptoms, but they can still cause complications and even spread from one person to another.
There are an estimated 25 million sexually transmitted infections each year in the U.S., and doctors say the best prevention is to get tested and know your status.
And then get treated if found to have an STI. This, will not only benefit the person with the STI, but also the sex partner or partners with whom that person may come in contact with.
Although infections have declined in recent years, HIV remains an epidemic in the U.S., with 1.2 million people living with the disease, according to CDC estimates. Still, many don't know they're infected.
Approximately 13%, so 1 in 8 that are living with HIV don't know their HIV status. Knowing one's status is a critical first step, both for HIV treatment as well as prevention.
To help with prevention, Walgreens is offering free rapid HIV screenings across the country to provide easy access to those who want testing or can't afford it.
Generally speaking, an individual can have the results within approximately 20 minutes. We'll then be able to talk to not only about the results, but treatment and prevention options.
Another option is at-home testing for those who are reluctant to go in person. The CDC recommends an HIV test as part of routine health care for everyone ages 13 to 64. In New York, CB Cotton, Fox News.
All right, CB, thank you so much for joining us for that news alert this Thursday morning. We're going to go ahead and go to our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour. But when we come back, I want to show you all this live look coming out of Nairobi, Kenya. We're following some breaking news you've seen for several days and the past 2 weeks, those protests that have erupted there on the streets of Nairobi, Kenya, as people are not too happy with local government over that proposed tax increase. We have the details and what's going on with this live image right after this quick 2-minute commercial break. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. As we continue with your Thursday morning breaking news headlines, we are getting some breaking news into our Live Now from Fox studios. Now at 6:49 here on the East Coast, you're taking a live look there in Nairobi, Kenya. Protesters have taken to the streets amid that proposed finance bill tax increase. Now, just to give you some perspective, this is happening the morning after President William Ruto bowed to pressure from protesters. He said that he would not sign that controversial finance bill. That was going to be the last step for this tax increase to become a reality. But he did say that he does not plan to sign that controversial finance bill. So many confused why this protest is happening, since that would make it to where this tax increase would not be a reality. Nevertheless, you're seeing at this hour of protests are underway. We do see law enforcement there at the scene along with protesters. And we do think that things have gotten kind of chaotic and kind of violent. Viewer discretion is advised, as we know that these protests have become deadly, especially with what happened with Parliament the other day, as protesters did rush Parliament, set part of the Parliament building on fire. So just a lot going on. And then there were some people found dead inside of that Parliament building. You see the law enforcement there in full tactical gear with gas masks, a protester there with a hard hat on with a gas mask on as well. I'm going to pot up the audio so we can watch this feed. And again, viewer discretion is advised. I'll also pop up some top stories we're following on the left side of your screen so you can stay engaged with other hot topics. If you're just now tuning into Live Now from Fox, good morning to you. I want to provide some context to what you're seeing play out on your screen now at 6:58 here on the East Coast. So you're taking a live look there in Nairobi, Kenya. Kenyans taking to the streets to protest amid that proposed finance bill tax increase. Now, this comes the morning after President William Ruto bowed to pressure from protesters, saying he would not sign that controversial finance bill. It was on his desk, and that was going to be the last step for this tax increase to become a reality. Nevertheless, protesters still not happy. There was actually a press conference 2 days ago where we heard from the Kenyan Human Rights Commission, and they were upset with local law enforcement, saying law enforcement was killing protesters who were running away from the scene. So that coming from the Kenyan Human Rights Commission. But we've also seen these protests become chaotic, deadly. We recall several days ago where at Kenyan Parliament, some of the protesters set the building of the Kenyan Parliament on fire. There were dead bodies found inside. There were gunshots heard outside. Just a truly chaotic event. And then this leading up to what you see today, as President William Ruto did bow to pressure from those protesters, saying he would not sign that controversial finance bill. But nevertheless, the protests do continue there. And this morning in Nairobi, Kenya, we've seen looting happen. So people breaking into stores, stealing items. We've seen people just shooting randomly in the air. We've seen tear gas deployed. So just a very compelling situation. And then, of course, on the left side of your screen, top stories we're following this morning. That top story, breaking news as it relates to the conflict in the Middle East. Houthi rebels likely attack a cargo ship in the Red Sea, also following severe storms impacting millions of Americans. And of course, following that anticipated debate, President Joe Biden and former President Donald Trump to attend that CNN presidential debate. And good morning to you. If you're just now tuning in, I'm Jeanne Francine. Now we have hit the top of the 7 o'clock hour here on the East Coast. And I want to give you a live look out in Atlanta, Georgia, a beautiful skyline shot this Thursday morning. And as we work to share the very latest of debate preps, we know the Peach State is taking part in the debate today. We're going to check in with our content partners over at Fox 5 Atlanta as they share this debate preps. They have some traffic warnings for you, and they also have some interviews from local legislators and officials ahead of this anticipated debate tonight. We're going to check in with them now.
And stormy weather developing as the day goes on. Otherwise, it is warm with 70s and much higher humidity. You will feel that difference today. And that's just got the atmosphere loaded with moisture so that we can get some downpours happening. In the case of Metro Atlanta, that's mostly during the afternoon, but in between these storms, plenty of dry hours, just maybe not a lot of sunshine, and that might keep us out of the 90s, at least for this one day. We'll talk about where the temperatures are headed as we move into the weekend and continued rainfall chances coming up in just a few minutes. Natalie?
Joanne, thank you. We've got a crash on 75 northbound at 675 coming in from the south side. This is near those express lanes. So we've got a left lane blocked. Those delays are coming in from Jodica Road. Your alternate is Highway 42. The big three, really not too bad and all about the same. 11 minutes on 400. That's your best ride from Old Milton to the top end, about 12 to 15 on 75 from Wade Green or 85 from Highway 316 down to the perimeter. Alex?
All right, Natalie, thanks. Activists are gathered outside a refrigerant services company in Smyrna demanding it cut ties with the Israeli military. One of the protesters cemented themselves to a car blocking the road to that facility. First responders used saws and jackhammers as they worked to free that person. According to authorities, the demonstrators thought the company was supplying money to the Israeli military, but we're told they actually targeted the wrong business. Plant Atkinson Road is expected to be closed for at least another hour.
Tonight's much anticipated presidential debate marks the first debate in U.S. history between a sitting president and former president. President Joe Biden and former President Donald Trump will battle out the issues right here in Atlanta. This historic showdown between the two comes less than 5 months out from Election Day. And President Biden has been out of sight for days preparing through mock debates at Camp David, while former President Trump held private meetings with allies.
When the two squared off back in 2020, they often spoke over each other, throwing plenty of jabs at their opponents' abilities. Now, that debate drew more than 73 million viewers.
I still have a few more minutes. I know you're getting anxious.
So far, I respect very much the way you're handling this.
This time, there are some changes, including new rules and a new format. There will be no studio audience, and microphones will be muted while the other candidate is speaking. Neither candidate is permitted to bring any prepared notes.
There's going to be a debate about the issues. The issues are going to be on the table. But everybody at this table and everyone watching tonight is going to be watching to see, does Joe Biden stumble?
This is Joe Biden preparing for an entire week for 90 minutes. So this could be the very best he's ever going to be.
And despite their differences on immigration, abortion, the war in Gaza, and more, both have drawn criticism over their ages. Trump 78, Biden is 81. The latest Fox News poll shows the race is still a virtual tie, 50% favoring President Biden, 48% for former President Trump.
And polls show 6 out of 10 voters will catch some of tonight's debate either live or in the coverage to follow.
With President Biden and former President Trump neck and neck in the polls, the debate could be a major inflection point in this race. Both campaigns have been in town building momentum going into the contest.
Yeah, but they do face some uphill opposition with many voters still undecided. Today's Mark Teichner joins us live in Midtown Atlanta with a look at the work to drum up support ahead of that debate. Mark?
Yeah, good morning, guys. And basically the way this is all going to play out is both the candidates are going to show up here this afternoon. The first to arrive will be President Biden. He's going to fly into Dobbins, and then a couple hours later, former President Trump will land at Hartsfield. They will, in separate motorcades, be brought here to Midtown to the Turner Broadcasting building, where at 9 o'clock they'll go at it in that crucial presidential debate.
Inflation is a disaster. It's killing the black community, and it's killing the country.
The nightmare has to end, and it has to end now. It's time for us to purge Donald Trump from our system.
In the hours leading up to the debate, both the Biden and Trump campaigns turned their eyes to the crucial state of Georgia, looking to drum up votes that could decide the fate of the presidential election.
I think there's millions of Republicans that want an excuse to not vote for Donald Trump, and I'm hopefully going to be able to give them that excuse.
Two Republican leaders went to the Georgia State Capitol, making a direct appeal for GOP voters to ditch the party and cast their ballots for President Biden. Former Georgia Lieutenant Governor Jeff Duncan and former Congressman Adam Kinzinger formally throwing their support behind the president's re-election bid.
I am proud to stand up here today as a conservative Republican and endorse Joe Biden's for re-election to President of the United States.
Across town, former President Trump worked to engage African-American voters during a roundtable discussion at a local barbershop. Conservative politicians, business leaders, and talk show hosts all talked about how they think a second Trump term would help the black community.
We did all those things, and nobody else came close. And we'll do them again, and we'll do them even better.
The debate begins at 9 o'clock. Fox 5's coverage begins at 8:30. Of course, we will have a recap of what transpired on Fox 5 News at 10 and on the News Edge at 11. As you can imagine, an awful lot of people are going to be watching this debate, and Lindsay Tuman continues our team coverage with what some of those voters are hoping to hear. Lindsay?
Hey, good morning to you, Mark. Yeah, so many eyes going to be on this, and even ahead of the debate, kind of the lead up, including some protests that are planned for today. One of those might be happening here at Home Park, pretty close to where the debate will actually be taking place later tonight. But voters we spoke to say that they're interested in the issues, but even more so, they want to see how the candidates handle themselves and the overall success of the debate tonight. Voters are gearing up to watch two familiar candidates go head-to-head in the first presidential debate Thursday night. According to a recent Associated Press poll, about 60% of Americans say they plan to watch the debate in some form.
Voting is something that's important to me, so I try to stay as informed as I can, but I'm not particularly excited about either candidate.
There's a similar feeling among many Americans. The same poll shows about 3 in 10 are unhappy with both of the candidates as their party's choice. But voters we spoke to say it's still important to watch.
We're working with what we have, I guess, and so I need to see what's the best thing that I can work with what I have.
For those who do not have their mind made up, it may sway them either way, especially on the issues at hand.
And there are some things in particular voters want to see addressed, like inflation.
I'd love them to talk about the disconnects between politicians and extremely rich Americans and the average person and the inflation that they feel and the costs that have gone up in areas like Atlanta.
About half of Americans say they think the outcome of the debate will have a big impact on the campaign of either candidate. Another reason they'll be watching closely.
May the best person win.
Yeah, a lot of interest tonight, of course, and as Mark mentioned, our coverage starts at 8:30, and of course we'll keep you updated on these potentially protests that we might see as well. You can look for all that coverage starting on the Fox 5 Evening News. Reporting live in Midtown, I'm Lindsay Tuman for Good Day Atlanta.
All right, Lindsay, thank you. And remember, we have all you need to know going into tonight's debate on our website, fox5atlanta.com, and you can also tune in right here on Fox 5.
Our live coverage begins at 8:30. The debate starts at 9.
Also today, the roadways will be a complete nightmare with the debate and Copa America taking place around the same time.
Yeah, best of luck to those of you navigating it. But here's a reminder, 10th Street is shut down from State Street to Spring Street, and a second closure on Fowler Street from 6th to 10th. So if you're trying to make your way to the interstate, you'll be diverted to 14th Street, where you can hop on there. Let's take a live look outside at Mercedes-Benz Stadium, where another big event is happening today.
And we appreciate our content partners over at Fox 5 Atlanta for that preview coverage. And don't forget, you can watch the CNN presidential debate simulcast right here tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern Time on Live Now from Fox. Not only can you catch the debate, you'll also get some post-analysis and, of course, pre-analysis as we have interviews throughout the day and, of course, after the debate. Now at 7:10 on the East Coast, going to our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour. And when we come back, continuing with your breaking news headlines, top stories, and live events of your Thursday morning. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Gina Francine. About an hour ago, the NATO Secretary General and the Estonian Prime Minister held an early morning press conference. You see them heading to the podiums now to speak. Let's listen in. And of course, I'll pop up some boxes on the screen of other top stories we're following this Thursday morning.
To NATO headquarters. It's great to see you again, and thank you for your strong personal commitment to our transatlantic alliance and your leadership. Estonia leads by example by investing more than 3% of GDP on defense, and also by providing unprecedented support to Ukraine, and you have committed to continue the support. And you also lead on the issue of innovation and cyber, including with the NATO Cyber Defense Center of Excellence in Tallinn. So Estonia is contributing to our shared security, to our collective defense in many different ways, and therefore Estonia is a highly valued NATO ally. Then, of course, NATO supports Estonia also in many different ways, with a multinational battle group in Tapa, led by the United Kingdom, helping to deter any aggression against Estonia. NATO fighter jets patrol the skies over Estonia, and Spain will soon deploy air defense battery, a NASAM battery, to your country to strengthen your air defenses. Then I would also like to add that the fact that we are now investing more across the whole alliance also make NATO stronger to reinforce Estonia if needed. We have several 100,000 troops on high readiness, And we also have Finland and Sweden as members. And of course, with Finland and Sweden as members of NATO, that has strengthened NATO. It has also made it much more easier to move equipment and forces into the Baltic region if needed. Today in our meeting we discussed the final preparations for the NATO summit in Washington, which will take place in just 2 weeks' time. The main issue there will be our support for Ukraine. President Putin believes that he can wait us out. It is important that we demonstrate that that's not the case, that we are ready to stand by Ukraine for the long haul. And therefore I expect NATO leaders to agree that NATO will lead the coordination of security assistance and training for Ukraine, with a new NATO command in Wiesbaden to coordinate training and the provision of security assistance to Ukraine, and also that Allied leaders will agree a long-term pledge of support to Ukraine. This will provide Ukraine with greater predictability for the long haul. I also expect leaders to send a clear message on Ukraine's path towards NATO membership. We will, of course, also address our own deterrence and defence. We have agreed new, more ambitious defence plans. Allies are delivering more forces, higher readiness, investing in high-end capabilities. And this year, 23 allies are going to invest more than 2% of GDP on defence, which is great progress compared to where we were just a few years ago. We will also address our global partners, especially our Indo-Pacific partners and the European Union. The war in Ukraine demonstrates that our security is not regional, it is global, because we see how Iran and North Korea are providing weapons, drones, ammunition to Russia to enable them to conduct a war aggression against Ukraine. But we also see how China is propping up the Russian war economy, enabling Russia to support, to conduct a war aggression against Ukraine. So therefore it is important that we meet with our Asia-Pacific partners, as we will do at the summit in Washington. So once again, Prime Minister Kallas, it's great to have you here. It's great to see how Estonia is really stepping up and investing heavily and doing more for NATO and their strong personal commitment to NATO. So please, you have the floor.
Thank you. Dear Jens, dear journalists, it's good to be here again, and I'm very glad that we got to talk about the Washington summit that is coming up. And in Washington, we must make bold decisions that will strengthen the security of people and the Euro-Atlantic area in the long term. And this means first ensuring the support for Ukraine. This means defense, deterrence begins in Ukraine. The price we pay in supporting Ukraine in its efforts to defeat Russian imperialism is little compared to what would follow if aggression pays off. And we have to set victory as a goal. As historian Timothy Snyder has said, you don't always win wars, but you never win them if you don't set victory as a goal. The outcome of this fight is existential for the security of the whole transatlantic community, and for this we need an allied pledge of long-term support for Ukraine. Estonia is spending 0.25% of our GDP on military assistance to Ukraine over the next 4 years. If all the allies did the same, that would provide enough military assistance for Ukraine to win the war. And all the elements of the summit's Ukraine package should also be seen as a stepped-up support to Ukraine on its membership path. The key lesson we learned from the recent decades is that grey zones are sources of conflict. Our duty is to continue the process with Ukraine's NATO membership. We must demonstrate through our words and actions that Ukraine's path to NATO is irreversible. Second, we need to keep the Russian threat at the center of NATO's focus. A long-term strategy to counter and contain Russia's aggressive actions is needed. We are also seeing a coordinated policy of hybrid activities by Russia across Europe. There are more and more attempts to destroy civilian infrastructure, sabotage facilities related to arms deliveries. As part of our reaction, we need to connect the dots. These are not isolated events, but part of a bigger picture. And this means that we have a shared understanding of the threat, and we also need to expose those activities in public. And third, NATO's new defense plans must be exercised, backed up by real forces and capabilities. For this, all allies need to invest more in defense, and as we discussed today, it is really good that in 2024, 23 allies will reach 2% target. We also need to focus on delivering key capabilities in the short term. Estonia is spending this year over 3.2%, even 3.4% of our GDP on defense, and this is definitely something that needs to be done by other allies as well. This spring, Estonia celebrated 20 years in NATO, joining NATO, and NATO is celebrating 75 years since its creation. Today, NATO is still the most successful defense alliance in the world, and in this year of anniversaries, the biggest gift would be decisions that live up to the new security reality. Thank you.
We'll go to questions, starting with DPA in the third row in front of me here, please.
Ansgar Hase, German press agency DPA. Prime Minister, together with your colleagues from Poland and the other Baltic countries, you are asking for EU money to build a defense infrastructure system to protect the EU external border to Russia and Belarus. Can you tell us a little bit more on this? How much money do you need for this? What kind of infrastructure do you want to build? And a question to the Secretary General. Do you support this project, or would it be better to do it via NATO? Thank you.
Yes, we sent this letter together with the Baltic and Polish prime ministers to have a focus on this defense infrastructure as well. This is clear that we have the external borders with Russia and Belarus, so this defense infrastructure needs to be built. And this is not only a funding question, but it's also a political issue. Do we see that the threat comes from there, and this defense initiative also needs to foresee the protection of our people for the years to come. Of course, everything needs funding. We haven't spelled out the number exactly. It depends what we can do with this, and if others will follow as well, because we understand in European Union everybody has their worries. We have other external borders where there's a strong migratory pressure, for example, but you know, in order to protect and defend also Europe, we need the defense infrastructure, and that needs political decisions, but also needs funding. That is true.
So NATO is the bedrock of European security. NATO is present in all those countries with battle groups, with NATO forces. And NATO has for decades invested in critical military infrastructure through our common funded investment programs. But most importantly, NATO agrees defense plans, and NATO sets capability targets for each and every ally. We have just now agreed more ambitious defense plans, and also part of that is more infrastructure, because we need more infrastructure to move more forces, to ensure that we have the storage facilities, the airports, the different types of infrastructure we need to deliver on the agreed defense plans and the agreed capability targets agreed by NATO heads of state and government and ministers since we had the Vilnius summit. What matters for NATO is that all allies delivers on these capability targets, that they invest in the infrastructure we have agreed that they should provide. How they fund that doesn't matter for NATO. So whether they fund it from the national budget or from EU budgets, that's not a NATO issue. I understand that's important for them as individual NATO allies, but the only thing that matters for NATO is that Estonia and all other countries in NATO deliver on what we have agreed for the defense plans, the infrastructure, the capabilities, the readiness, and all the other things we have agreed to enable us to meet the level of ambition on collective defense and deterrence. How they fund it is for allies to decide. If they are able to find EU money, that's fine. If they have to go for national money, that's also fine. That's not for NATO.
Estonian public broadcaster in the fourth row, please.
Yeah, Estonian Public Broadcasting, Joachim Clementi. Madam Prime Minister, should NATO set a goal of either 2.5% or 3% GDP for all allies? Is this what's necessary? And is Mark Rutte the right person to lead these negotiations? The Dutch are famously economical in the EU. They are not in favor of Eurobonds for defense, for example. Is Mark Rutte the right person to do this? And for the Secretary General, how important is the personal touch of the Secretary General in this? And will NATO be different under the helm of Mark Rutte? Thank you.
Yes, first, we have the defense investment pledge of 2%, and 23 allies are fulfilling this defense investment pledge. Of course, we see that the security reality is different. We have to spend more, and we would like to see this spending or this target to be at least 2.5%, because in 1988, all of the allies were spending more than 2%, actually, some even 6% on defense, because the threat was real. There was Cold War going on. Now we have a hot war in Europe, and we are not spending enough. But it is positive that this spending is increasing. I was yesterday in Luxembourg, and even they are increasing their defense spending, although they have much better neighbors than we do. So the strength of NATO comes from all the allies and their input to NATO, to their own military. What is actually interesting, or it's important to understand, and I think this is now more and more going through to the public as well, that we don't have to talk about the national defense like, you're talking about defense of Luxembourg. No, we are talking about regional defense, which is the defense of Europe, which means that your input investments to defense is for the whole region. And I think this understanding is fundamental. What comes to Mark Rutte, then the allies just decided that he will be the right person to lead NATO, and I'm confident that he's able to do that. I've seen him around the European Council table, so definitely he's going to bring something new to the table. So we are, of course, very grateful for Jens. We have had very similar views on everything, and we hope that it is the same with Mark. Thank you.
First, just very briefly on the 3 or 2%, I think it's important to note the decision we made at the summit in Vilnius, because the previous NATO decision was from 2014. There we agreed that we should strive towards to move towards 2% of GDP for defense spending. In Vilnius at the last summit, we agreed that 2% should be the minimum. And we also agreed more ambitious defense plans that will then require more ambitious capability targets. And what we ask allies to deliver is both on the spending, but as important, we also ask them to deliver the capabilities to fulfill the defense plans. And we have specific capability targets for each and every ally. And for most allies, it will require more than 2% to deliver on those capability targets. So minimum means minimum, so for many allies this will mean 3% and at least something which is more than 2%. Then I warmly welcome that NATO allies have decided that Mark Rutte will be my successor. I know Mark Rutte for many years. We have worked together as prime ministers. We have worked together in my capacity as Secretary General of NATO. And Mark Rutte is a strong supporter of the transatlantic bond, North America and Europe. He knows NATO very well, and he is a very skilled and experienced consensus builder, which is perhaps the most important task of any NATO Secretary General, is to build consensus among 32 allies. So I wish him every success as we continue to strengthen NATO, and I know that NATO will be in safe hands with Mark Rutte as Secretary General. Then until the 1st of October, I will be focused on doing my task as Secretary General, and there will be a summit in a couple of weeks' time, which will require all my attention, and then I look forward to hand over the responsibility to Mark Rutte in October.
We have time for one or two more. We'll go to AFP in the second row here, please.
Thank you very much. Max Delaney, AFP. A couple of questions for the Prime Minister. First issue, talking of people getting new jobs. Is it a done deal for you to become the High Representative of the EU, and why do you think you're the right person for that job? And then on Ukraine at the NATO summit, you spoke very forcefully about NATO needing to do everything it can to give a strong package for Ukraine. At the moment, it's a non-binding commitment on future funding and no progress towards membership. Do you think NATO risks disappointing Ukraine again at Washington? Thanks a lot.
I will start from the second question. So Ukraine, I think all the things that we are doing for Ukraine, I mean the different agreements, different military support, I mean the F-16 coalitions, different things, training their soldiers, this is actually in substance taking Ukraine towards NATO. So very often we concentrate on the words, very strictly on the words, but let's look at the whole picture. And there, I think, we are moving towards a NATO membership, even if we are not putting some additional words to the agreements that we already have. So what comes to the jobs, then, let's not run ahead of decisions in politics. Surprises happen, so you never know. And we have a saying in Estonian that don't go and share the bear's skin before the bear has been shot. So I will not do that.
The final question to Postumis in the fourth row here, please.
Evelyn Kalde, Postimees. I wanted to ask about the upcoming summit as well. Many of the things will probably be agreed about by the ambassadors and other officials working here. What issues would still require substantial discussion by the leaders in Washington?
I think we need to understand how NATO works. The fact that we have a summit creates the momentum, creates the political will in all the capitals to find consensus to enable us to make decisions. So you're right that most of the issues will be hopefully agreed, at least before you arrive in Washington. Sometimes there are some issues that need to be finally negotiated with the leaders in the room, or at least during the summit. But the fact that they meet, the fact that we have the summit, is what enables to make these decisions. And I expect them to have full agreement on the NATO command for Ukraine, which will be important because it will create a more robust, more sustainable framework for our support. I expect that we'll have an ambitious pledge for long-term support for Ukraine, and I'm confident that we'll also find language expressing progress when it comes to NATO membership. And all of this will hopefully be, as I say, not 100% agreed, but at least very close to agreement before we arrive in Washington. Then in Washington we'll also make decisions on deterrence and defense and ensure that we are delivering on the capabilities we have agreed as part of the new defense plans.
That's all we have time for. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So that joint press conference between the NATO Secretary General and Estonian Prime Minister wrapping up there in Brussels, Belgium. And on the right side of your screen, an active Thursday morning, that top right box, a live look there in Nairobi, Kenya, as a finance bill protest is underway. Locals not happy that there was the potential for a tax increase. And then that bottom box, we are looking ahead to 9 o'clock tonight Eastern time for that anticipated CNN presidential debate simulcast. I'm Jeanne Francine. We're going to go to our second 2-minute commercial break of the hour. But when we come back, staying on top of this debate, checking in with political analyst Rich Rubino for all things politics, but specifically taking a close look at President Joe Biden and former President Donald Trump. The details in just 2 quick minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and good morning to you. If you're just now tuning in, I'm Jeanne Francine. We know President Joe Biden and his Republican rival, former President Donald Trump, will meet for a debate today that offers an unparalleled opportunity for both candidates to try to reshape the political narrative. Joining us live this morning to talk all things politics, but specifically to set the stage for this anticipated debate, is none other than political analyst Rich Rubino. Rich, good morning to you. Thank you so much for joining us this Thursday morning.
Good morning. You're very welcome.
So a lot of voters, a lot of people who don't even vote are looking ahead to tonight's debate, a lot of anticipation surrounding it. The first thing for those voters who are looking at this debate to decide who should I vote for, what are some key things they should look for to make a smart decision?
Well, those voters are very, very elusive. There are very few of them. If you think about it, 36 states and the District of Columbia since 2000 have voted the same way. So there's probably, arguably, maybe 9 or 10 actual showdown or swing states this time around. And in those states, you're talking about a very small minority of people that are actually undecided. Now, what will the candidates do to try to bring them into their fold? Well, some of these are very kind of low propensity voters who maybe aren't really that interested in the process, but they're watching this simply because everyone else is watching it and is taking over pretty much everybody's television screen. So the question's got to be asked, what issues? The first one will be, For Donald Trump has to ask the question, were you better when I was president or when Joe Biden was president? For Joe Biden, his argument has to be that unemployment is essentially down, unemployment is at record levels, and then inflation, while inflation, he'll say, is too high, we have more work to do, it is decreasing. That's the argument both candidates have to make. In terms of the actual voters, they have to kind of watch both men, and they have to decide what they have to decide. They have to decide what they like in each candidate, what they don't like in each candidate, and that's pretty much what they have to decide.
You're absolutely right. And as you were speaking about that, some of those voters who, it's going to be a hard task for President Biden and former President Trump to garner those undecided voters. But I love the term you use, those double haters. There are people who are watching who don't like either side. They don't like either candidate, but they're going to watch for that comic relief. We know those jabs, those low blows will be taken, those one-line punches that like to be given so that you can remember that one-liner from the debate. I want to ask you, when it comes to those double haters who don't like either side, do you think because people are saying that former President Donald Trump represents a new Republican Party, or do you think it's because of those allegations of mental capacity and physical capacity for the current president, Joe Biden?
Yes, and I think certainly Donald Trump does represent a new Republican Party. Before Donald Trump was president, the Republican parties were known as a party that supported intervention overseas. Donald Trump changed that. Donald Trump is more of a non-interventionist. They supported more liberal immigration laws. Donald Trump certainly changed that. On free trade, they were free traders. The Republican Party was a party that helped to get Bill Clinton to get NAFTA through and GATT through in the mid-1990s. Now Donald Trump changed that, and now the party is predominantly economic nationalist. So what that means is that there are many suburban swing voters who traditionally would have been Republicans. Maybe they work in, say, for example, the risk assessment industry or something that's a traditional Republican industry. They're kind of agnostic, if you will, on social issues. Those folks might actually go towards Joe Biden because Donald Trump is so transmogrified the ideological mindset of the Republican Party, if you will. On the Democratic side, though, there are some in the populist left who were never particularly appreciative of Joe Biden. At the beginning, they wanted someone like Bernie Sanders or Elizabeth Warren to win the Democratic nomination back in 2020. Joe Biden kind of became the lesser of two evils. They voted for Joe Biden. Joe Biden needs to show to them, because this isn't only about going after the center, this is also going after your base, how to animate the base. He has to show them how he's been a populist, what he's done for the Bernie Sanders type voters. You have to talk about the Inflation Reduction Act, how he's capped insulin prices, for example, what he's done to try to decrease the prices of those junk fees for tickets, for tickets for concerts, for example. He has to show these, in some respects, kind of bite-sized micro-type issues and how they directly affect these low-propensity voters.
Rich, I know for some time you've studied both sides of the aisle. I want to ask you, what is it going to take for former President Trump to come out on top tonight? And then the same question for current President Joe Biden.
In the case of Donald Trump, I think he has to show that he has moderate tendencies generally, and that he listens to people. A lot of the people in the center, and a lot of these so-called double hater voters, including 27% of voters under 30, they look at Donald Trump and they might say, there's a lot I like about his policies. You know what, maybe I did well under his presidency, but I think he's a lunatic. What he did on January 6th, for example. They might look at him, they might say, these are the people who might say, well, I think Donald Trump's a horrible human being, but I might actually vote for him because of some of his policies. He has to show to those people that he's a lot more moderate than the national image, the master narrative, if you will, is about him. And in the case of Joe Biden, he has to show, first of all, people on the left, as was just up or mentioned, why he needs this, why he is in a sense one of them, and what he's done from a populist standpoint, and what he's done to try to stimulate the economy. And to those in the center, those elusive swing voters, he has to show how he has to kind of show that he is the candidate who can take the voters in the middle. They might say, we don't necessarily like some of your policies, but you know what? This guy, generally speaking, is a moderate. This guy is generally somebody who wants to save democracy. He's a Democrat, and he's not as extreme as Donald Trump or something to that effect. I think that's kind of the strategies going between both candidates right now.
Rich, we know this time tomorrow that phrase, so-and-so won the first presidential debate of 2024. Some of the viewers wanting to know, how was it decided who actually won? Because depending on the poll, someone can choose either side.
Yes, there's no quantitative way to say this person won, this person lost. This isn't like an Oxford debating society type of a thing where you say, What did he use a straw man argument, that type of thing. First of all, you're going to be seeing in the spin room, there are going to be many surrogates for both candidates. Gavin Newsom, the governor of California, will be there for Joe Biden. And just a hunch, he's going to say that Joe Biden won the debate. On the Republican side, you're going to hear from folks like Doug Burgum, the governor of North Dakota. And just a hunch here, too. He's going to say that Joe Biden won the debate. So what does that mean? It means essentially that there's not necessarily a winner and a loser. It's not way to quantify. It's not like they're in a sporting event where you get where you try to get as many points as you can. It's just a matter of kind of how you feel in terms of the audience, and maybe Joe Biden will be better on substance, but maybe someone might like Donald Trump better on style. But there's really no way to quantify it, and I can almost guarantee you, if you're a betting person, that whoever wins, that the surrogates for both candidates are going to say that their candidate won the debate.
And we know this debate will be very interesting without a live audience. We also know that there probably won't be a shouting match over the microphones, because we've been told that they're going to cut the microphone while questions are being asked to the other candidate. But nevertheless, I mean, if you yell loud enough, you can still probably hear the response from the other microphone. Do you think with that happening, with that debate, that it's going to make things very interesting as far as cheers in the audience? Of course, even during a sporting event, that can sometimes egg on the person to, keep going or say certain things. Do you think that live audience component is important for these debates?
Yes, and I think actually if you're merely looking at this as a moderate voter, if you're kind of a low propensity voter, you're being very much influenced, even inadvertently, by those studio audiences. For example, back in 1988, the vice presidential debate, Lloyd Bentsen was a Democrat, Dan Quayle was a Republican, and Dan Quayle fell into a trap comparing his political experience to that of John F. Kennedy, to which Lloyd Bentsen looked and said, "Senator, I knew Jack Kennedy. I served with Jack Kennedy. Jack Kennedy was a friend of mine. And Senator, you're no Jack Kennedy." Now, why do we remember that line? In part, there was a studio audience, and immediately Dukakis Benson supporters start cheering, and there's boos on the side for Dan Quayle, and Dan Quayle says something to the effect of, "Well, that was uncalled for, Senator." But the reactions really do matter. At the beginning of the debate, usually the moderator will tell the audiences, the studio audiences, that the only time they can cheer is when the candidates get on the stage, when the candidates leave the stage. But you know what? For the most part, they try, but a lot of the people that are in the audience, they're partisans, and they're there for their person. And there's not going to be somebody coming and arresting them if they applaud. So it really can influence them. I think this is more very kind of uncolored, and the people watching, especially if you're watching it by yourself, you can really kind of discern. You'll be using your own mind by doing your own critical thinking. What somebody says, what's a good line, that type of a thing.
Rich Rubino, it's always a pleasure speaking with you about all things politics. Thank you so much for setting the stage for tonight's anticipated event. I want to ask you before you go if there's anything else you'd like to add. What are you most excited about? We know this event is very anticipated. People even having watch parties for this debate tonight.
Yes, and you always have that. Debates in American politics is very much like a sporting event in that respect, that people have debate, as you say, have debate watches. My guess is there'll be more debate watches in terms of partisans. There might be Republicans that will say, let's get together. There might be Democrats that say, let's get together. And they're really viewing this to see, where does the knockout punch? How is Joe Biden going to treat Donald Trump? How is Donald Trump going to treat Joe Biden? But if you're just looking at it in an uncolored way, you probably would rather, it's probably the best to do it. If you really want to see this in the most impartial lens or setting or prism as possible, you need to be essentially watching it by yourself and determining which candidate you like best in terms of policy, but also in terms of style, because style sometimes can trump policy, with no pun intended.
Rich Rubino, truly a pleasure having you here with us on Live Now from Fox. Thank you so much for your analysis and your expertise. Myself and other voters truly excited for tonight's debate so we can hear both sides and make an educated decision. You enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you so much. You as well.
Thank you so much. And as we continue with this coverage, just a quick reminder for those people who plan to watch, you can watch the CNN presidential debate simulcast. That's tonight, 9 p.m. Eastern time, right here on Live Now from Fox. Now it's 7:49 on the East Coast, going to a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeannie Francine as we continue with your Thursday morning breaking news headlines, giving you a live look out in Nairobi, Kenya. More police coming out to this breaking news scene as protesters have taken to the streets of Nairobi, Kenya amid that proposed finance bill tax increase. Now, to give you some perspective, this is the morning after President William Ruto pretty much bowed to pressure from those protesters. He said he would not sign that controversial finance bill. It being on his desk and awaiting his signature, that was going to be the final point that was needed to make that tax increase become a reality. But nevertheless, protesters still taking to the streets this Thursday morning. And we have seen how chaotic these protests can be. If we look back in recent days, we recall protesters standing outside of Parliament and setting a part of the building on fire. And then there were people found dead inside of that building. There were people being hit with batons. And then we also noticed that the Kenya Human Rights Commission, they held a presser because they were upset with law enforcement, saying that law enforcement were killing innocent protesters who were not doing anything wrong. So a lot of sides to this controversial protest, but nevertheless, you see it unfolding right here on Live Now from Fox. You can see gunshots erupting there. Now it's 7:52 here on the East Coast. What I'm going to do is pot up the audio so we can listen and also put another box on your screen of another angle of this breaking news event. So a breaking news situation on your screen now at 7:56 here on the East Coast. You're taking a live look there on the streets of Nairobi, Kenya. Gunshots unfolding. Also a large police presence and several protesters consuming the streets amid this finance bill tax increase. We're going to go to our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour. And when we come back, continuing with those breaking news headlines, top stories, and live events of the day. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and good morning to you if you're just now tuning in. I'm Jeanne Francine. As we continue with your Thursday morning headlines, giving you a live look at a skyline shot there in Atlanta, Georgia. Now 1 minute away from the top of the 8 o'clock hour here on the East Coast. And with that live look, it sets the stage as Atlanta is buzzing this morning ahead of the first presidential debate in the 2024 election season. President Joe Biden and former President Donald Trump will be traveling to the Peach State to take part in the debate today. Well, as preparations are still underway this morning, we're going to check in now with our content partners over at Fox 5 Atlanta as they work to keep us informed ahead of this anticipated presidential debate.
Be crucial swing state in this November's election, and tonight both President Biden and former President Trump are in town for their first presidential debate. Everything you need to know before both candidates address the nation.
And between the two presidents flying into the city and thousands of soccer fans flocking to the bins for the Copa America tournament, it could be a nightmare for drivers. The traffic disruptions you need to know before you head out the door.
Good Thursday morning and welcome to Good Day Atlanta at 8 o'clock. I'm Ron Gant.
I'm Eric Perry. Let's get you started with Joanne Feldman. Joanne, okay, we are seeing some sort of relief, even if we have to have the rain to do it.
And we'll take it, right? We will take it at this point because yesterday we tied a record temperature. We hit 100 degrees, hottest we've been in about 5 years' time. It was August of 2019 that we were as hot as we were yesterday, but we didn't have the excessive humidity. That has since changed. It is humid, and now we have rain after a few showers and thunder showers last night. It's now mostly light rain confined to far north Georgia. And outside of that, we've got a mostly cloudy sky and definitely a warm start. We're beginning in the 70s with the humidity climbing up the scale to an uncomfortable level. And the result here today in the metro area, the showers and thunderstorms will start to pick up the closer we get to noon and beyond. It is not a constant rain. There'll be plenty of dry hours, but the biggest impact is right here. High temperatures today will be in the mid to upper 80s. Can't hold that back forever, though. The heat will be building in over the weekend. We'll take a closer look at that, and also additional rainfall chances coming up in just a few minutes. Natalie?
Joanne, thank you. We are getting you out to the downtown connector this morning as you're headed along the Grady curve. We've got some volume, not too bad, but still some delays, about 18 minutes from Langford Parkway to the Brookwood interchange. Also taking a peek at the Big Three this morning. If you're coming down from Alpharetta or through Gwinnett, 400 from Old Milton, 85 from Highway 316, about 20 to 22 minutes to head southbound to the perimeter. And Justin, roads are opening back up in the Smyrna industrial area where a protester cemented their hands to a car overnight. Cobb Fire and Rescue spent hours trying to free the person from the vehicle. This is on Plant Atkinson Road along Olympic Industrial Drive. Crews were finally able to break through the cement, and that protester was taken into custody just a short time ago. It was a really crazy situation. We're going to have that full story coming up.
Yeah, and go to the website. We have all the details in that insane story. Natalie, thank you. 8:02 is your time. Tonight, President Biden and his Republican rival, former President Donald Trump, will meet on the debate stage for the first time right here in Atlanta.
Yeah, CNN will host the debate on its Techwood campus in Midtown Atlanta. And Good Day's Mark Teichner joins us live from Midtown with our coverage. And Mark, both campaigns have been wrapping up their efforts ahead of tonight's debate.
Well, they certainly have, and all you got to do is take a look at that sign behind us to get an idea. Atlanta really center stage in the political world. This is the way this whole thing is going to play out. President Biden will be arriving this afternoon at Dobbins. He'll take a motorcade here to Midtown, and then a couple hours later, former President Trump will show up landing at Hartsfield. He will also take a motorcade, and the debate itself kicks off at 9. But as you mentioned, the efforts began long before the two candidates took the stage.
Inflation is a disaster. It's killing the black community, and it's killing the country.
The nightmare has to end, and it has to end now. It's time for us to purge Donald Trump from our system.
In the hours leading up to the debate, both the Biden and Trump campaigns turned their eyes to the crucial state of Georgia, looking to drum up votes that could decide the fate of the presidential election.
I think there's millions of Republicans that want an excuse to not vote for Donald Trump, and I'm hopefully going to be able to give them that excuse.
Two Republican leaders went to the Georgia State Capitol, making a direct appeal for GOP voters to ditch the party and cast their ballots for President Biden. Former Georgia Lieutenant Governor Jeff Duncan and former Congressman Adam Kinzinger formally throwing their support behind the president's re-election bid.
I am proud to stand up here today as a conservative Republican and endorse Joe Biden's for re-election to President of the United States.
Across town, former President Trump worked to engage African-American voters during a roundtable discussion at a local barbershop. Conservative politicians, business leaders, and talk show hosts all talked about how they think a second Trump term would help the black community.
We did all those things, and nobody else came close. And we'll do them again, and we'll do them even better.
The debate begins at 9 o'clock, but Fox 5's coverage actually starts at 8:30, and of course we will have a complete wrap-up after the debate is over on Fox 5 News at 10 and the News Edge at 11. Reporting live from Midtown, I'm Mark Teichner for Good Day Atlanta.
All right, thanks, Mark. So this debate will look a little different than what we're used to. Here's what we can expect tonight. There will be no opening statements. The 90-minute debate will have 2 commercial breaks, and the candidates will not be able to consult with their staff during those breaks. The nominees' mics will also be muted when they're not speaking, and they're not allowed to bring props or prepared notes. There will also be no studio audience as well.
According to a new poll, there will be a lot of eyes on this debate. A recent Associated Press poll reveals that most Americans plan on watching in some form, and many say they think the debate will impact the campaigns.
Yeah, Good Day's Lindsay, 2 minutes live for us in Midtown. Lindsay, voters are already very familiar with the candidates, obviously.
Yeah, very familiar, and we are expecting a potential protest or two, including one pretty near to where the debate will be happening. But folks that we spoke to say they're not even that concerned about the issues necessarily, more so how the candidates will perform tonight. Voters are gearing up to watch two familiar candidates go head-to-head in the first presidential debate Thursday night. According to a recent Associated Press poll, about 60% of Americans say they plan to watch the debate in some form.
Voting is something that's important to me, so I try to stay as informed as I can, but I'm not particularly excited about either candidate.
There's a similar feeling among many Americans. The same poll shows about 3 in 10 are unhappy with both of the candidates as their party's choice. But voters we spoke to say it's still important to watch.
We're working with what we have, I guess, and so I need to see what's the best thing that I can work with what I have.
For those who do not have their mind made up, it may sway them either way, especially on the issues at hand.
And there are some things in particular voters want to see addressed, like inflation.
I'd love them to talk about the disconnect between politicians and extremely rich Americans and the average person and the inflation that they feel and the costs that have gone up in areas like Atlanta.
About half of Americans say they think the outcome of the debate will have a big impact of the campaign of either candidate. Another reason they'll be watching closely.
May the best person win.
Yeah, and of course we'll keep you updated on if there are any protests, and that debate coverage tonight, as Mark mentions, kicks off at 8:30. We'll keep you updated there as well. Reporting live from Midtown, I'm Lindsay Tuman for Good Day Atlanta.
Yeah, definitely a lot going on Lindsay. Thank you. Now, with both current and former presidents arriving in Atlanta, GDOT officials warn that you stay home if possible. Major traffic disruptions are expected near the airport, in Midtown and downtown Atlanta. In addition to tonight's debate, thousands of fans are flocking to Mercedes-Benz Stadium for a Copa America match. 8:08 is your time, and coming up next on Good Day Atlanta, that Copa America match is between the U.S. men's team and Panama. What it's going to take for Team USA to pick up another win.
And if you've been looking for a break from the excessive heat, today is your best shot. We're tracking some cooler temperatures, but also needed rainfall. I'll show you what to expect coming up.
And we appreciate our content partners over at Fox 5 Atlanta as they are giving us a preview, sharing what we can expect for later tonight. And now at 8:08 here on the East Coast, giving you that live look out there in Atlanta, Georgia. And we actually want to further the conversation this morning. Right now, I want to bring into the conversation UCF professor and political analyst. He also previously served as the legislative director for Congressman Major R. Owens. I'm discussing none other than Dr. Larry Walker. Good morning to you, Dr. Walker. Always a pleasure having you here on Live Now.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
So first question for you this morning, how important is this debate? For some people watching, they might think, okay, this is just going to be some form of comic relief, but those issues will be addressed.
This is the Super Bowl of debates. That's the best way to describe it this morning. And so, the stage is set for the debate in Atlanta, Georgia, which is, also not to highlight a very important state. Georgia, a few years ago during, Biden and Trump election, President Biden won Georgia by less than like 0.25%. And then, 4 years prior, former President Trump won by 5% when he beat Hillary Clinton. But it is going to be, you see there in terms of what your colleagues outline in terms of the format. So there won't be an opportunity for, notes. And so I think this debate will answer any questions that anyone has about either candidate's ability, stamina, et cetera, when it comes to do they have the ability to be president over the next 4 years? There have been, questions, concerns regarding President Biden in terms of, does he remember things? Is he okay? Is he capable of being president of the United States? This has been the last 4 years. But some of those same questions for former President Trump. As a reminder, there's only about a 3 or so year age difference between them both. So as you know, by many of the polls, you've highlighted over the last several days, have concerns over, both individuals' ages. But I think tonight, a lot of those questions will be answered.
So glad you brought that up, Dr. Walker. There are those people, those voters out there who, as you heard in that story with Fox 5 Atlanta, they're like, look, I don't like either side. I feel like I just have to make an informed decision tonight. When it comes to listening to the topics tonight, the economy, inflation, international wars, different things such as that, what are some key things you think voters need to listen to make that informed decision if they're pretty much considered double haters and don't like either side?
Yeah, so those who are considering voting, you have two candidates that both have served President Biden's coming into his 4-year term. Certainly, former President Trump served 4 years. Most of it during the pandemic. So you already have an idea of the kind of policies that both presidents will look to continue to build on. Whoever becomes president, who's elected in November and sworn in January of next year. So voters have an idea in terms of, like I said, what do they prioritize in terms of like economic issues, healthcare, et cetera. And so for President Biden in particular, he has the opportunity to discuss the infrastructure bill, capping insulin, student loan debt forgiveness. Also, he had the recent executive order, President signed relating to immigration, and also in terms of making sure the individuals with health debt, debt relating to hospital stays, et cetera, don't have to worry about that being in your credit report. And then for former President Trump, he can talk about, what was his leadership like during the pandemic? What are some of the steps he took to make sure that Americans felt safe, and among other issues. So he's going to get an opportunity to unpack some of the policy issues that he wants to talk about. And so you saw the outreach recently from, former President Trump's campaign to the Black community. But it's important to note that members of the Black community are going to really want to hear about what are your policies, particularly in the state of Georgia that is now purple. And, the election was so close, less than 0.5% just 4 years ago. What are some of the policies in particular being right there in Atlanta that will positively impact the Black community? The other thing I want to note about this, obviously inflation is been up and down during this last couple of years, is that, most of the metrics and things relating to inflation is not controlled by the federal government. They don't control prices relating to, how much do you pay at the grocery store, et cetera. Those kind of decisions made by corporations. So a lot of the things, the issues that Americans face as it relates to some issues relating to inflation are really out of whether it was former President Trump or President Biden's control as addressing some of those issues.
Dr. Walker, a lot of people will be tuning in tonight to see if former President Donald Trump will announce his VP pick. Obviously, we know who Joe Biden's VP will be, Kamala Harris, as she is currently serving in that role. But who do you think he will announce as that VP pick? And do you even think he'll make that announcement tonight? We have been told by his camp that VP that he does choose will be there with him for the debate.
Yeah, so this is a very interesting. I'm still going with J.D. Vance as the pick, the junior senator from Ohio. It could be someone else, but I'm sticking with it. And I'm not a betting man, but that's who I'm going with. And if I get it wrong, I'll just say that I was predicting someone else. But that's who I'm going with. Former President Trump is a showman. So could he pop up with his vice presidential candidate this evening? Sure, but I think the rollout on this for the RNC and for his campaign has to be really scripted, considering some of the legal issues that former President Trump is dealing with, and we're so close to the convention. Rolling out your VP has to be very carefully done. So, having the VP there today, if he does well in the debate, the conversation may be more about his VP candidate, VP choice, instead of how well he did in the debate. So I think that this is something I would consider doing, between now and obviously the convention.
We know this first presidential debate of 2024 will be not like any other. There will be no live audience, and then they will be muting the mics. As you know, if someone says anything that the other disagrees with, sometimes it can become a shouting match, which can sometimes take away from the crux of the question that was even asked in the first place. I want to ask you, with the way that the debate will be moderated this year, with the way the debate will be handled this year, do you think that's important for voters to make that educated decision by the end of the evening?
I do. I think the way this first debate is set up is that you're going to get exposed the way it's set up if you cannot, as someone who served the president of the United States, cannot specifically answer the questions, particularly as it relates to policy issues that Americans care about. Obviously, immigration issues, the economy, like I said, health issues. Also, I know that crime is another issue people care about, but we know that crime is dramatically down throughout the United States. But how does each candidate respond to what's happening in the country, and what are some of the concerns, as tabletop concerns, so to speak, for a lot of Americans? And like I said, the way this format is set up, if you're not able to answer those questions, specifically focusing on the policy that you support, help get through Congress, and then secondly, be able to articulate what you want to do over the next 4 years, your people are going to see that, and you're going to be exposed during this debate, in my opinion.
Dr. Walker, you've been around the legislative realm. You've been in the legislative realm for several years now. I want to ask you, what are you most excited about tonight? If there's any voter, maybe this is their first time watching a debate, maybe this will be their first time being able to cast their ballot this election season. Any advice you have for them?
Yeah, I would pay very close attention. Once again, we have individuals who have both served as, president, which is obviously super rare. And then so in this first debate, I would look, like I said, specifically, what is your vision for the United States? Starting in January of 2025 as president of the United States. What are some of the policies that you think that you want to try to work, depending on who controls the House and the Senate? How will you work with colleagues on both sides of the aisle to push through important pieces for legislation? Also, what is your track record? Whoever, both candidates have to articulate what they've done, like I said, as president of the United States, and then what is their future vision for for this country? I think this is important because the country is continuing to become increasingly diverse. So how do you speak to those diverse Black and brown, other communities? How do you speak to those groups to highlight, what is, like I said, what's the direction for this country? There's been a lot of, concern about some of the issues relating to how certain racial and ethnic groups and religious groups have been treated in the United States. There's been increase in hate crimes in some communities over the last, 10 or so years. How do you respond to that? And particularly in a state like Georgia that is, diverse and increasingly growing in its racial, ethnic, and religious diversity.
Dr. Walker, always a pleasure speaking with you here on Live Now from Fox. Myself and the viewers appreciate your expertise and perspective. Anything else you'd like to add before I let you go?
Well, I think, like I said, tonight it really kicks off where things are heading in a direction in terms of, who's going to be president of the United States. So I think Americans, if you're watching right now, no matter, your political affiliation, I recommend that you watch with family members, and then take away from it however you see those policy issues, and vote in November, more importantly.
Dr. Walker, thank you again for joining us bright and early this Thursday morning to set the stage for this anticipated presidential debate. You enjoy the rest of your day.
You too. Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much. And a quick reminder to those of you watching right now, don't forget you can watch the CNN presidential debate simulcast right here on Live Now from Fox, 9 p.m. Eastern time. And don't forget, we will have, pre-analysis as we just did with Dr. Walker, and of course, post-analysis at well. Now at 8:19 on the East Coast, going to a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back with more breaking news headlines, top stories, and live events of your Thursday. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Turning now to breaking news at this hour. As it relates to the conflict in the Middle East, according to our content partners over at the Associated Press, a ship traveling through the Red Sea on Thursday reported being hit in an attack likely carried out by Yemen's Houthi rebels. This information coming from a private security firm, the latest in the campaign targeting shipping over the Israel-Hamas war. Joining us live this morning for this breaking news alert, national security expert with the University of New Haven, Ken Gray. Ken, good morning to you. Thank you so much for joining us on this Thursday morning.
Good morning, Janae. Glad to be with you.
Glad to have you. So we know this is not the first ship attack. We know that those Yemen Houthi rebels not just yet claiming ownership of this attack. So that's why we're saying likely carried out by Yemen Houthi rebels. But if you could catch us up with the latest in this conflict, please.
Sure. So this would be over 60 attacks if it is a Houthi attack. It's more than likely is a Houthi attack. But motor vessel traveling in the Red Sea there claimed to have been struck by or missiles landing nearby, something off the coast of Hodeidah in Yemen. And so very few details in as of yet. Now, it's not clear whether this is a different attack that occurred on Monday. On Monday, there was a motor vessel that was struck by missiles, a hypersonic missile, first time use of a hypersonic missile by the Houthis in an attack on a ship. And they did claim that attack. And so, as I said, it's not really clear this vessel that was claiming to have been attacked on Thursday, if it's the same ship or if it's a different ship. But the Houthis are nonetheless still very active here. This has been over 60 attacks now since November. And the response on this, warship was in the area, but limited detail is being heard at the moment as to exactly what transpired.
Absolutely. This is preliminary information. This news just coming into our Live Now from Fox Studios about 45 minutes ago. So very accurate information you are sharing at this hour, Ken Gray. Some of the viewers wanting to know, as we discussed the Israel-Hamas war, why it has transitioned from air to sea and what role the Yemen Houthi rebels do play in this. Even though they have not taken ownership of this attack, if we're being frank and blunt about it, they've taken ownership of several of the other attacks.
Well, the Houthis are some distance away from Israel, and the way that they can really have their actions felt is by controlling the access to the Red Sea and shut the Red Sea down as far as the maritime traffic going through it. And they have done that. They have succeeded in causing most of the international shipping that would normally go through this area here to have to divert away from that. And so there are fewer ships for them to attack, and that's why you're not seeing as many attacks as you had earlier on in this conflict, because most ships are avoiding this area now and instead are making the long trip around the tip of Africa, and they're transporting goods to either Europe or to the United States. But nonetheless, the Houthis are carrying out their actions in the maritime realm because that's where they're closest to and that's where they can have the biggest impact. But this is still in conjunction with the rest of the axis of resistance in response to the Israeli conflict there in the Gaza Strip. This is in concert with other players, Hamas, Hezbollah, the Syrian groups, Iraqi groups, and ultimately Iran. But nonetheless, all of these are working together to try to force Israel out of the Gaza Strip.
You mentioned in that statement you were making about, the Houthi rebels overtaking those cargo ships that were transporting goods. And I want to ask you, why is that happening? Do they need the goods that are on those ships? Because if we look at when Hamas was overtaking that aid, they were actually keeping it and eating the items and using it for their own consumption.
So the Houthis today seized one vessel and have sunk one vessel, but they are not obtaining the goods that are on these ships. For the most part, they are sending missiles and drones at these ships with the intention of either disabling them or sinking them to have an impact on this war effort. The goods on the ships themselves, I'm sure that if they could manage to get them to shore, they would, of course, be involved in piracy of stealing those goods. But that is really not transpired for the most part in these attacks so far.
With these ship attacks, people wanting to know about economies and how that will be impacted.
So this has had a major, major impact on the economy of the world. So Egypt makes a lot of its income off of the ships traveling through the canal there. And because this has impacted on the number of ships going through that area, it's going to impact on the Egyptian economy greatly. But additionally, this is causing an impact on international shipping, causing both an additional month for the transport of goods and the additional expense of goods being transported all the way down around Africa to get up to Europe, causing a month-long delay in delivery of those goods. So this all mounts up to being an impact on international shipping, on international trade, and is costing a lot of countries money and a lot of shipping companies money in this process. Additionally, insurance companies will not insure ships to travel through this area because it is at risk of being attacked by the Houthis. And so this is having its impact. It's being felt all around.
Ken Gray, as we further discuss conflicts in the Middle East, I changed the shot there on the screen to show southern Israel looking into Gaza. We know along with those Yemen Houthi rebels, there's also the conflict with Israel and Hamas, also Israel and Hezbollah. The content partners over at the Associated Press kind of panning the camera just to show how wide scale this conflict is in that region. We are learning also this morning that Israeli Defense Forces, the Israeli military, also top Israeli officials, they're kind of having some contradictions as it relates to Netanyahu and how he wants this Gaza war to play out. Could you give us any updates on that front? Because with these contradictions, as you can imagine, the Israeli people, especially those relatives of Hamas hostages, they are losing hope in their government.
Yeah, Netanyahu is standing firm on his intent to get rid of Hamas as a force there within the Gaza Strip. His original plans was the requirements were threefold: to totally get rid of Hamas, to get the return of the hostages, and to find a way to remove Hamas as the governing body of the Gaza Strip and to remove Gaza as a potential threat to Israel. And so with those three requirements there, Netanyahu is standing firm on his desire to continue the actions against the Hamas, even if they have a ceasefire. The Hamas, on the other hand, is pushing for a total ceasefire and for total removal of the IDF from the Gaza Strip. And so these two things cannot happen at the same time. And that's why you have not seen any total movement towards resolving this issue between the two, is that Israel wants to get rid of Hamas, and Hamas wants to get rid of the IDF from Gaza, and neither side are willing to give in on any of those major deciding factors for a type of resolution to this. The families of the hostages are giving up hope because of the fact that they see the chance of getting a ceasefire and getting the release of these hostages becoming fewer and fewer chances. And so, as the time continues on, the likelihood of hostages coming out alive becomes remote. The fact that the Israelis were able to, the IDF was able to rescue the hostages that they did 2 weeks ago shows that there are hostages still alive. But as time goes on, this becomes more and more difficult. And so hopefully there will be some type of deal able to be reached. But it still is a long distance between what Netanyahu wants to see happen and what the Hamas wants to see happen. And the IDF, when they say that their view of the intention here in the area is different than what the prime minister envisions. They are dealing with the reality of the situation on the ground as opposed to the long-range strategy that is being put forward by Netanyahu.
Great points there, Ken. As we continue to look at this war, as it continues to play out day by day, we know remnants of this war have trickled over here to the U.S. We've seen those protests that have erupted not only in city streets, but also across college campuses and universities. We also know that first presidential debate of 2024 is tonight, and the conflict in the Middle East is top of mind for many voters, and it is a key point for President Joe Biden and former President Donald Trump. How important is their response tonight as it relates to conflict in the Middle East to garner those votes?
So this is going to be a major issue that should come up tonight. And my guess is that it will definitely be one of the issues. However, immigration will be the number one issue. The people coming across the border, the loss of control of our southwest border. You see that the Secretary of DHS was down there at the border just yesterday, trying to show that President Biden is resolute on the control of the border. But this is going to be a major topic. But as far as the conflict there in Israel, it will probably be second tier. It'll be definitely an issue that'll be raised. And the two candidates have very different perspectives on this. President Trump is very much in favor of Israel and backing Israel in this conflict. President Biden has two different constituents that he is trying to appease. He has young voters who, for the most part, are pro-Palestinian, but then he has other Democrats who are still along with him in favor of backing Israel. And so he has to be able to win votes on both sides of that, and that's going to be a difficult thing to do tonight. So it'll be interesting to see what strategy he takes towards this in the debate tonight, as far as his view of what is happening there in Israel. But I'm sure that both sides will be talking about the need to be moving towards a resolution of this and for the release of the hostages.
Absolutely. Ken Gray, always a pleasure having you join us here on Live Now from Fox for these breaking news alerts. Before I let you go, is there anything else you'd like to add?
No, I other than just simply the possibility of another front opening up here with Hezbollah remains a very strong possibility. The Israelis have been threatening that if this does occur, that they will take southern Lebanon back to the Stone Age. And so those are very strong words being threatened for devastation of South Lebanon in the event that this does become a full-fledged fight up there, another open front for the war.
Definitely strong words, and also a threat not to take lightly. Ken Gray, always a pleasure. Thank you so much again for joining us bright and early this Thursday morning. You enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you.
And as we continue with your live events and top stories this Thursday morning, we're going to go to a quick 2-minute commercial break. But when we come back, giving you a live look there, the Supreme Court of the United States will be getting an update about those latest decisions that came down with Fox News correspondent Rebecca Castor, also checking in with attorney Aaron Ehrlich-Caro for further analysis. More details in just 2 quick minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. As we continue with your Thursday morning headlines, we're still waiting for a major decision from the Supreme Court on presidential immunity, but the justices did issue a ruling that could impact what we can all see and post on social media. As Fox News correspondent Rebecca Castor reports this morning, the court sided with the Biden administration and threw out claims that government officials pressure social media companies to censor conservative views.
How far can the federal government go to remove alleged misinformation on social media? That was the issue before the Supreme Court. And in Wednesday's ruling, the justices decided the White House and other federal agencies can urge social media platforms to take down certain posts.
It's very frustrating for the free speech community. It's been called Orwellian by lower court judges.
It was a case based on claims the Biden administration was trying to censor conservative views on topics like COVID-19 and the 2020 election. But the White House argues it must communicate with social media apps about potentially dangerous misinformation. Ultimately, the High Court ruled 6-3 that the states and social media users who sued did not have legal grounds to even bring the case. A technicality, but major election year win for President Biden, since this ruling could impact what voters see online.
So this issue will have to wait for another day.
The court's conservative justices were divided on this, 3 with the majority and 3 against. Justice Alito writing, for months, high-ranking government officials placed unrelenting pressure on Facebook to suppress Americans' free speech. Because the court unjustifiably refuses to address this serious threat to the First Amendment, I respectfully dissent.
More rulings from the court are coming Thursday and Friday. Of course, the big one we're waiting on is Donald Trump's presidential immunity case, but we're also waiting on another abortion-related decision. That opinion was accidentally posted on the court's website, then quickly taken down. But it appears the justices are going to rule that doctors must perform abortions in emergency situations, even in states with restrictive abortion laws. From the Supreme Court, Rebecca Castor, Fox News.
Rebecca, thank you so much for that detailed report. And joining us live this morning for further analysis is attorney Erin Ehrlich-Carroll. Erin, good morning to you. Thank you so much for joining us.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
So a lot to dissect, as we are awaiting these SCOTUS decisions. I first want to ask you, how do they decide what opinions will come down on what day, or is it pretty much a draw? They choose from a hat?
I wish we all knew. Wouldn't it be nice to know how the inner workings of the Supreme Court are? We don't really know the answers to these questions. Usually they are done with releasing their opinions by the end of June. So I think we're all optimistic that we're going to get these decisions before the end of this month. But how they roll them out, how they decide to do that is really entirely up to them. And it's, something that they don't really give us any insight into.
Absolutely. That's what many people were thinking. And when it comes to that opinion on presidential immunity, when it comes to that opinion even on, reproductive rights, we know there was a little leak that happened yesterday, but then it was quickly removed. But some people are saying, and maybe this could be a myth, that they're trying to frame these opinions coming down around this debate that's tonight. But nevertheless, many people awaiting this opinion about presidential immunity. Could you paint that picture for us and provide some perspective as to what presidential immunity means and what this SCOTUS decision could mean for it?
Sure. So in this particular case, the court's being asked to consider really a 2-part question. The first part, the most critical part, is does this immunity from criminal prosecution even exist? This is a question of first impression for the court. There's been no prior recognition of a right or a shield from criminal prosecution for the president. Donald Trump's arguing that this is a blanket immunity that he is entitled to, and the court saying, well, wait a second, we never did this before. So we have to first decide if this even exists. Then if the court does decide that they can tease out some kind of immunity for criminal prosecution, then the question becomes, well, how far does this go? Are there limits? We know that in a civil context, the court has already decided that there is such a thing as a strong shield from civil liability for the conduct that is engaged in by the president within his official duties. We're talking about discretionary, lawful acts that he is engaging in within the bounds of his office. The court actually refers to it as the outer perimeters of the duties that he's performing to give him some extra cushion. But you're talking about official conduct. The question then is, will the court circumscribe any criminal immunity for Donald Trump to include official conduct as well, and to exclude any conduct that's deemed the acts of a private citizen?
I love how you put that, Aaron, because for so many, it's kind of confusing. And then if you look back to January 6th, you know, that riot that happened at the Capitol, you saw people scaling a wall. There are two sides to it. There are some that were saying, okay, it's former President Trump's fault. You know, he incited this riot. And then other people are saying, you know what, he can't control what people do. You know, if people are upset and they want to go out there and they want to riot and scale a wall, they chose to do so. So a lot riding on this. I want to ask you, you know, as we look ahead to this, what are some things the viewers should be keeping a close eye on as we await this decision?
Well, one thing that we need to keep in mind is that it's entirely possible. In fact, I would expect, I'm going to say that cautiously, I would expect that the court is probably not going to even get into the specific acts that he is being charged with in the DC case. I don't know that the court's going to go that far. The court is more likely going to determine what the law is in this context, and then send it back to the lower court to determine, based on the facts before the court, whether or not he is entitled to this immunity from this prosecution. I don't want viewers to think that the court's necessarily going to make a determination that he is in fact immune or he is not immune for this particular conduct. It really is far more likely that the court will send this back to the lower court.
Aaron, truly a pleasure speaking with you this morning on Live Now from Fox. We thoroughly appreciate your expertise and your perspective. You enjoy the rest of your day.
You too. Thank you.
Thank you. Giving you another live look outside of the Supreme Court of the United States, now at 8:45 here on the East Coast. Going to our third 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. As we continue with your Thursday morning headlines, round 2 of the NBA draft starts tonight at 4 p.m. Eastern time. A lot to recap from night 1 and a lot to look forward to for round 2 tonight. Joining us live this morning to discuss the latest and set the stage for round 2 is sports expert with the University of New Haven, J.W. Stewart. Good morning to you, J.W. So excited to talk sports with you again.
Likewise, Gina, it's great to be with you. Good morning. And yeah, what an exciting draft we had last night. I'm really looking forward to seeing what happens today in round two.
Absolutely. And we pretty much called it that number one pick from France. If you can recap what did happen last night, please.
It's the French Connection Part 2. So we had Victor Wembanyama from France going to number one overall to San Antonio a year ago. And then last night it was Zachary Ristache who went number one overall to the Atlanta Hawks. That's the first time that's ever happened. Players from France drafted in back-to-back years. And it didn't stop there. Alex Sarr from France went number two overall to Washington. That had never happened before. Two players from France going 1-2. And then at number 6, Tijan Salon went to Charlotte. The Knicks, later on in the draft, picked up Pacome Dadier. So you had 3 of the top 6 picks from France, including picks 1 and 2, and 4 picks in the first round, and that's never happened before in NBA draft history. So vive la France, I'd say, Gina.
Yeah, and look at you showing off your French skills. I heard you over there saying deux, okay, giving people that round two anticipation. So look, a lot happening yesterday and a lot to happen today. What can we expect today? Because a lot of people aren't used to several days of a draft like this.
Yes, it's the first time the NBA draft has been split into 2 days. Part of it's because to expand the TV coverage, the media coverage, but it's really done to allow NBA teams to give them extra time to work on trades. We saw a couple of trades yesterday in the first round. We might see some more today because of the more time in between rounds 1 and round 2. So I think it makes for a better made-for-TV event over 2 days. Start time today is a little strange, 4 o'clock, not, say, 7 or 8 o'clock. Last night was 8 o'clock on the East Coast when the draft tipped off at Barclays Center. They also moving locations, too. Round 2 today, 4 o'clock this afternoon Eastern time, will be at ESPN Seaport Studios, South Street Seaport in Manhattan. But that's no surprise. ESPN pays big money for the NBA contract, and one of the things they bid on is the NBA draft. So this is one of the things that they come up with the NBA to split the 2 rounds up yesterday and today. The big storyline today is where's Bronny James going to go? That's LeBron's oldest son. LeBron has said he wants to play with his son. No father-son duo has ever played together at the same time in the NBA, whether it's for one team or multiple teams. The Lakers have the 55th overall pick today. It's late in round 2. If the Lakers don't draft Bronny, that would be very strange. That would be a big-time head-scratcher. I think it's almost a foregone conclusion that the Lakers would take him at 55, although I would be very surprised and maybe a little shocked. The Boston Celtics have the pick right in front of the Lakers at number 54. Wouldn't it be interesting if the Lakers' arch rival, the Boston Celtics, took LeBron's son right before the Lakers did at 55?
I'm so glad you brought that up because there was speculation that a package deal would not happen. There was also speculations that the Lakers weren't even interested in Bronny James. There were people saying that he wasn't even ready for the NBA based on his collegiate performance. So the likelihood of that happening, JW, a lot of anticipation for that. Do you think he could potentially get picked up by a team that's not doing so well? Not going to call any names as I cough and say Detroit.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible. Bronny could go anywhere. He only worked out for 2 teams. One, the Lakers, no surprise. The other, the Phoenix Suns. Rich Paul, who is his agent, also LeBron's agent, said that was by design. They were going to have 2 in-person workouts. You got to remember, Bronny's lucky to be alive. He suffered cardiac arrest last July, was cleared to play at USC, played 1 year for the Trojans. He was not their best player. He played in 25 games. He only averaged 5 points a game. He didn't shoot the 3 well, less than 30%. He is a project. He's 19 years old. He'll be 20 later this year. Whoever takes him, whether it's the Lakers or the Mavs or the Celtics or whomever, they're probably going to stash him in the developmental G League for a year, at the very least, for him to develop his skills that he really missed out on at USC. Again, working his way back from the cardiac arrest. The dream is still alive for LeBron to play with his son, but it's probably going to take a couple of years. But that's fine because LeBron, if he stays with the Lakers, and he probably will, would probably get a 2 or 3 year deal. He'd probably play until he was 42 or 43. LeBron is certainly in top physical condition. He spends a lot of money to take care of his body. He's never been shy about talking about that. So it's feasible that we'll get a couple of years of LeBron playing with his son if it all works out with him going to the Lakers, which is what we expect to happen later on today.
Yeah, and that's the thing, a lot of times we discuss the skill side of the NBA, but when it comes to Bronny James, it could be a marketing tool. At the end of the day, he's still the son of LeBron James, and any team that potentially hires him to be on that team, that name association will definitely garner in people, because let's be honest, they're going to come out and see if he lives up to the hype, if he lives up to that last name, or if he doesn't do so well. JW, always a pleasure having these candid conversations with you. Is there anything else you'd like to add before we let you go?
Yeah, I mean, we were talking yesterday about, you had two teams that you mentioned. You talk about the Orlando Magic, right? You're based down there in Florida. The Magic got Tristan da Silva, 6'8" small forward from Colorado. He's 23, which is old, quote unquote, in NBA terms, because the NBA drafts mostly young kids, 18, 19 years old. Good 3-point shooter, can guard multiple positions, space the floor. I think he'll fit in very well with Apollo Banchero, former #1 overall pick for the Magic, and Franz Wagner. And you also mentioned the Memphis Grizzlies, right? You're from Tennessee. And it's hard to say that they got a steal at number 9, but I think they did. I think they got a great steal in Zach Edey, 7'4" center out of Purdue, played in the national championship game last year, 2-time National Player of the Year, 7'4", 300 pounds. He's only going to put on more weight. And with Ja Morant coming back from the torn labrum in his shoulder, and Marcus Smart coming back from injury, and you pair Edey with Jaren Jackson Jr., I think the Memphis Grizzlies will give Dallas and Denver and anyone else in the Western Conference a run for their money in this upcoming season.
Look, JW, I'm agreeing with you. Speak life into the team, okay? Because they have definitely had their struggles. And look, at 7'4", don't try to do anything fancy with the Ducks. Just go on down there and lay it up. You can pretty much touch the rim at that point. Just lay it on in and let us get our win for the season. JW, always a pleasure. Thank you so much for joining us. You enjoy the rest of your day, okay?
Sounds good, Gina. We'll see you next time.
See you next time. Thank you so much. I'm Gina Francine here with you on Live Now from Fox. We're going to go ahead and go to our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour. And when we come back, transitioning as we are following breaking news headlines related to the conflict in the Middle East. Actually, now at 8:55 here on the East Coast, there in the distance, you can see a missile strike that just happened. But we're going to be heading out to Tel Aviv, Israel, checking in with the Israeli government as they are still holding their daily Israeli government briefing, giving an update on the conflict in the Middle East, the conflict with Hamas, Hezbollah, also an update on that hostage situation. The details in just 2 quick minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox and giving you that live look there. Southern Israel looking into Gaza. And as we transition to the very latest of conflicts in the Middle East, checking in now with the Israeli government.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Shalom. I'm David Mensa, Israeli government spokesman. It's Thursday, the 27th of June, day 265 of the October 7th war. A short update from me and then to your questions. Yesterday, I reminded you about baby Kfir Bibas, more days in captivity than free. Today, I want to remind you that his 4-year-old brother, Ariel Bibas, is also a hostage. Are they being kept together? Look at him, please. Say his name, Ariel Bibas. His grandparents were killed on October 7th. His parents are also hostages. 265 days. Innocent children hostages in the hands of a death cult. We will not rest until all 120 are brought home. We dismantle Hamas's governing and military capability, and we remove the terrorist threat to Israel. Now, sad news of an IDF casualty, 667 since the start of the war. Captain Alon Skaggio was just 22 years old from Hadera. He fell fighting terror in Jenin. Since October 7th, our security forces have been conducting intensive counter-terrorism activities in Judea and Samaria, the West Bank, to root out terrorism and protect our citizens. Our fallen soldiers are and remain heroes in our heart. We say thank you to these soldiers and to their families for their sacrifice, and we honor what they stood for. May the memories of all of our fallen soldiers be a blessing forever. Next to the IPC report known as the Hunger Report, it's been widely trailed over much of the media over the last few days. Look, this report is highly misleading. It's biased. It lacks transparency. Transparency reflects only partial data and, of course, does not disclose the names of the organizations who actually wrote it. It's based upon data from Hamas's own health institutions. No reservations. We've shown how unreliable their data is, but despite these inaccuracies, the negative bias, the bottom line is claims regarding starvation, I say that in inverted commas, starvation in Gaza are baseless. They are baseless. So the inaccuracies prove yet again that the dark predictions by the IPC, parroted by much of the news media, were exaggerated and baseless. Their main purpose, of course, was to exert pressure on Israel. Gaza is how it is because of the murderous regime of Hamas. Its cynical use of civilian populations to ensure its own survival, using civilians as human shields, the massive theft of humanitarian aid, the use of hospitals, shelters, and UN facilities for terror. So we say to the United Nations, focus on these vile practices by Hamas, act against them. Only then the food security situation in Gaza will improve even faster than shown in the new IPC report. Now an update from COGAT and their work coordinating aid into Gaza. Over the last 24 hours, 219 aid trucks went into Gaza from Kerem Shalom and Erez, and originating from Egypt, but also from the port of Ashdod and elsewhere in Israel. 6 tankers of fuel and 6 of cooking gas. 15 coordination requests for humanitarian missions were requested, 15 were approved. Only 12 were actually carried out after 3 were cancelled by their organisers. Gate 96 is also open and operational overnight. A convoy of 22 aid trucks and 6 fuel tankers entered via Gate 96. And Israel is, of course, expanding our efforts to facilitate more humanitarian aid into Gaza. And lastly, I want to draw your attention to an event tonight. The Nova community will hold a musical memorial event in Yarkon Park, to which media are invited to in Tel Aviv. between the hours of 5 p.m. tonight and 11 p.m., there will be music and reflections by Nova survivors and also by released hostages. So that's the end of our briefing today. I will now take your questions, which you should put in the chat together with your news outlet. The first question we have is from David Clement, the News Forum in Canada. Why was Mujahideen Abadi strapped to the hood of a Jeep? Are those responsible facing consequences? Thank you for that question, David. We've made our position extremely clear on this fact. The IDF has said that those actions, because they are so rare, have actually, I think, made news. The IDF considers itself, and they are our sons and daughters, and of course, fighting in this people's army against this terrorist threat. They are the most ethical, the most moral army in the world. And it is for that reason that whenever there are actions taken by our soldiers which are outside the rules of engagement by the IDF, they do stand out. And the IDF has said very, very clearly, you can check the comments for yourself, David, that that action was wrong, and consequences and investigation is taking place into what precisely happened, and the necessary disciplinary action will follow, of course, in due course, as it always does. Next question is from Joel Pollack at Breitbart News. A Harvard report on anti-Semitism released this week found pervasive prejudice against pro-Israel students in general and against Israelis in particular. Will Israel be responding to the report? Thank you for that question, Joel. I haven't seen that report, and I'm not aware of that particular Harvard report. But we will take a look at it once we see it and decide how to take it forward from there. Anti-Semitism is, of course, a scourge in all societies. It's the world's oldest hatred. It has been a massive spike of hatred towards Jewish communities the world over. One only has to look at the pogrom, and it was a pogrom in Los Angeles, and other such terrible acts. Look, the media have a very, very important role to play here, because there has been reporting of this conflict, which very often unquestionably uses Hamas statistics. The famous example is the hospital, the Al-Ali hospital, which so many media, BBC, CNN, and others, accused of being bombed by Israel with hundreds and hundreds of casualties. Of course, it was bombed by an Islamic Jihad stray rocket being fired at Israel, falling short. Those erroneous news reports, those news reports without context, giving false accounts of casualty figures, always talking about, just using Hamas statistics. It's important for all of us to understand that that sort of sloppy journalism leads to hatred, which leads to attacks on Jews. We need to be absolutely clear about this fact. Sloppy journalism leads to hatred, leads to attacks on our people. 12-year-old girls in France raped. School children in Montreal, Jewish school children, fired upon. And other terrible attacks against Jewish communities. The media have an extremely important responsibility to honestly report what is going on with context, and not simply parroting the effects, the Hamas, whatever Hamas put out. We are very, I want to share with you that Israel has taken on this terrorist genocidal force, and we know that the casualty figures are lower than 1-to-1, one Hamas terrorist to one civilian. I would remind you that the UN average is 8 or 9 civilians to a combatant, but ours is one Hamas terrorist to one civilian, probably lower than that now. So even though we have been faced with this genocidal army, not a war that we chose or the war that we wanted, this genocidal army which attacked us and for which there was no other response than to destroy this Hamas terrorist army, when we have destroyed them, when we are going about our role of destroying them, we are, of course, criticized through sloppy journalism, through repeating Hamas figures, through unquestionably taking incorrect sources. And that sloppy journalism leads to hatred, leads to attacks on Jews. We need to be absolutely clear about that fact. I don't say that there is a we don't say here that there is an agreement between Hamas and news organizations, but what we do say is Hamas rely on journalists and news organizations repeating their lies. They know what will happen. They know that erroneous reports of civilian casualties, all, of course, Hamas never talk about their own terrorist casualties. Erroneous report of civilian casualties will make the news, it will create hatred, and it will create outrage against Israel and attacks on Jews. So the media need to be very aware of that fact.
All right, and we definitely make sure to keep the facts out there here on Live Now from Fox. Want to make sure that you are properly informed of the situation as it is developing. We are nearing the 9-month mark there of the war between Israel and Hamas over in Gaza. We are going to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break now at 9:09 on the East Coast and 6:09 on the West Coast. Coming up, we'll bring in an expert to break down the latest developments there in the Middle East. That's coming up in 2 short minutes. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 9:12 on the East Coast and 6:12 on the West Coast. Take a look here as the Israeli military releasing new video showing exercises and training in the north ahead of a possible war with Hezbollah over in Lebanon. The Israel Defense Forces saying with the release of this video, the troops are training for combat, especially in fiery conditions. And this all comes as the Hezbollah terror group has intensified its attacks against northern Israel. The U.S. urging de-escalation, working to prevent a full-scale war between Israel and Hezbollah. That is just one development that we have been following. Also want to take you out to these breaking details coming in as the Israel Defense Forces spokesperson over in Arabic publishing evacuation instructions for Gazans living in Shajaya, that's over in northern Gaza. Do want to bring in Hussein Abdul Hussein, a research fellow at the Foundation for Defense of Democracies and an expert on the war to help break all of this down. As always, thank you so much for taking the time to join us and explain the situation there. We appreciate it.
Good morning. Thanks for having me on.
Of course. Well, first off, can you talk a little bit more about these evacuations? What does that say to you that the IDF is urging this area in northern Gaza to be evacuated?
Well, what we're seeing now is the hit and run tactic that's being employed by Hamas. And this means that even though the IDF has really broken the Hamas leadership in most of Gaza, except for the small pocket in the south remaining, we see from time to time Hamas fighters regrouping. And they usually do that, especially when they find civilians. Whenever they find a mass of civilians, they regroup, they hide between these civilians, and they launch attacks on the IDF. And the IDF will naturally have to respond, will have to go in again and clear up the area from the terrorists. And when they do that, they issue evacuation orders to civilians to leave so that they can just fight Hamas face to face.
All right, I do want to pop up this live image that we do have coming in out of the Israel-Gaza border. It's one that we've shown quite a bit over the past several months here. And I want to get to another topic being discussed as the office of Israel's prime minister could potentially be rethinking his trip to the U.S. next month to address Congress. That's, of course, amid the war there in Gaza. Israeli military reporting that Netanyahu does believe the International Criminal Court will issue a warrant for his arrest in the coming weeks sometime. The court's chief prosecutor did announce earlier this year that he would apply for warrants for alleged war crimes against Netanyahu, as well as other Israeli and Hamas officials. Netanyahu's office there reportedly concerned about his trip to the U.S., which again is going to take place in late July, worried that if his plane were to make an emergency landing, let's say, in a country that does recognize the court, he could potentially be arrested. And again, this is all hypothetical, so that's why I keep saying potentially. But I do want to ask you, is that even a possible scenario there? Would it affect the decision, and how would a cancellation of the trip even go? How would that look?
Well, the cancellation of the trip would look bad, that we can't really secure our visitors from friendly and allied countries. Now, keep in mind that over the past 2 decades, we've always had presidents like the president of Iran, who visits all the way from Iran, flies into New York, delivers a speech at the UN, and goes back. And we never see presidents like the president of Iran or Putin, who flies often from Russia to China or to North Korea. We never see these guys, these really horrible, bad guys, worry about their trips. So it's surreal that we see the prime minister of an elected government, the government of Israel, having to fear for these issues. The second point I have here is that it doesn't make sense for any court to issue warrants against the person of Benjamin Netanyahu or any other person. He's not doing this on his own behalf. He's doing this as the head of a sovereign state. So if you have an issue with Israel, then okay, you have an issue with Israel, but this is not about the people. So, I mean, it doesn't add up even from a legal perspective. To me, this doesn't make sense.
And I do want to pop up this tweet or X post that came in from Doctors Without Borders. Now, a Doctors Without Borders staffer was killed in an Israeli strike, but the IDF says that he was actually a Palestinian Islamic Jihad rocket expert. Are there indications from what you've seen over the past several months that people serving in, let's say, aid groups, similar agencies, are also working for Hamas and other terror organizations?
Well, not only from the past 8 months, from the past years, this has been an issue all along for decades now. The people who join these organizations, they're not really vetted by any reliable government or security or intelligence authority that can say, okay, if you are working for Doctors Without Borders, then we verify that you are not a terrorist or belong to a terrorist organization. This doesn't happen. And because this doesn't happen, we've seen so many infiltrations. The terrorist groups do infiltrate these organizations, including, by the way, news agencies. And we know for a fact that Hamas fighters were embedded with the terrorists who attacked Israel on October 7. They were both reporting, taking pictures, and participating in the fighting. The IDF has found a laptop which showed one of the correspondents of Al Jazeera training with Hamas on anti-tank missiles and whatnot. So we have concrete evidence that many of these organizations do harbor, willingly or not, but they end up having these people who double. They're doctors, but at the same time, they're with Islamic Jihad. They're journalists, but at the same time, they're with Hamas. So this is not something that's unheard of. This has been happening for decades now.
We know that Israel has said that they do expect the Rafah operation there in Gaza should wrap up in a matter of weeks. So my question is, do we really know what comes next?
Well, by wrap up, I don't expect them to declare a day for the end of military operations altogether. I think what they mean is that the intensity of war and fighting will substantially decline and drop. And from now on, what we will see is what we just started talking about, shuja'iyya. So what will happen is that now there'll be some mopping up, there'll be some operations to clear what's left of Hamas, and they'll be hit and run by Hamas, and of course, the IDF trying to pin them down and bring them to justice or take them out. So the intensity will go down drastically, and this will keep on going until Hamas has no one left to be able to mount any attacks on Israel or threaten the security of Israel and Israelis.
We know that Turkey's president did come out and accuse the U.S. of backing, quote, Netanyahu's plan to spread war through the region. Those comments made as there is the threat of that war between Israel and Hezbollah over in Lebanon. So what exactly is he saying overall? Because it sounds like it's kind of echoing his comments that we've seen over the past several months and really, I would say, over the past several years.
Well, the President of Turkey, Recep Tayyip Erdogan, is a populist character, and he uses these foreign policy affairs to distract attention, domestic attention of Turks away from his own failures in governance, away from the corruption of the oligarchs and the team that surrounds him. And he's been doing this for a long time. And the irony is that even though he says these things, he never changes what happens behind the scenes. So, for example, he has an issue with the United States, but this doesn't mean that he will ever, say, downgrade diplomatic ties or withdraw from NATO or do something that's not, to his own interest. And the same thing even applies to his relationship with Israel. He comes up with all these bravado statements, and at the same time, he just maintains the embassy and ambassador. So he's a populist character, and whenever he's saying things like these, it means that he's facing some trouble, whether economic or political, at home, and this is his way of deflecting attention away from his own problems in Turkey.
All right, my last question here before I let you go. Just want to ask about essentially the situation that we've seen playing out over the past several weeks. We saw Netanyahu post that video where he did say that the U.S. is withholding arms, withholding weapons from Israel during the war against Gaza and the potential war against Hezbollah. My question, does it appear that they are withholding weapons there in the U.S.?
Well, I think the White House has said it out loud and in the public that there has been bottlenecks in when delivering arms shipments to Israel. And this doesn't make a lot of sense to me, because why would bottlenecks certainly appear 4 or 5 months into the war? How come they didn't appear during the early days of war when the Israelis were really relying on these shipments, and when there's not another war that has broken out? So nothing changed what's causing this bottleneck. So the reasoning doesn't make sense to me. I understand that there's a shipment of some sort of bombs that President Biden has been withholding for political reasons. I think this is bad, not only for our relationship with Israel, this is bad for all the countries that buy our arms. You know, countries that buy arms need reliable suppliers of arms. And you know, people who buy anything need reliable suppliers of anything. So this is bad. We shouldn't make arms, especially those that we ship to allies, incumbent on politics or politicking or whatever domestic calculations that we have here in Washington and the U.S.
All right. Hussein Abdul Hussein, I feel like I could talk to you forever because there are so many developments there. Is there anything else that you want to add before I let you go?
Well, I think we should really keep an eye out for what's going on Israel's northern border with Lebanon. I think the situation is really tense, and we in America have not really signaled to Israel that if war breaks out, we will be there for them. And I think this is dangerous. You know, Israel has not chosen this war. This war has been launched by Hezbollah on Israel. Israel is defending itself, and we shouldn't really tie their hands behind their backs only because, you know, we have, you know, an election coming up or some sort of politics here in Washington.
All right, Hussein, thank you again for taking the time to be here with us and break it all down. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you, Josh.
All right, everybody, and I do want to take you out to this image, this video that is coming in from Smyrna, Georgia, that is just outside of Atlanta. A Gaza war protester had to be rescued, so to speak, after cementing him or herself to a car, blocking a road to a company there. The protesters calling for the company to cut ties with the Israeli military. However, officials did inform the demonstrators that they were actually targeting the wrong business and that one was not supplying money to the Israeli military. Plant Atkinson Road in Smyrna, that's where this happened, was closed down for hours upon hours as first responders used saws and jackhammers to free the person who was stuck to the vehicle. You do see it right there in the video, again coming in from our Fox 5 Atlanta team. At this point, it appears the road has reopened, and there's no word on what business these folks actually thought they were blocking and if the protester or others will face any charges. A lot still left to figure out here, but it does appear that person has been freed and could potentially face some charges. But again, you are seeing that heavy crew presence there as they do work to remove the person cemented to that vehicle. Again, we did learn from officials that it appears they were targeting the wrong business that did not provide any funding to the Israeli military. This is one of many Gaza war protests that we've seen happening over the past nearly 9 months since Hamas did attack Israel, starting this war in Gaza that has been going on now for several months. The time now 9:26 over on the East Coast and 6:26 on the West Coast. We're going to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, but a lot more news to get to in just a matter of minutes. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. The time 9:28 over on the East Coast and 6:28 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next several hours to bring you all of your top stories and live events from across the country and across the world. We are following some breaking news coming in from our Fox 4 Dallas team. This is out of Irving, Texas, outside of Dallas. Police arresting a man wanted in connection to a deadly shooting inside of a Chick-fil-A restaurant. Oved Bernardo Mendoza Argueta, 37 years old, booked into the Irving jail this morning, and the information is just coming in. We know that 2 people were killed inside of that Chick-fil-A restaurant. Again, a suspect now in custody. This is according to our Fox 4 Dallas team. Do want to take you to their live report from just moments ago.
Murder of 2 people at an Irving restaurant was booked into jail early this morning.
Fox 4's Tisia Muzinga joins us live at the Irving Police Department with that story. Tisia?
Yeah, good morning, guys. 37-year-old Oved Bernardo Mendoza Argueta is sitting in the Irving jail. He was booked around 3 a.m. this morning. Now, police say that he shot and killed 2 people inside the Chick-fil-A near MacArthur Boulevard and Walnut Hill Lane Wednesday afternoon. We still don't know the names of the victims, and a woman told Fox 4 she rushed to the scene after getting a call from her teenage daughter, who works at a restaurant next door.
She's like, they're jumping out the window. They're jumping out the window. I'm like, what am I supposed to do? At that moment, a mother concern is my baby. How soon can I get to her? We think that our kids is gonna be safe when they leave the home to make some extra money, you know, and when they get here, something to happen, and this is too close.
Police have not said if the victims were customers or Chick-fil-A employees, and police do believe they were targeted. It is unclear how the suspect is connected to them. Mendoza Argueta, by the way, is charged with capital murder, and there has not been a bond set yet. For Good Day, I'm Tisia Muzinga.
All right,
All right, a big thank you to our Fox 4 Dallas team. That is a story that we will continue to cover as we do get new developments. You are taking a live look outside of the Supreme Court building there in D.C. As in just about 30 minutes or so, we do expect more of those Supreme Court opinions to come in. We know the opinion days are today and tomorrow. There could potentially be more next week, but they don't reveal a lot of information ahead of time, so all of that is up in the air. One big ruling that we did get yesterday involves social media, so I do want to pop up the audio as we do have Rebecca Castor breaking it down.
How far can the federal government go to remove alleged misinformation on social media? That was the issue before the Supreme Court. And in Wednesday's ruling, the justices decided the White House and other federal agencies can urge social media platforms to take down certain posts.
It's very frustrating for the free speech community. It's been called Orwellian by lower court judges.
It was a case based on claims the Biden administration was trying to censor conservative views on topics like COVID-19 and the 2020 election. But the White House argues it must communicate with social media apps about potentially dangerous misinformation. Ultimately, the High Court ruled 6-3 that the states and social media users who sued did not have legal grounds to even bring the case. A technicality, but major election year win for President Biden, since this ruling could impact what voters see online.
So this issue will have to wait for another day.
The court's conservative justices were divided on this, 3 with the majority and 3 against. Justice Alito writing, for months, high-ranking government officials placed unrelenting pressure on Facebook to suppress Americans' free speech. Because the court unjustifiably refuses to address this serious threat to the First Amendment, I respectfully dissent.
More rulings from the court are coming Thursday and Friday. Of course, the big one we're waiting on is Donald Trump's presidential immunity case. But we're also waiting on another abortion-related decision. That opinion was accidentally posted on the court's website, then quickly taken down. But it appears the justices are going to rule that doctors must perform abortions in emergency situations, even in states with restrictive abortion laws. From the Supreme Court, Rebecca Castor, Fox News.
All right, Rebecca, thank you so much. And again, you are taking a live look outside the Supreme Court building where we have seen protesters showing up day after day. Not quite clear if we do have any out there right now or just folks who are walking by, but you can see security is tight there over on the steps into the building. So again, the Supreme Court releasing more rulings starting in about 30 minutes here. Those are set to start coming out at 10 a.m. Eastern time, and usually they're released in increments of about 5 to 10 minutes. However, the court does not reveal how many opinions will be released and for which cases. The High Court did hear 61 cases during the term, and it appears that about 13 of those do remain unresolved. Do want to break down more of the details here on all of this, so let's bring in Alan Sanders, an attorney, former Time Magazine senior reporter, and a professor emeritus of political science at St. Peter's University in Jersey City. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us today.
My pleasure, John.
All right, so first off, the big one is really going to be this Trump immunity case. That is what folks are waiting for each and every day overall. Can you break down what the overall impact of that ruling would be either way?
Well, the impact, it goes both ways in a sense. There are two elements here. First, the big element, the big philosophical element is the fact or the question, is the president above the law? And of course, the details of the case will tell us whether the Supreme Court makes an exception for a president and whether that results in the president literally being above the law. That's the philosophical or the broad question. But the more practical political question for me is that I think this decision, whichever way it goes, is going to draw people to the polls. That is to say, the court is likely to say, well, there's no broad immunity for a president, but there may be targeted immunity, selective immunity for the president, and then send it back down to the lower courts to figure out whether the facts of the case, how they fit into the framework that the court has set up. So the criminal proceedings are likely to continue. Whether the trial will actually occur before the election remains in doubt, but the proceedings will continue. And so I think people who are anti-Trump will want to go to the polls to make sure that the proceedings do continue and that a case is prosecuted after the election if Biden wins. So they will be, encouraged to go vote for Biden. But for the Trump people, of course, they'll be encouraged to go vote for Trump because they will want Trump to win and presumably quash the federal prosecution after the election. So whichever way it goes, it seems to me that this case is going to draw people to the poll, anti-Trump people to get a prosecution going and pro-Trump people to get the prosecution quashed. So I think those are the big questions that will be left after the court decides.
And I do want to dig a little bit deeper into all of that here. We know that the court did previously rule that former presidents are immune from civil prosecution relating to actions while in office. So how did that ruling overall come about, and does that have any impact on this case?
Well, it came about because there was a whistleblower that testified before Congress and talked about cost overruns for a very critical military airplane. President Nixon did not like that testimony and arranged for the whistleblower to be fired. He then sued President Nixon, saying he was fired illegally, and the court then decided that the president is absolutely immune from civil lawsuits as long as he acts within his official duties. The reason for that was that the court thought that civil suits can be brought pretty easily. Anybody can sue the president for anything. And so it didn't want the president to be distracted by frivolous lawsuits or by any kind of lawsuit when he's faced with making some very important decisions, many of which will upset people. I mean, that's the nature of the presidency, making big decisions, and big decisions often upset people. So the court said civil lawsuits simply don't make sense against the president because it would distract him from the office. So now the question is whether a criminal prosecution of the president would distract him from the duties of office. Now that's different because criminal prosecutions can only be brought by prosecutors, not by anybody under the sun. And the burden of proof in a criminal prosecution is much heavier than in a civil case. So that's the question that the court is going to grapple with. Will the president be deterred from making big decisions if he is faced with the threat of a criminal prosecution? Now, having said that, no president in history has had any kind of immunity against a criminal prosecution. And we see that the presidents over the course of time have all been quite bold in making the decisions that they thought were good for the country. So you've got history on the one side saying there's no need for any kind of presidential immunity. But then you've got President Trump arguing, well, I think going forward, we need some sort of immunity. It should be said, however, that the Constitution itself contains no clause providing for any kind of immunity to the President of the United States. The Constitution is silent. So any kind of doctrine that the court adopts will be a made-up doctrine that the court makes up on its own.
What other cases are you paying close attention to? Because we know, as I mentioned, there's about a dozen of them that do remain unresolved at this point. So what are the other ones that are fairly important to you and to others?
Well, certainly the abortion decision that you mentioned in the previous segment is important because, again, it will affect the lives of many women. And also it will drive people to the polls, no matter what the court decides on this case. Again, pro-Trump and anti-Trump, pro-Biden and anti-Biden people will be driven to the polls to make sure that whatever policies they believe on abortion are correct are made part of the next administration's policies. So that's a very important case because, again, it's another driver to the polls in November. But another important decision, which many people may not be aware of because it's a bit technical, is a case that raises the question of whether the Chevron doctrine should be continued. Now, most people are not familiar with this thing called the Chevron doctrine. The Chevron doctrine is a doctrine that was adopted by the court about 40 years ago, and it basically holds that regulatory agencies, their rulings should be respected by the federal courts when they are making reasonable decisions based on ambiguous regulatory laws. So if a regulatory law is ambiguous, the court are supposed to defer to the agency's interpretations of that vague law. And that's important because regulatory laws cover everything from, the environment to food, to drugs, to safety, to the economy. And basically the idea is that the regulatory agencies are experts in their field, and they should be deferred to by the federal courts when making regulations based on ambiguous laws. Now, conservatives believe that that creates a bureaucratic state that is uncontrolled. Supporters of the Chevron doctrine says, well, if you don't allow regulatory agencies to do that, you will cut their arms off, basically, and put the decisions into the hands of the courts. And the courts are not equipped. They're not experts. They're not equipped to deal with these technical issues. And therefore, you will increase lawsuits. And those lawsuits will be decided by people who don't really understand what the regulations should be or should be about.
And you kind of already touched on this, but why are these Supreme Court decisions, these rulings, these opinions so important for American people to pay close attention to? Because a lot of people kind of hear in passing what's happened, but why should folks really be paying attention to this?
Well, because if it's a constitutional question that the court decides, that's basically the last word. And therefore, if the constitutional question is one that affects your rights in a negative way, as you see it, you don't have much of a recourse. That's the final word. If the courts are interpreting a statute, well, Congress can change the statute if the court rulings don't agree with what the majority in Congress believes. But as we all know, in this hyper-partisan environment, it's very hard to get any kind of law passed in Congress. So even though the court, makes a statutory interpretation that could be changed by Congress, again, the likelihood that it will be changed is pretty low. So essentially, the court has the last word, or almost the last word, in almost every case that it decides. And that's important because people will be affected by it.
All right. Alan, thank you so much for taking the time to join us here and break it all down. Anything else you want to add about any of this before I let you go here?
No, but I think we should all watch what the court does closely, and I think people will do that, certainly with the big cases we've discussed. And as I said, I think it will drive people to the polls no matter what the court says.
For sure. Thank you again for taking the time to be here with us.
My pleasure.
All right, and you are taking a live look once again outside the Supreme Court building. Not clear if these are protesters who have shown up. Looks like a few of them off to the right side of your screen there holding signs, but it's kind of far away, so it is difficult to see what those signs actually say. We do expect those opinions to be released here at 10 a.m. Eastern time, so we'll let you know as they do come in. Let's head to a quick break now at 9:42 on the East Coast and 6:42 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and you're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. Tonight, President Biden and former President Trump set to take part in their first debate of the presidential campaign season. That debate in Atlanta is the first of several scheduled over the next several months. And it's important to note that you can watch the CNN presidential debate simulcast tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern Time right here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to bring in a guest in just a bit to break all of this down, what to expect during that actual debate, and what we still don't know about it as far as rules go. For now, though, do want to send it over to Doug Luzader with Fox News, who is outside over in Atlanta.
Some unusual aspects to tonight's debate here in Atlanta. It's taking place much earlier than we typically see, and there is a new set of rules. This is where it's happening tonight. This historic showdown between President Biden and former President Donald Trump coming in Atlanta, less than 5 months out from Election Day. And while Trump has been out on the campaign trail, Biden has been out of sight for days, preparing through mock debates at Camp David.
This is Joe Biden preparing for an entire week for 90 minutes. So this could be the very best he's ever going to be.
The two squared off back in 2020, drawing more than 73 million viewers.
Would you shut up, man?
This time, there are some changes, including new rules and a new format. There will be no studio audience, and microphones will be muted while the other candidate is speaking. And neither candidate is permitted to bring any pre-written notes.
There's going to be a debate about the issues. The issues are going to be on the table. But everybody at this table and everyone watching tonight is going to be watching to see, does Joe Biden stumble?
Despite their differences on immigration, abortion, the war in Gaza, and more, both have drawn criticism over their ages. Trump, 78, Biden, 81. The latest Fox News poll showing the race is still a virtual tie. 50% favoring Biden, 48% for Trump. There will be no opening statements from either candidate. There will be closing statements, though, and Trump gets the final word. That was decided by coin toss. In Atlanta, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
Doug, thank you so much for that report. And we know that there are going to be a lot of different issues that are discussed during that debate. One of them, of course, the economy. Grady Trimble with Fox Business has more on that.
Before the candidates arrive in Atlanta, the Trump and Biden campaigns are already here.
both meeting with small business owners, highlighting the importance of the economy in November.
Mr. President, how you doing?
At the Trump team's event, the former president wasn't in the room, but he called in, taking questions, bashing President Biden's handling of the economy, and discussing his plans to cut taxes and regulations.
Now, the inflation is a disaster. It's killing the black community, and it's killing the country. I just came up with the concept of no tax on tips. Let the people earn what they earn.
President Biden, on the other hand, claims his legislative wins, like the bipartisan infrastructure law and the so-called Inflation Reduction Act, are creating jobs. Georgia Senator John Ossoff, campaigning for Biden with small business owners Tuesday, says all that government spending is spurring private sector investment.
Electric vehicle production, advanced energy research, development, and manufacturing, semiconductor manufacturing, coming here to Georgia.
Even though polls show an extremely tight race, when it comes to the economy, Trump has a 5-point advantage over Biden. Our latest Fox News poll shows less than a third of voters say the economy is in good shape.
I think Biden has done a good job with the economy.
I'm voting for the president who done the most for my stocks, who had the highest share price.
You look at the gas, you look at the food prices, you look at all that before the pandemic. When Trump was in there, I think it was a lot better.
The country can't move forward until they fix the economy.
On this particular issue, the economy, Trump clearly has the edge. But Biden is going into Thursday night with the best economic polling of his presidency. In Atlanta, Grady Trimble, Fox Business.
Grady, thank you so much. And a reminder that you can watch the CNN presidential debate simulcast tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern Time right here on Live Now from Fox. Do want to talk more about the debate overall, so let's bring in Rick Belaney, the executive director of the Jacksonville University Public Policy Institute, joining us now live. Thank you so much, as always, for taking the time to be here with us today.
Good morning, Josh, and great to be with you.
All right, so first off, I do want to talk, a lot about the debate, but can you break down for me the rules overall for those taking part?
Well, one thing to keep in mind is there are 3 pretty significant changes to the rules from the past, and it's been much talked about. One, of course, is the microphones, and the microphones will be off. They'll be muted, except for the person whose time it is to speak. What that means is if Joe Biden is speaking, the microphone will be turned off for Donald Trump. If Donald Trump is speaking, the microphone will be turned off for Joe Biden. And we'll have to see whether they turn off the microphones if someone speaks too long or how this is going to work in rebuttal. But this is a fairly significant change. And for the long-term future, I think it's a positive change. But this was requested by the Biden campaign. And most believe that this is an advantage for Joe Biden because there'll be less interruption potentially in when he's talking. But it may be of help to Donald Trump, too. Certainly in his first debate in 2020 with Joe Biden, that interruption thing was a challenge. And letting Joe Biden speak, it may help Donald Trump be a little bit more disciplined. So microphones is number 1. Number 2, there will be no live studio audience. Both of these candidates like to speak to the audience. Donald Trump gets his energy from an audience, and he can often get the audience riled up. Joe Biden loves to deliver a line that's received well by the audience. But in the end, this was also requested by Joe Biden. This would be potentially less disruption for him when Joe Biden is speaking. If you take these first 2 rules together, these changes, the microphone plus the lack of audience, it does give Joe Biden an opportunity to speak uninterrupted. I think he's going to be a bit scripted, not with the teleprompter, but well prepared. I think he'll be energetic. And then the third change is there'll be no commercial interruptions. There'll be 2. In the past, there have been none. And if you look to the format, as you mentioned just a little bit earlier, there will be no opening statement. There'll be 2-minute closes, and Donald Trump gets the final close. That's advantage Donald Trump.
Any unknowns at this point? Anything that we still really don't know overall about what to expect?
Well, the unknowns are, how does this really play out in real time? This is a very different kind of debate. I believe this is the first time there's been no live audience since the Kennedy-Nixon debate. How are the moderators going to fact check? Are they going to debate the candidates? How does this work if a candidate is still speaking, if one of the candidates is still speaking, even though their microphone's turned off, or if they speak too long? So it's a little bit unknown as to how this is really going to play out. But, Josh, I think the bigger unknown, the question the country's asking is which Joe Biden is going to show up and which Donald Trump is going to show up. Is it going to be the Joe Biden who appeared to be very energetic at the State of the Union, or is it the Joe Biden in recent public appearances in which many have questioned his physical fitness for the job? For Donald Trump, Will it be the Donald Trump who showed up at Iowa after his win and gave a very measured, conciliatory speech? Will it be the Donald Trump who was after New Hampshire, a very different kind of speech? Will it be a more disciplined Donald Trump or not? So I think the big question, the big unknown, who shows up tonight for Joe Biden and who shows up with Donald Trump?
Do you think this is going to be heavily watched, more viewers, let's say, than the ones between the Republican potential candidates a few months back where Trump wasn't there?
Josh, I really do. I think this will be, there were 5 debates in the Republican primary. I think there's a great deal of interest. Although the whole country knows both candidates, there is a lot of interest in this debate. And there's been a lot, and it's high risk for Joe Biden if he were to have a gaffe or to freeze and it could be replayed. But it's a fairly low bar. And he's been 7 days preparing in Camp David. I expect him to show energy. I expect him to be prepared. I expect him to be on offense. For Donald Trump, if he can be disciplined, he can be very successful. He needs to be forward looking. And if you're Donald Trump, I think you're going to argue that this is a referendum on the Biden presidency. And you'll talk about inflation, immigration, Afghanistan. But I do think it will be highly watched because there's a great deal of public interest in both men.
RFK Jr. not taking part, does that really change anything? Does it put the spotlight on Biden and Trump maybe a little bit more because you don't have that third candidate there?
It certainly changes things for RFK. I think for him, this is a major disappointment. He needed this profile. And if he'd been on stage, it would have certainly changed the dynamics of the debate. But this is, let's face it, this is coming down to Donald Trump and Joe Biden. The question is whether or not that third party candidacy can affect them in the swing states. Not making the debate stage was a big setback for him. And there's a debate as to whether he takes more from Joe Biden or from Donald Trump. But in the end, I don't think it's going to have much impact. It's not going to change things a great deal.
Do you think the outcome of this debate will impact whether the others actually happen?
Potentially, but there is a debate set for September 10th, and I think it's going to be an important debate. And this debate is very early. In fact, it's historically early. We've never had a debate this early. We've never had it between candidates, of course, of this age. And by the way, Josh, this is the first time in our lifetimes in which we've had a former president against an incumbent president in which both can point to their record, in which both can criticize their opponent's record. And I think this one has the potential to move the needle in the near term. But that debate scheduled for September 10th is an important debate. I expect it will take place. And I think both candidates, you'll have to wait and see what happens tonight. But the subsequent debate could be very, very significant, too.
All right. Rick Mullaney, thank you so much, as always, for taking the time to join us and break it all down. We appreciate it.
Great being with you, Josh.
And don't forget, you can watch that CNN simulcast of the presidential debate tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern Time right here on Live Now from Fox. Do have to get in a final commercial break here, but a lot of live events that are starting to pop up, so we'll head to some of those coming up in 2 short minutes. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. The time 9:57 on the East Coast and 6:57 on the West Coast. Do want to head over to a live event that we have taking place right now. This is over in Gloucester Township. And you can see right now, this is courtesy our Fox 29 Philadelphia team. They are holding a news conference that is all about reducing the number of disorderly conduct and public brawls taking place. This, of course, coming in response to an incident we covered during Gloucester Township Day, during which multiple fights broke out after hundreds of teens and young adults gathered as part of the festivities. Several people there treated for minor injuries at the scene. That included officers. It looks like they are at the podium now, so let's pop up the audio and listen in.
Mayhem and violence. It was a mob scene that was out of control, that ruined a family-friendly event that's been going on in this township for years. It taxed our local police department, and it destroyed a wonderful event that so many people enjoy and have enjoyed every year. This kind of malicious mayhem, this kind of flash mob mayhem cannot go unchecked. And so in speaking subsequently to police and mayors in our district, we have decided that we need to help local law enforcement by providing them additional tools to combat this type of behavior if it should happen again. And so we are introducing legislation, a package of legislation that we have introduced this week, and here to discuss the nuts and bolts of that legislation is Assemblyman Dan Hutchison, who is the sponsor in the New Jersey Assembly. Dan?
Thank you, Senator. I am happy to welcome you all here to my hometown of Gloucester Township. But being in this park today reminds me of what took place about 3 weeks ago. Prior to my time in the Assembly, I spent 18 years as a township councilman in Gloucester Township. And during that time, I would tell everybody that the pillar of a community is public safety. I am deeply proud of the police force that we have here in Gloucester Township and the work they do on a day-to-day basis to keep us all safe. I would like to thank Chief Harkins and the great members of the Gloucester Township Police Department for everything that they did on Gloucester Township Day. While I'm disheartened at what happened at this year's Gloucester Township Day, it was still a very successful event. I am proud that with my colleagues, Senator Moriarty and Assemblyman Cody Miller and other stakeholders, we are here to announce measures to hopefully curtail the events and the conduct that took place on that day. Let me be clear. Disrupting and dangerous behavior at large-scale community events will not be tolerated in South Jersey. The package of bills we dropped earlier this week take a sensible approach in holding these individuals accountable without draconian measures. Two of the bills I am sponsoring will work to create a new charge in holding these individuals accountable. We will create a new charge for inciting a public brawl and organizing an event like we saw. Additionally, alongside Senator Paul Moriarty, we've introduced a parental liability bill that would make a parent or guardian who willfully or without regard to the conduct of their children, they can be subject to a fine and even charges. To any of the young people who choose to engage in events like we saw here or on the boardwalks of Wildwood, Ocean City, or at church carnivals in Washington Township and Monroe Township, you are putting law enforcement in danger. You're putting families in danger, and you're putting yourself in danger. While today is a big step, I know that it is only the beginning, and we're going to get feedback on these bills. I look forward to what we can do to keep our towns safe. Speaking about our next bill in this package is my Assembly colleague, Cody Miller.
Thank you, everyone. I echo a lot of what everyone else has already said. As a volunteer firefighter, I know the importance of proper training. The senator mentioned how what we are seeing that is happening is high tech, and young people are using social media to organize these types of events. I am proud to have sponsored a bill that increases training and some of the tools at their disposal of our local police departments to best handle these events. While these community events provide a fun, family-friendly atmosphere that bring people to town, they oftentimes serve as fundraisers to community causes. For example, the money raised from Gloucester Township Day goes towards Gloucester Township Scholarship Foundation. If towns can no longer host events out of fear of unruly crowds showing up, it will severely hurt the fundraising ability for so many worthwhile organizations. Just this month, Washington Township's high school, Fifth Quarter Club, which helps fund their football program, canceled their annual carnival, which is their largest fundraiser of the year. We are committed to making sure that these events can continue to happen and that you can feel safe attending them. I also want to note this important note. We as legislators can't legislate everything. That is why it is important for children to have a strong family structure at home, whether that be mom and dad, mom and mom, dad and dad, grandmom, grandpop, older brother, older sister. We have to ensure that our children know that their actions have consequences, and that if they want to be productive members of society and enjoy these events, then they can do that without wreaking havoc and causing harm. Additionally, I've been in touch with the police chief in my town of Monroe Township, Chief Burkowski, and I know that I will be working with him very closely moving forward. And recently, they had the St. Mary's Carnival in Monroe Township, and the chief worked with local officials to ensure the safety of that event by taking precautionary measures. We have to continue to do that. We have to continue to work with local law enforcement and community organizations to ensure that these instances do not occur. In addition to this bill package, we are announcing that later this month, our office will be hosting Police Chiefs Roundtable, where we will accept input on this bill package amongst any other issues that police in our district face. We need to understand the challenges that our local police departments are facing, and that's why myself, Senator Moriarty, and Assemblyman Hutchison are committed to hearing what our law enforcement has to say. So I thank you for your time, and we appreciate any feedback from community stakeholders because we're going to be able to resolve this together. With that being said, I would like to call up the mayor of Gloucester Township, David Mayer, for some remarks.
Thank you, Assemblyman. Good morning. Let me begin by thanking Senator Moriarty, Assemblyman Hutchinson, and Assemblyman Miller for their very, very quick action and their response to what I believe is becoming an epidemic of disruption in the state of New Jersey. You know, and I thank them for taking on this matter on a statewide basis. You know, Gloucester Township Day has been in existence for 40 years. This was our 40th Gloucester Township Day. And as the Assemblyman mentioned, it raises money for our scholarship committee, a scholarship committee that awards over $50,000 in scholarships each year to our Gloucester Township seniors. Gloucester Township Day is a family-oriented, community fun day. And this year was no different until juveniles from overwhelmingly outside of Gloucester Township started showing up en masse. What I saw that night was hundreds of unruly, undisciplined, and unparented juveniles whose purpose was to cause havoc and disruption. So today we join, my colleagues and I join with our state legislators in supporting these legislative bills, but we are also announcing changes to our curfew ordinance here in Gloucester Township. Thanks to Councilwoman Helen Albright Troxel and Councilwoman Carolyn Grace, we are amending our curfew ordinance to include the possibility of increased fines of up to $1,000 and the possibility of 90 days of community service for any juvenile found guilty of violating the curfew ordinance. And this is a very big and this also applies to their parents as well. This new amended ordinance gives the judge the discretion to hold both the juvenile and their parents responsible. We feel that this is a responsible approach with real consequences. We also feel that this, combined with the package of bills that were announced today, will go a long way to help prevent any disturbance from happening in the future. I want to again thank our state legislators for their leadership in this matter. I also want to thank our Chief of Police, David Harkins, and the men and women of the Gloucester Township Police, who did a magnificent job in controlling this disorder and showed tremendous patience and diligence in addressing these juveniles. So I thank Chief Harkins and the Gloucester Township Police Department. At this time, I'd like to bring forward Chief David Harkins.
Thank you, sir. Chief, join me.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Assemblyman and Senator and Council women. I've spoke at length about what happened here that night, so I'm not going to really concentrate on that. I can tell you that we're less than a month out from when this incident happened. And I have been in touch with police leaders throughout the region, Camden County, Gloucester County, even I've talked to police chiefs over in Pennsylvania, down the shore, because we're really trying to wrap our head around how to stop this from happening. We have these great events. This event, over 40 years old, Gloucester Township Day. I came to this when I was a teenager, the very first ones, and so I've worked them and have been very familiar with it. And to see what happened that night, it really was not what Gloucester Township is, not what South Jersey is. This is not what we're about. These great events are happening all over the place. And I'm really very happy that I'm joined with my colleague, Chief Ryan Borkowski from the Monroe Township Police Department. This is how serious it is for us. We are trying to find ways to give us better tools to hold parental accountability. That's one thing I've heard over and over as I talk to our residents, talk to other leaders, is this lack of parental accountability and the lack of just discipline as it went that night, complete disrespect for law and order. And so I can't thank the senator and assemblyman enough. I was on the phone with, the mayor was right there beside us here the entire time during the event. But I was immediately contacted by Senator Moriarty and the assemblyman within, it was a Saturday night. By Monday night, I was in touch with them. They were taking action. And us as law enforcement, that's what we need. It wasn't just lip service. And I'm quite frankly amazed that here we are less than 1 month later and we have some movement taking place, our voices being heard, them reaching out to us, and I know how serious they've taken it. Chief Borkowski and I spoke about how amazed we are and how serious these incidents are, because we don't want to let this become who we are. We want this to change. We need to have these events. These are great events. And on behalf of all the men and women of the police department, Gloucester Township Police Department, the police chiefs that I've spoke to regionally who are, lining up to back this and show the support, I want to thank the senator. I want to thank the assemblyman, because this is action. This is action to send a message that we have to do a little bit better. And we took this comprehensive approach. Again, immediately, Mayor, we met with the entire staff here and the administration, and that's where we're coming up with the improvements to our curfew on a local level. And this is what's happening on the local, county, and state level to try to address these. Not only just responding to them, we're looking for ways to prevent this and keep it safe for our communities to have good times during these events, because that's what it's about. Nothing brings the community together more than a Gloucester Township Day or a St. Mary's Carnival. And that's where we need to get it to make it so it's safe. And we're committed to it as the police chiefs throughout this region, working in conjunction with our legislators, our mayors, and our towns, and our community to ensure that we don't let this happen again. So thank you, Senator. Thank you, Assemblyman. Thank you, Chief Borkowski, for being here today. We really appreciate it from all the law enforcement in the region. Thank you.
All right, that was a news conference going on in Gloucester, New Jersey. All of that related to those brawls that we've seen and some new legislation to prevent that from happening again and to hold folks accountable. Do want to take a live look here at the Supreme Court building as we are following this breaking news. The Supreme Court issuing some of those opinions here. The Supreme Court putting the Environmental Protection Agency's air pollution fighting, quote, good neighbor plan on hold while legal challenges do continue. The conservative-led court's latest blow there to the federal regulations. Now, the justices, in a 5-4 vote, rejected arguments by the Biden administration and Democratic-controlled states that the plan was cutting air pollution and saving lives in 11 states where it was being enforced, and that the high court's intervention was unwarranted. The rule is intended to restrict smokestack emissions from power plants and other industrial sources that burden downwind areas with smog-causing pollution. It will remain on hold while the federal appeals court in Washington does consider a challenge to the plan from industry and Republican-led states. We also got another ruling that did come in moments ago as the Supreme Court rejected a nationwide settlement with OxyContin maker Purdue Pharma that would have shielded members of the Sackler family who own the company from civil lawsuits over the toll of opioids, but also would have provided billions of dollars to combat the opioid epidemic. After deliberating more than 6 months, the justices blocked an agreement hammered out with state and local governments and the victims. The Sacklers would have contributed up to $6 billion and given up ownership of the company, but retained billions more. The agreement did provide that the company would emerge from bankruptcy as a different entity with its profits used for treatment and prevention. The High Court had put the settlement on hold last summer in response to objections from the Biden administration. We also did just get another one moments ago as the Supreme Court stripped the Securities and Exchange Commission of a major tool in fighting securities fraud in a decision that also could have far-reaching effects on other regulatory agencies. The justices ruled that people accused of fraud by the SEC, which regulates securities markets, have the right to a jury trial in federal court. The in-house proceedings the SEC has used in some civil fraud complaints violate the Constitution. That is according to the court. The SEC was awarded more than $5 billion in civil penalties in the 2023 government spending year that ended September 30th. That is according to the agency from a news release. Now, it was unclear how much of that money came through in-house proceedings or lawsuits in federal court. Again, we have seen 3 of those opinions come down in a matter of minutes, and there could be more, so we'll keep an eye on that and bring you updates. The time now 10:16 on the East Coast and 7:16 on the West Coast. We're going to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, but a lot more news to get to and live events in a matter of minutes. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to remind you that coming up later tonight, we do have the CNN presidential debate simulcast. It does start at 9 p.m. Eastern time right here on Live Now from Fox. You can watch it all. And we are going to have some pre-analysis, post-analysis. Andrew Kraft, our DJ here, will be all over it with guests and everything. He's going to break it all down for you right here on Live Now from Fox. Again, that does start at 9 p.m. Eastern time. All right, so I do want to head out to a live event that we do have getting underway. This is actually with House Democratic leaders on the Dobbs decision that took place 2 years ago. They are marking the anniversary, so to speak. I do want to pop up the audio as it does look like they are walking over in that direction.
Hakeem probably would add to carry me. So just tell me the order was switched and I'm introducing you. Yeah, she's introducing me. Hi. Oh my God, we're here. Okay, good. You meant this one? Yeah, right. So you got to get back. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. I'm Joe. I was Joe. Yeah.
Well, it's actually one of my writers. It's not
Good. All right. Good morning. Let me begin by thanking Representative Diana DeGette and Representative Barbara Lee, our extraordinary co-chairs of the Pro-Choice Caucus, for their leadership and for gathering us here today, united as House Democrats in full, complete, and unequivocal support for reproductive freedom. Let me also thank Representative Judy Chu, Representative Kathy Manning, and Representative Susan Wild for their extraordinary leadership. 2 years ago, the far-right extreme Supreme Court majority overturned Roe v. Wade and detonated reproductive freedom for millions of American women. The catastrophic decision in Dobbs was just one part of the extreme MAGA Republican plan to impose a nationwide abortion ban, outlaw contraception, and limit access to IVF. Today, reproductive freedom is under assault throughout America. House Democrats unequivocally believe in a woman's freedom to make her own reproductive health care decisions, period, full stop. It's a decision that should be between a woman, her family, her faith, and her doctors. The far-right's extreme effort to take away reproductive freedom is unacceptable, unconscionable, and un-American. We must stop them, and together we will stop them. House Democrats, House Democrats will continue to fight for nationwide access to abortion care. House Democrats will continue to fight for access to contraception. House Democrats will continue to fight for access to IVF. We will continue to stand up. We will continue to show up. We will continue to speak up. We will pass the Women's Health Protection Act. We will pass the Right to Contraception Act. We will pass IVF protection legislation. We will not rest until reproductive freedom is the law of the land for every single woman in the United States of America. It is now my honor to yield to a tremendous champion for reproductive freedom, our extraordinary whip, the Honorable Catherine Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Leader. I am so proud to stand with this caucus as we mark this critical anniversary of taking away, rolling back 50 years of a constitutional right under Trump's Supreme Court. What has happened? In the last 2 years, 27 million American women now live under health care bans. Doctors are being criminalized. IVF and contraception are under attack. And what does this mean? Let me share you a story from my second pregnancy, where a routine ultrasound showed that there was no longer a fetal heartbeat. And when I needed abortion care, because there wasn't a full miscarriage, to prevent infection, to preserve future fertility, I got that care without question. Fast forward to a post-Dobbs, a post-Roe v. Wade Texas. Amanda Zarowski water broke at 18 weeks pregnant. Her pregnancy could not survive. Yet her doctor, because of criminal penalties, could not give the care she recommended. She was told to go home, wait for infection to set in, and it did. She had a sepsis infection, spent days in the ICU, barely survived, and today does not know if she will ever be able to become pregnant again. What is the difference in the outcome of our two stories of miscarriage? It is Donald Trump and the GOP who has dismantled women's health care and reproductive freedom in this country. We are at a crossroads. We are going to choose freedom, or we are going to choose extremism. And every single time this has come before Americans for a vote, they have chosen freedom. That is in Kansas, Michigan, Ohio, Tennessee, Kentucky. Every single time, Americans stand with freedom. And this caucus and this president stand with them. And I am so pleased to introduce a champion for reproductive freedom, a champion for returning these critical decisions to American women and American families where they belong, co-chair of our pro-choice caucus, Barbara Lee.
Well, good morning, everyone. Let me first thank Leader Jeffries, Whip Clark, Chair Aguilar, our co-chair of the Pro-Choice Caucus, Diana DeGette, for their bold leadership. I am a proud Democrat, and I'm so proud of our Democratic caucus. Thank you all very much for staying the course on this issue that really is about life or death. As co-chair of the Pro-Choice Caucus with Congresswoman DeGette, I'm proud to be in this fight with all of you and with all of our incredible, inspiring coalition partners doing the work on the ground. 2 years ago, 5 extremist Supreme Court justices voted to take our country back decades and revoke a fundamental right of millions by overturning Roe. This is yet another attack on our democracy. Now, millions of Americans of reproductive age are living without access to abortion care, suffering preventable harm to their bodies and their lives. This anniversary, it's a stark reminder of the casualties in the GOP's war on reproductive freedom. But it also must be a call to action. It's a wake-up call, because this cannot continue. Tonight, the 2 candidates for president will debate for the first time in this election. I hope the country is paying attention not only to how they talk about abortion, but what they've actually done about it. From day one, the Biden administration has shown a clear and early commitment to sexual and reproductive health and rights. He has taken concrete actions to protect access to abortion, including medication abortion, the ability to travel for reproductive care, access to affordable quality contraception, safeguarding the privacy of patients and healthcare providers, and more. The extreme GOP and their allies on the Supreme Court could not be more opposite. They've continued an assault on reproductive freedom through harmful legislation at each level of government and in states across the nation. Let's be clear. Republicans are ready and eager to institute a national ban and create more suffering. We cannot let them do that. We cannot let GOP extremism continue to subvert the will of the people. As someone who had an unsafe and illegal abortion before Roe, we cannot allow this country to revert back to those days. The majority of Americans support the right to an abortion. Our caucus won't stop fighting until our laws reflect our democratic values and our own freedoms to make our own health care decisions without interference, mind you, from judges and elected officials. Thank you again. And now I'd like to yield.
All right, so you are listening to that news conference underway there in Washington, D.C., marking 2 years since the Dobbs decision. I do want to take you back out to the Supreme Court right now as we are following breaking news. The court clearing the way for Idaho hospitals to provide emergency abortions for now in a procedural ruling that left key questions unanswered and could mean the issue ends up before the conservative majority court again soon. The ruling came after a day after an opinion was briefly posted on the court's website accidentally and quickly taken down, but not before it was obtained by Bloomberg News. The final opinion appears largely similar to the draft released early. It does reverse the court's earlier order that had allowed an Idaho abortion ban to go into effect even in medical emergencies. It does not resolve the issues at the heart of the case, meaning the same justices who voted to overturn the constitutional right to abortion could soon be again considering when doctors can provide abortion in medical emergencies. The premature release marked the second time in 2 years that an abortion ruling went out early, though in slightly different circumstances. The court's seismic ruling ending the constitutional right to abortion was leaked to Politico at the time. Now, the ruling came in a case filed against Idaho by the Biden administration, which argued that doctors must be allowed to provide emergency abortions under a federal law when a pregnant woman faces serious health risks. Idaho pushed back, arguing that its law does provide an exception to save the life of a pregnant patient, and federal law does not require expanded exceptions. Doctors in Idaho said the law was not clear on when they could provide abortions in emergencies, forcing them to airlift pregnant women to other states for emergency care on several different occasions since the High Court had allowed the ban to go into effect in January. The justices found the court should not have gotten involved in the case so quickly, and a 6-3 majority reinstated a lower court order that allowed hospitals in the state to perform emergency abortions to protect a pregnant patient's health. The opinion means the Idaho case will continue to play out in lower courts and could end up before the Supreme Court again. It does not answer key questions about whether doctors can provide emergency abortions elsewhere, which, as you'd imagine, is a fairly pressing issue as most Republican-controlled states have now moved to restrict the procedure in the 2 years since the High Court did overturn Roe v. Wade. So again, the Supreme Court now clearing the way for Idaho hospitals to provide emergency abortions for now in a ruling that still leaves a lot of questions. Let's head to a quick break now at 10:32 on the East Coast and 7:32 on the West Coast. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. Do want to head back out live to Washington, D.C., as we do have this news conference underway with Democratic House leaders. They are discussing 2 years since the Dobbs decision there. I do want to pop up the audio so we can listen in.
Sponsor of the Women's Health Protection Act, another fierce warrior for choice, Congresswoman Judy Chu.
Abortion is health care. Always has been, always will be. But 2 years ago, the MAGA justices on the Supreme Court ripped away reproductive freedoms from tens of millions of Americans with their Dobbs decision. For the first time in American history, young women have fewer rights than their grandmothers. But it does not have to be this way. Congress can pass my bill, H.R. 12, the Women's Health Protection Act, to restore the protections of Roe and protect patients and providers from state-level bans and restrictions that impede access. Now, in the last Congress, we passed this bill off the floor twice, and it became the most supported pro-choice bill in the history of Congress. And I know that when we take back the House, when we keep the Senate, and when we re-elect President Biden, this will be the first bill that will pass out of the floor and out of Congress. And with that, every woman in every zip code in this country will have the right to an abortion and reproductive freedom. You know, Republicans could provide relief to women in this country right now. But Republicans in Congress refuse to act. If Republicans had their way, Congress would pass a national abortion ban, and this would be a nation of forced birth. But we, the House Democrats, are not done fighting. When we once again control Congress, we will send a bill to President Biden to sign to restore and strengthen Americans' reproductive freedoms. And now, I would like to turn the podium over to a champion for contraceptive rights, Congressmember Kathy Manning.
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. I am so proud to stand alongside Democratic leadership and my fellow House Democrats to draw attention to the widespread consequences of the Dobbs decision. 2 years ago, when that horrifying Dobbs decision was handed down, not only did it endanger women's health and turn back the clock on women's freedoms, but it also called into question other long-standing constitutionally protected freedoms. It gave extreme Republicans the green light to attack women's health care in any way they could, including by attacking birth control. In fact, in Justice Clarence Thomas's concurring opinion, he explicitly called for the reconsideration of Griswold versus Connecticut, the Supreme Court 1965 opinion that first established the constitutional right to use birth control. And that concurring opinion served as a rallying cry for extremist state legislatures to ramp up their attacks on birth control. That's why right after Dobbs was released, I introduced my Right to Contraception Act to safeguard that right for every American, the right to access the full range of FDA-approved birth control methods. The right to birth control is supported by an overwhelming bipartisan majority of Americans, and almost every woman will use some form of birth control during her lifetime. I've seen many of my Republican colleagues claim to support birth control, but when they're put to the test, they show us who they really are. Last Congress, 195 Republicans voted against the right to use birth control, including every Republican from the state of North Carolina. Republicans blocked the bill in the Senate, both last Congress and this Congress. Speaker Johnson has refused to move this bill in the House. Meanwhile, radical politicians in states across the country are sharpening their knives. We're seeing laws introduced to restrict emergency contraception, governors vetoing bills to establish the right to birth control, and watching as politicians blatantly spread disinformation to falsely conflate abortion with contraception. They're even going after IUDs, calling them abortifacients. So I introduced a discharge petition to force a vote on my Right to Contraception Act. And it's time for House Republicans to show the American people exactly where they stand on this issue. If they support birth control, like so many of them claim to, then they should sign my discharge petition and join us in making sure we can protect this essential form of health care. We can no longer play defense with our reproductive rights. We must go on offense and proactively safeguard birth control at the federal level. Thank you. And now I'm going to turn over the podium to my friend, our chair of the Democratic Caucus, Pete Aguilar.
One second. For 1 second.
I'm going to turn over the chair to my dear friend, Diana DeGette, who's going to step in.
Thank you.
And help us talk about IVF.
No.
No. Okay.
So I just want to jump in and say we just this minute learned the Supreme Court has in fact confirmed its leaked decision on the emergency abortion laws in Idaho just this moment. And so what they have done is they've dismissed the emergency appeal. What this means, practically speaking, is that women in Idaho, even despite Idaho's very restrictive abortion laws, will be able to still get emergency abortions while the court case makes its way through court. But let's not be under any illusions. Idaho only allows people in emergency situations, in emergency rooms, to get abortions. And so all the rest of the people in Idaho who need abortions as part of their regular health care still are banned from getting abortions. This is good news, but believe you me, it does not change any of what we've said today. Thanks, and thank you, Pete, for letting me jump in, and now I yield to our wonderful caucus chair.
Thank you so much, Diana, for your leadership, and thank you to Leader Jeffries and Whip Clark for bringing us together today. We've heard from members who represent the country and our communities across this grand land to reflect the nation's rich diversity. But we are united by a common purpose: to undo the damage that Donald Trump's Supreme Court has done to the millions of American women living under cruel abortion bans. The Democratic caucus is so fortunate to have an incredible group of leaders, especially those here today, in the fight for reproductive freedom. For 2 years, our members have been on the front lines in their communities, and they will not stop working until abortion care is accessible for women across the country and IVF is safe from attacks of MAGA extremists. And we know we can't let up, because extreme Republicans have shown time and time again that they will not accept anything less than a national abortion ban and to end IVF as we know it. House Republicans want to limit reproductive freedom. House Democrats say no. House Republicans want to go after contraception. House Democrats.
All right, that looks like it has wrapped up there as House Democrats mark 2 years since the Dobbs decision. Do want to remind you that coming up tonight right here on Live Now from Fox, you can watch the CNN presidential debate simulcast that starts at 9 p.m. Eastern time on Live Now. However, there will be some analysis that takes place prior to that and then after with our very own Andrew Kraft, so make sure to watch us again here on Live Now from Fox. The time now 10:44 on the East Coast and 7:44 on the West Coast. We're going to head to a quick break, but we'll get back to some breaking news that we have been following out of the Supreme Court coming up in 2 short minutes. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, and I do want to take you back out live to the Supreme Court building where you can see a few protesters that are still gathered outside. We did learn a short time ago that the Supreme Court has now cleared the way for Idaho hospitals to provide emergency abortions for now in a ruling that left some key questions unanswered and could mean the issue ends up once again before the conservative majority court soon. The ruling came a day after an opinion was briefly posted on the court's website accidentally and quickly taken down, but not before it was obtained by Bloomberg News. The final opinion appears largely similar to the draft that was released early, and it reverses the court's earlier order that allowed an Idaho abortion ban to go into effect even in emergency situations. It does not resolve the issues at the heart of the case, though, meaning the same justices who voted to overturn the constitutional right to abortion could soon be again considering when doctors can provide abortion in medical emergencies. The premature release marked the second time in 2 years that an abortion ruling went out early, though obviously there are slightly different circumstances. The court's ruling ending the constitutional right to abortion was leaked to Politico at the time. The ruling came in a case filed against Idaho by the Biden administration, which argued that doctors must be allowed to provide emergency abortions under a federal law when a pregnant woman faces serious health risks. Idaho pushed back, arguing that its law does provide an exception to save the life of a pregnant patient, and federal law does not require expanded exceptions. Doctors in Idaho said the law wasn't clear on when they could provide abortions in emergencies, forcing them to airlift pregnant women to other states for emergency care on several occasions since the high court had allowed the ban to go into effect. That was back in January. The justices found the court should not have gotten involved in the case so quickly, and a 6-3 majority reinstated a lower court order that allowed hospitals in the state to perform emergency abortions to protect a pregnant patient's health. The opinion means the Idaho case will continue to play out in lower courts and could end up before the Supreme Court again. Now, as I mentioned, it does not answer some key questions about whether doctors can provide emergency abortions elsewhere, which is a pressing issue there. We're going to continue to follow all of the details and the impact here as we do on Live Now from Fox. Also want to remind you of another ruling that did come down a bit earlier today. The Supreme Court rejecting a nationwide settlement with OxyContin maker Purdue Pharma that would have shielded members of the Sackler family who own the company from civil lawsuits over the toll of opioids, but also would have provided billions of dollars to combat the epidemic. After deliberating for more than 6 months, the justices in a 5-4 vote blocked an agreement hammered out with state and local governments and victims. The Sacklers would have contributed up to $6 billion and given ownership of the company, but retained billions more. The agreement provided that the company would emerge from bankruptcy as a different entity with its profits used for treatment and prevention. So again, rejecting there the nationwide settlement with Purdue Pharma that would have shielded the members of the Sackler family from civil lawsuits. The time now 10:50 on the East Coast and 7:50 on the West Coast. We're going to head to our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour, but a lot more news to get to in just a matter of minutes. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. We are expecting to hear from Florida Governor Ron DeSantis here. He's going to talk about a variety of issues. A lot of it sounds as though, is related to transportation and congestion relief. You can see he is at the podium right there, so we are going to pop up the audio and listen in. On the other side, our very own Stephanie Quinue will be in the hot seat with your top stories, live events, everything you need to know on this Thursday, June 27th.
Say that we're really locked and loaded when it comes to things like more roads, relieving congestion, all the things that we know we need to do. And, on the one hand, it's great to have to, announce some of these things because we're actually a state that people want to move to, and they're moving away from some of these other places. I mean, you got Grady Judd. He's got people, there's people that'll see him around the country and they'll decide to move to Polk County because they want to make sure they have a law and order sheriff in a free state. And so Polk County, I mean, how much has the population grown just in the last 4 or 5 years? But I mean, you go back when I was growing up on the west coast of Florida, it's considered very rural relative. And now there's like over 800,000 people. So we're seeing this and all over the state. And we do have Sheriff Judd is here. I just want to recognize him and thank him for his good work. We also have our Florida Department of Transportation Secretary, Jared Perdue, Representative Chuck Clemens. And then we have Vince Heffley. Did I say that right? Okay, close enough. Yeah, good. From the Florida Transportation Builders Association, talk about some of the projects. So Florida, we were able to announce last week, since I took office in 2019, our economy has grown 22%. The nation as a whole since 2019 has grown half that much, 11%. So we've doubled the national average in economic growth over the last 5.5 years. We just signed a budget a couple weeks ago now. Even though we did record transportation and road control, which I'm going to talk about, even though we had record funding for education, even though we had record funding for conservation and environment, we actually spent less in this coming budget than we're doing the current year. Who's reducing spending anywhere in our country? Certainly not in Washington, D.C. So we're doing that, and that means we're the top fiscal shape really anywhere in the country. We now have the lowest per capita debt, state debt of any state in the United States out of all 50 states. We also have, I think we're second lowest in state per capita tax burden, of course, no income tax, but we've also done major tax relief. We did $2.5 billion in the current fiscal year. Next year's budget is additional $1.5 billion, and some of this stuff is reflected like $1.5 billion, 2.5. This current fiscal year, we did the no sales tax on baby items, and we made that permanent. So anything you need for raising a baby, diapers, cribs, strollers, clothes, formula, it's all tax-free in Florida. That's just now on the books, so we don't keep counting that going forward, but families are still saving on that. And we also did in 2023, we did it again this year starting in April, is toll relief. So our commuters get a 50% reduction in their tolls at the end of the month. That's a huge, huge savings, especially in areas that have a lot of toll facilities, which those were all here when I got here. I didn't put any of those up, but they're there, and we want to try to provide relief from them. So we've done that. And we've been able to do these things. We're ranked #1 in education 2 years in a row in the entire country by U.S. News and World Report. #1 ranked public university system for 6 consecutive years here in the state of Florida. And oh, by the way, the amount that tuition for our in-state tuition for our citizens has gone up since I've been governor is $0. No increase in tuition, period. You look at Florida, we're #1 for new business formations and have been for quite some time. And, we're the 3rd largest state, so obviously we should have more business formations than a state like Rhode Island or some of the small states. But, we have more business formations than California, which is twice the population of Florida almost, not quite anymore, because they're losing population because of the bad policies. Who wants to have to dodge homeless people all over the streets just to go get a cup of coffee? People don't like that. But so you have that. So even with states having, California, many more millions of people than we do, we still have more business formations. And then if you look at our private sector growth, we grew 2.2% over the last 12 months. The national rate was 1.6%, and our labor force grew almost twice as fast as the nation's as a whole. We have had lower unemployment than the nation as a whole for 43 consecutive months. So we're leading, we're getting the job done. Oh, by the way, our crime rate's at a 50-year low because of Grady Judd and other people. So all that being said, that provides opportunities, but also provides challenges. And the reality is when you lead the nation in net in-migration year after year, which we have now for a number of years, that requires there to be the supporting infrastructure to be able to handle that. I can't, as an American citizen, you can move to whatever state you want to. If they let me set up an immigration system just for Florida, I mean, we probably would do that, and but that's just not the way it works. And so when we have success, it does attract more folks. When these other states do dumb things, more people want to leave those states. So we're in a situation where we've got to make sure that we're accommodating this. And part of our focus has been on accelerating projects that were probably in the hopper to happen 10 years from now, probably not getting done for 20 plus years, accelerating them, infusing the cash, and getting this done ahead of schedule. And that's what we promised to do. I remember I came to Central Florida in 2023 saying we were going to have this big, ambitious Moving Florida Forward initiative. We got a lot of that in last year's budget, and then we've basically completed what we need in this year's budget. But since I became governor in 2019, we've invested almost $70 billion to improve transportation infrastructure in the state of Florida. And our main focus has been on reducing congestion. That's, to me, the most important thing. I mean, we want to have good roads. We want people to be able to get where they need to go as quickly as possible, but we're in a situation where there's a lot of growth, so we got to accommodate for that. So moving Florida forward has been something that I'll talk about in a minute, but I think that just shows we could have just sat around and not done anything about it and just said, well, we have these projects, all that's going to eventually get done, or we can say, no, let's just get it done as soon as possible, and let's put more resources to bear and move on. But so this current year budget, or for starting July 1st that I signed a couple weeks ago, we have $14.5 billion for 946 different transportation projects across the state. And that includes over $5 billion to maintain and construct new highways. And just for this year's budget will equal a total increase in 140 new lane miles throughout the state. Since 2019, that's almost $25 billion for close to 1,000 new lane miles in the last 5 years, which is really important. We also have $1.8 billion to resurface roadways and to fill potholes. We've done almost $25 billion and resurfaced over 12,000 miles of roadway since I've been governor. And if you travel to other states, I mean, I like the new roads where it's like, okay, you have traffic, now you can have ways to alleviate. That is, to me, you're doing new things or whatever. But if you look at making sure that the roads are in good shape, a lot of places don't do that. You drive around New York City, and if you drive around to all the different boroughs, they're charging you massive tolls to go across this bridge and that bridge. And if you drove around all those areas, you'd be paying $30, $40, $50, $60 in tolls, probably just one day hopscotching around there. It's a lot, very stiff tolls. And yet, You drive on these roads and you get motion sickness because it's so bad. It's like bump, a bump, a bump, a bump, and I'm just like, man, where does all that money go? It's certainly isn't fixing the road. So that's really important. And people have said when they've looked at Florida's infrastructure, we're ranked in the top 5 for the quality of our roadways across all 50 states, which, you know, that's great in and of itself. It's also great when you're a high population state. If you're in some of these states that have lower population, it's probably easier to keep the roadways nice because you have as many people on them. We've got a lot of traffic. We've got ports. We've got big trucks taking goods from ports. We have all this stuff, tourists, you name it, and we're in the top 5. So that's really significant. We also have in this year's budget almost $400 million to repair 72 bridges and replace another 15 bridges. So that'll be almost 600 bridge repairs or replacements since 2019, and including after Hurricane Ian, we were able to reconnect bridges to those islands in record time and really help save the recovery for those areas. We also have $1.4 billion to support intermodal improvements. A lot of money for airports, which are expanding, and Orlando is a good example of that. We have over $100 million for seaports and $960 million for different rail, like the freight rail that goes across the country from here. So really, really good. We've done a lot on airports. We've done a lot on seaports. These are great engines for Florida's economy and future. But if you look at moving Florida forward, so I've got some of these. So if you look, this is like the Orlando area, and you all know, so, you know, here's Polk County, Osceola, Orange. Some of these projects were in the hopper, you can see, and those are funded, and those are going to happen. So you see different things around I-4, you see different things. I'll show you the one in Tampa where we've got some more stuff there. But moving Florida forward, that's those dark spots. So none of that was going to happen. Probably would have happened in 10 years. They would have started it. But we understand in these areas, I mean, there's really severe traffic and severe congestion there. So we wanted to put all this money in, and we have the biggest budget surpluses we've ever had in the history of the state, and we're cutting taxes. We're very wise with spending, but if we have situations where we know we're going to need to do this one way or another, might as well get it done. So some of the projects have been really, really important on I-4 and the connecting roadways to supplement what was already going to happen. And I think that this is going to end up saving huge amounts of hours waiting in traffic, you know, over the next 10 or 15 years compared to what would have happened if we didn't put our foot on the gas and lean into some of these projects. And, you know, you go, it's one thing to have rush hour traffic. I mean, you want to try to alleviate that. You go in some of these areas, I mean, you could go at any time of the day and you could have backup. Some of these areas with like Champions Gate and all those areas can just be really, really bad. And part of that is there's a lot of visitors, there's attractions, all this stuff. But part of it is, you know, we need to move these projects up. So we're accelerating those, and they're going to be really happy ahead of schedule. So you have Polk, Osceola, Orange going to really benefit. But I've also got, and you can see it at different, from the Tampa perspective, going into Polk. So we're kind of over here. I-75 in Ocala. If you've ever had to drive that, you don't know what's going to happen on I-75 when you're in that area. So all of that is accelerated there in the northern part as we get north of the Central Florida area to be able to help with the flow there. And that's something that definitely needs to be done. Again, this wouldn't have been done. They wouldn't have even started this for another 10 years probably had we not done that. Some of the stuff on the other map, and then we've got stuff here that we're accelerating in the Tampa Bay area. So that whole Central Florida area, and you even got Sarasota, Bradenton area. But all of that, I would say, of moving Florida forward, there's big projects in Miami, there's stuff in Southwest Florida, there is stuff around the state, the Panhandle, but I would say Central Florida is probably the largest beneficiary because, quite frankly, that's where we've seen so much rapid growth and we've seen some of the congestion due. So 75 I-75, I-4 corridor, even down into Sarasota, Bradenton, you're looking at really significant improvements. And one of the things that we kind of teased the other day is we're starting all this stuff, and there's obviously, and Jared will talk about major I-4, but as this is being done, they have found a way to be able to, by next year, actually open up an additional lane on I-4 right in that Champions Gate area. So Champions Gate and over to World Drive, next year, there will be one additional lane that will be open at I-4. That's going to be a big deal.
And for anyone living in Florida, that is a very big deal that I-4 is expanding. That is Governor Ron DeSantis of Florida talking about the congestion that Florida highways have seen and talking about ways to alleviate that headache for drivers. I'm Stephanie Quinn. Time right now is 11:08 Eastern, 8:08 Pacific. You are watching Live Now from Fox. We are going to step away for a 2-minute break. After the break, we are continuing to follow some breaking news as the Supreme Court has handed down several major decisions. We're going to bring in attorney Randy Zellen to break all of that down for us with his legal expertise. That interview coming up after the break. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and we continue to follow breaking news as the Supreme Court has cleared the way for Idaho hospitals to provide emergency abortions, at least for now, in a procedural ruling that left key questions unanswered and could mean the issue ends up before the conservative majority court again soon. The ruling came after a day an opinion was briefly posted on the court's website accidentally and was quickly taken down, but not before it was obtained by Bloomberg. The final opinion appears largely similar to the draft released early. It reverses the court's earlier order that allowed an Idaho abortion ban to go into effect even in medical emergencies. I do want to bring in attorney Randy Zellen to break this further down. So, Randy, as we are reading the Supreme Court's ruling from a legal standpoint, what do you make of it?
Well, it is a little bit of a kicking the can down the road to the extent that the Supreme Court has not issued a ruling on the merits of Idaho's near total abortion ban, but simply said, this really isn't for us. We're going to send it back down to the lower court to figure this out. And the court hinted at maybe we shouldn't have had it in the first place and we should not have reinstated the ban. What we're talking about here, simply put, is the tension between federal law, and federal law broadly saying that no one should be denied care in an emergency room in a hospital. It's not about an abortion. It's about emergency medical care in general. If I don't have money and I can't afford to pay the hospital bill, I cannot be turned away when we're talking about getting me stabilized. That conflicts with Idaho's near total abortion ban, which is a state law. And the Supreme Court has essentially said, nope, that's not going to work. And for now, they have put back in place the ability to get an abortion to the extent that someone is coming into the emergency room, and as a result of needing to be stabilized, an abortion is in order.
So you mentioned, Randy, that this is a ruling that almost kicks the can down the road. What happens now? Obviously, at least for now, emergency abortions have been reinstated in Idaho. But does that mean once again that this will come before a lower court, which could then once again, ban emergency abortions? What happens?
We may be just like hamsters on a habit trail where it goes up to the top, gets kicked back down to the bottom, from the bottom goes to the circuit court, then back up to the Supreme Court. And this is one of those instances where the hot potato of abortion rights, the Supreme Court decided, okay, we're not picking up this potato today. We can worry about that another day. Let's send it back down to the lower court. But in the meantime, the state law cannot trump, no pun intended, the federal law, this emergency leave issue, where if I need to get emergency medical treatment to be stabilized and I can't afford it, I still have to be treated by the emergency room.
So let's talk about that, because there is an issue between federal law and state law and which takes priority. And the Supreme Court is saying federal is the, at the end of the day, you have to go with the federal law. So when it comes to next steps legally, can this case be brought again if the ultimate decision is that the federal law stands? And if it can be, how does that argument then change?
I think what we're going to run into is this notion of what laws are exclusively within the purview of the federal government, what laws have been reserved to the states to address, and then, of course, when you have the overlap and whether or not there is a conflict. And since right now, as we sit here today, Roe v. Wade is gone. So now it's a states' rights issue. We will be back in the lower court to see whether or not there's actually a conflict between Idaho's, again, near total abortion ban, and whether or not that conflicts with the federal law that, again, is not specific to abortion rights, but deals with someone coming into the emergency room needing emergency treatment and needed to be stabilized. If in order to save that person's life or to stabilize that person, an abortion is the only answer, does that state abortion ban now conflict with the federal law, and which law will prevail? And as you just indicated, for the moment, the Supreme Court has basically said, the feds win, we're going to kick this back down, you all figure this out, and we'll see you one day down the road.
Interesting. A lot of people want to declare this either a victory for one side, a loss for the other. From a legal standpoint, is this a victory for one side or the other, or is it a wash?
It is a not a win as far as the war goes. It's a win in terms of a battle. And for the moment, those people who are in favor of abortion rights technically can claim a victory in this battle, because right now in Idaho, the state abortion ban law must give way to the federal law that mandates an emergency room to provide treatment to someone regardless of their financial wherewithal.
Do you feel like that this ruling clarifies or muddies the water more when it comes to states being able to make their own decisions versus federal rules that must take precedent? Does that clarify this often controversial discussion, or does it make it even more gray?
The fact that you've put to me the appropriate question of who won, that's really all that you need to know. It clearly has not clarified anything, and it has already has muddied muddy waters, because again, one side claims victory today, those people who favor abortion rights, but the pro-lifers turn around and say, no. You haven't won anything. You got a reprieve. You got to stay. We're ultimately going to prevail down in the lower courts. So the answer to your question is it has not clarified a thing.
All right, Randy. I also want to talk to you about another major opinion handed down today by the Supreme Court, rejecting Purdue Farmers' OxyContin settlement, allowing the Sackler family, who owns this company, to be susceptible to lawsuits and the like. How significant is this decision?
Extremely, and again, no pun intended, it is a bitter pill to swallow. Whether your last name is Sackler or you right now are a plaintiff in the existing litigation where there is a multi-billion-dollar settlement that is now in jeopardy because that multi-billion-dollar settlement was conditioned upon the Sacklers as individuals being out of and being done as far as legal exposure. And for the Supreme Court to say, nope, sorry, they do not get a blanket pass. That settlement now is in jeopardy. So if you were there as a plaintiff waiting for that payday, you may not be seeing it. So it is an extremely, extremely significant result. It is a setback for the Sacklers individually. It is a setback for anyone who wants to negotiate a similar resolution where you individually get to walk away and live to fight another day. And it is an extraordinary blow, potentially, to any present plaintiff.
And this settlement had been in the works for many years. So what happens next from a legal standpoint? Does this go back to square one? What happens, especially with all of these families who were looking to settle after they lost loved ones to overdoses because of OxyContin?
The lawyers will get back around a conference room table and figure out if there is some way to save this settlement. This settlement has now been jeopardized as a result of the Supreme Court saying, no, we are not going to give future plaintiffs, someone who is not a plaintiff yet, we are not going to deprive them of the ability to go after the Sacklers individually as well. We are not going to sacrifice the future for the present. It's a very difficult decision. You can understand both sides of the argument. You can feel badly for those plaintiffs right now who were counting on this settlement. And by the same token, you can appreciate someone who maybe can be a plaintiff or an estate that can be a plaintiff one day that is suddenly going to be deprived of the ability to go after a defendant who's been released on a going forward basis for claims that I haven't even presented yet. An extremely, extremely difficult decision, and you have to feel for all of the stakeholders.
So to really break it down for our viewers, when it came to the crux of this argument, the reason behind this decision, and you alluded to it, does it really center on potential future individuals who are then looking to file a lawsuit? Is that really what this hinges upon?
Yes, it is what at least that is my understanding, that the ruling from the Supreme Court essentially says to the extent that the Sacklers have been released from future liability and have been released from liability concerning a plaintiff who isn't even a plaintiff yet and is not here to be heard. I don't care how much money they are putting on the table for the present class of plaintiffs. We are not going to deprive anyone on a going forward basis who's not here yet in court from their ability to go after the Sacklers.
Randy, another case that has not yet been decided, of course, this is the one probably with the highest visibility. This would be former President Trump's immunity case. The Supreme Court not handing that decision down today. When do you anticipate that ruling to come?
Monday, prior to the July 4th holiday. It's coming. And what it's going to say, I think fair-minded people will probably say that both extremes will be thrown out. The Supreme Court will not determine that there is blanket immunity, nor will the Supreme Court determine that there's no immunity. I believe, at least, that the Supreme Court will issue guidelines, they'll issue standards, they'll issue guardrails, points, a test, and we'll send it back to the lower court to apply that test to the facts of the case, and then at that point, make rulings. But what it will most certainly do is ensure that there will not be a trial before the election.
All right, Randy, thank you so much for joining us as we continue to follow the breaking news of some major Supreme Court rulings. We appreciate you joining us.
Thank you for having me.
And you are watching Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinn. Time right now is 11:24 Eastern, 8:24 Pacific. We're going to step away for another 2-minute break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinn. And before we were following that breaking news of the major Supreme Court rulings, we were listening to Florida Governor Ron DeSantis talking about the growing traffic congestion around Florida and the strategies and methods now being employed to address the traffic headaches. So we do want to head back to Auburndale, Florida, as he continues to deliver his remarks. Let's listen in.
Some of this is if we did nothing, it would obviously get worse because people are coming. if we did kind of what the old schedule was, where, yeah, there's a lot of things in the hopper over the next 25 years, it would be helpful, but you're barely keeping your head above water. The fact that we're accelerating this, we want to meet the increased demand for using roadways in Florida, but then actually get ahead so this stuff moves more smoothly in this area. And that's something that is going to be done. Now, what is our focus in terms of this? Our only focus is on quality of life for Floridians, making sure that we're easing congestion, making sure that we have safe roads, making sure that they're in good shape. We are not using transportation to push an ideological agenda like the Biden administration is doing. It is wrong. We are, even though we're ranked in the top 5 states for roads, I think we're one of the lowest states for receiving any money from this, Biden infrastructure thing. And part of that is we don't do the strings attached. I mean, if we have to sign up for DEI and all this stuff just to receive road funding, we're not going to do that. We're not going to allow the federal government to use the purse strings to impose bad policies on the state of Florida. But make no mistake, they are trying to use transportation and roadways to be able to promote a political agenda. In 2022, the Biden administration Secretary of Transportation launched a $1 billion transportation project that he said would combat racist roads. And I'm thinking, like, everyone can drive our roads. We're not doing, I don't know where you're getting that, trying to do. They also have so-called social justice initiatives that they're trying to use, shoehorn into transportation. And the Federal Highway Administration even tried to circumnavigate Congress by requiring states to track car emissions, despite Congress voting to exclude this authority in the Infrastructure Investment and so-called Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. Make no mistake, they want to be able to monitor how you use your vehicles. And in Florida, we can say any proposal that would try to monitor how you're using your vehicle is quite simply dead on arrival in this state. We're not going to let that happen. So we don't want to see the weaponization of transportation dollars. We want to make sure that transportation and road building is focusing on what it should be focusing on, providing our residents with an ability to get to and from in the most efficient and effective way possible. We should not be trying to shoehorn DEI or CRT or climate alarmism into these projects. These projects need to stand on their own 2 feet. Now, I'm pleased to announce that today, to make clear where Florida stands, the Florida Department of Transportation is launching a dedicated portal that will highlight for folks the politicization of the Biden Transportation Department and to demonstrate how Florida is just saying no. So you can visit the portal at roadsarenotforpolitics.com. Roadsarenotforpolitics.com. We will keep our transportation expenditures focused on actually transporting people. We will make sure that we're supporting projects that provide a return on investment for our citizens. And we are not going to allow the federal government's underhanded tactics to impose an agenda on this state that the people have rejected time and time again.
We are listening to Florida Governor Ron DeSantis talking about traffic congestion in the state as a lot of folks are now heading here to live in Florida and talking about the strategies being put into place to combat the growing traffic headaches. We also are following very closely an upcoming event tonight as President Biden and former President Trump will meet for the first presidential debate in Atlanta, Georgia. Coming up in 2 minutes after the break, I'll be speaking with Trump Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt to talk about this historic debate coming up in just a matter of hours. That conversation in 2 minutes. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and you're taking a live look inside the stadium, so to speak, where President Biden and former President Trump will meet in just hours for the first presidential debate in Atlanta, Georgia. A lot of attention will be both on the issues and the candidates themselves. I do want to speak with Trump Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt, who joins me now for a look ahead at tonight's historic debate. Caroline, thank you so much for taking the time to join us here on Live Now from Fox.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you for having me.
So before we get into the debate itself, I have to ask a question that a lot of our viewers are asking themselves, which is, will former President Trump announce his VP running mate ahead of tonight's debate or during the debate itself?
Well, I won't get ahead of the president. He will make that announcement when he decides to. It could come any day. It could also come at the Republican National Convention in a couple of weeks in Milwaukee, but that's a decision for President Trump to make. What I will say is there's a lot of great options on the table, a lot of great names that have been thrown into the hat, and all of them will make a much vice president for this great nation than Kamala Harris has over the last 3.5 years serving under President Biden.
There are a lot of choices, and we do know that a lot of people are excited about this possibility to be Trump's running mate. Has he made his decision? He might not make it public just yet, but has he decided, or is that still up in the air?
Well, the president has said he has pretty much come to a decision in his own mind, and anyone who tries to pretend they know what that decision is other than him is lying. It is close hold. He will announce it when he thinks it's the most appropriate time.
Tonight's debate is a very historic one. Many people are going to be focusing on both candidates as well as the issues. I did want to ask you this. The Trump campaign had called for President Biden to take a drug test ahead of tonight's debate. Can you explain the reasoning behind that?
Well, many people after the State of the Union address were questioning whether Joe Biden had been artificially stimulated. He clearly was showing a different energy that we do not see on a daily basis from Joe Biden. What we see on a daily basis is Joe Biden having a hard time reading off of a teleprompter. We've seen him trip up the stairs of Air Force One on numerous occasions. He stumbles over his words. He often divulges into bizarre fantasy stories that have never taken place. But on the State of the Union night, he was clearly very alert. And so a lot of people rightfully questioned whether he was artificially stimulated. And, President Trump has challenged Joe Biden to a drug test. And if the Biden campaign wants to prove that Joe Biden doesn't take artificial stimulants for nights like tonight in like the State of the Union, then they should accept our challenge to participate in a drug test.
And speaking of that, a lot of attention has been focused on the candidate's age. President Biden, of course, being 81 years old, former President Trump, 78 years old. Should age matter?
It's not about age, it's about competence. And Joe Biden clearly has displayed a physical and mental weakness that, again, is clear for anyone with eyes that watches him speak or watches him stumble. Whereas President Trump clearly displays strength. He is all over the country all the time, giving hours-long speeches to crowds of thousands of people. He is as sharp as a tack as a younger person working for him. I can tell you, the man is constantly working. He's very well read. He knows what's going on in this country and around the world. He has the stamina to lead this country for another 4 years. Joe Biden has clearly, unfortunately, displayed that he doesn't. And the polling indicates that Americans agree with me on that. More than 70% of this country do not believe that Joe Biden has the mental and physical fortitude to lead this country for another 4 years.
Millions of people are going to be watching this presidential debate tonight. What does the Trump campaign want voters to focus on during this debate?
Well, they should focus on the questions that are asked by CNN. We hope that these questions will be focused on the issues that voters at home care about. And poll after poll tells us that voters right now care about the record high inflation that has increased the cost of living in this country. Everything from rent to mortgage rates to groceries and gasoline has gone through the roof because of Joe Biden's economic policies. And President Trump has a plan to bring down inflation, to make gas cheap again. If he's given the opportunity to relay that message tonight, he certainly will. And then secondly, President Trump will also talk about his plan to stop the immigration invasion that is taking place on our southern border. He has a real plan to stop Joe Biden's border crisis. And Joe Biden needs to answer to both of these issues as well. After all, it's his policies that have created the worst inflation crisis and immigration crisis in our nation's history.
So should voters care only about the issues, or should they also care about the personal history and the background of the candidates as well?
Well, certainly this is a binary choice in this election between President Trump, who is a businessman who stepped into the political arena as an outsider, continues to be an outsider, who had unprecedented accomplishments in his first term because he's not beholden to anyone, not the special interests or the lobbyists. He's only beholden to the American people, and he delivers on his promises, versus Joe Biden, who is a corrupt career politician. Joe Biden has been in politics for 51 years. He's engaged in more than 40 debates since 1972. That's longer than a lot of people watching tonight have been alive. And so if voters at home want someone who's going to shake up the system and demand real change, put our country first again, not only here at home, but also on the world stage, then they should vote for President Trump. Joe Biden's been in office all this time, and look at what he's gotten us. Higher cost of living, an open border, and war around this world.
Both men have made headlines in the recent months for their connections with criminal trials. Former President Trump with his felony conviction and the hush money trial, and he's mentioned it on a number of times. In fact, he alluded to it in his barbershop roundtable held last night in Atlanta, Georgia. And then, of course, Hunter Biden, his felony conviction in the gun trial. Do you think these issues will come up? Do you think they should come up?
Well, I think in the debate, it should be asked of Joe Biden why he lied 4 years ago about his son's laptop. On the debate stage in 2020, Joe Biden said that the Hunter Biden laptop was not real. That was a lie. He knew it was real then. It's, of course, real now. It was just used as a key piece of evidence in Hunter Biden's trial in Delaware, where he did become a convicted felon. As for the cases against President Trump, it's been made very clear to the American people that these cases have all been brought by Democrat prosecutors. In the case of New York, Alvin Bragg campaigned on the promise of getting Donald Trump, not getting real criminals who are currently roaming free in the streets of New York City. And the case was overseen by a corrupt Democrat judge who donated money to Joe Biden, who has a close family member who has profited off of fundraising for Democrats. And so I think people realize that the case against President Trump was a political persecution led by Democrats in an attempt to interfere in our election. And that's why it has not swayed the public opinion of President Trump. You look at the polls, he's continuing his momentum. And in fact, after the verdict came down in that case, our campaign raised more than $53 million in 24 hours from millions of people across this country who are sick and tired of seeing our justice system weaponized.
And let's talk about the justice system. We have yet to hear from the Supreme Court handing down the ruling on former President Trump's immunity case. What impact, if any, do you think that a decision either way will have on this campaign and in this election?
Well, the Supreme Court, we hope, will do the right thing in this case. It is absolutely critical, not just for President Trump, but for all future presidents, that they have immunity to protect them from political persecutions like the one we're seeing in New York, from official acts that they take as president. No president will be able to function if they don't have immunity and protection for the very tough decisions that they make when they are the commander-in-chief of this country. If there was no presidential immunity, then one could argue Joe Biden could be charged with crimes for his dereliction of duty at the southern border, allowing terrorists into our country knowingly. In fact, yesterday, the Department of Homeland Security put out a report that there's more than 400 ISIS-linked terrorists who have been smuggled into this country because of Biden's open border. So can he be prosecuted for that? If the Supreme Court doesn't uphold presidential immunity, it's possible in the future he could. And it would be very bad for our nation if presidents from both parties are going back and forth prosecuting one another. Immunity is critical, and we hope that the Supreme Court will do the right thing.
Let's go back to the debate itself. There have been changes in the rules. There's no audience. Microphones are going to be cut off. Do these play in former President Trump's favor, or do you think that they might hinder him in any way?
Well, President Trump doesn't need restrictions or certain types of rules to get him through this debate. These rules were set by the Biden campaign to protect Joe Biden because his handlers know that he's incapable of standing up there for 90 minutes and really going back and forth with President Trump in a true debate. With that said, we willfully accepted these terms because President Trump delivers on his promises, and he made a promise to debate Joe Biden anytime, anywhere, any place. So no matter what, tonight will be a good opportunity for President Trump to highlight his strength with Joe Biden's weakness and to contrast his record of success in his first term as president with Joe Biden's failures over the past 3.5 years.
So, Caroline, before I let you go, any surprises do you think are in store for viewers tonight?
Well, they'll have to tune in and see. We look forward to it. It's going to be a great night.
Absolutely. Anything else that you would like to share with our Live Now from Fox viewers before we let you go?
Well, if they want to have real fact checks of Joe Biden, they can go to factcheckbiden.com. Our team will be fact checking Joe Biden in real time all night long. As we know, he's accustomed to saying many lies on these debate stages. So go to factcheckbiden.com.
All right, Caroline, thank you so much for taking the time to join us right here on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
And as Caroline mentioned, you can watch the CNN presidential debate simulcast that will start at 9 p.m. Eastern time right here on Live Now from Fox. We are going to have extensive pre-debate analysis as well as post-debate analysis. Andrew Kraft will be helming those hours, and also coming up at 2 p.m. Eastern time right here on Live Now from Fox. Host Mike Page will interview Megan Hayes, who is the former Deputy Communications Director for President Biden. So we are getting analysis. We are getting perspectives from both sides, both President Trump and former President Trump and President Joe Biden. So we do hope that you stay with us right here on Live Now from Fox as we continue to follow this. We are going to step away for another 2-minute break. We will be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu, and we did have an event that wrapped up moments ago out of Philadelphia as Mayor Parker and other officials were talking about the full day, full school year pilot program. And you can see that she's taking to the podium right now. So let's listen in.
If you ever see me talking, I can see without my glasses, but if you ever see me trying to read and I don't have my glasses, I'm not reading a thing. Because I can't see it. Let me start by saying good morning to each of you. I'm proud to be joined on this morning by a host of stakeholders, educational stakeholders, and I thank each of you for being here. Dr. Tony Wadlington, Superintendent of the School District of Philadelphia, you don't know how fortunate that I know that I am to have a superintendent who's not afraid to be innovative and think outside the box and just try to do things a little differently in hopes that we can achieve a desired outcome. And I can really say it because I've just returned from the U.S. Conference of Mayors talking to some other mayors about their superintendents. And I didn't mind being a listening ear, but I did state for the record, don't you come near my superintendent. Because listen, I'm an English teacher, but he ain't going nowhere. So Dr. Deb Carrera, our Chief Education Officer for the City of Philadelphia, thank you. Our Deputy Chief Sharon Ward, wherever you are, a lady who I have watched and is the consummate professional and expert and adds value in every way with everything that we do. Vanessa Garrett Harley, our Chief Deputy Managing Director, Office of Children and Families. Another lady, and someone said to me, you know, when I'm thinking through some ideas and I have some thoughts sometimes, you know how you have a group of go-to people who, it's not baked, it's just an idea or a thought that you have in mind. They found out there was an educational leader who is the superintendent and CEO of Universal Charter Schools, and yes, she's a part of my educational kitchen cabinet and think tank. Give it up for Dr. Penny Nixon. Now, Dr. Michaelina Seriani, did I say it right?
I'm right here.
Did I say it right?
Michelina.
Michelina. Somebody in your family was named Michael. Or Mickle?
Yeah, and Michelina was the name also.
All right.
Great-grandmother.
Great, okay, all right. She's the principal of Silas Cohen School, and I want to thank you so very much for being a leader in this effort for us. And the gentleman to my left, pronounce it for me again so I don't screw it up.
You call me Joel, and that's an MVP name.
Joel
Boyd, yes.
Joel Boyd from Mastery.
That's right.
Listen, how long? I know you just got here, right? How long?
1 year.
1 year he's been here. You have been amazing and amazing. Give him a round of applause, please. I am so happy to be here on today as we announce an initiative that is extremely important to me. When it comes to public education, our goals are high, right? And they must be. For far too long, our students have struggled with far too little. You all are familiar with my commitment to the people of the city of Philadelphia. And that is, we will have a safer, cleaner, greener Philadelphia with economic opportunity for all. That's the ultimate goal. But I want you to know that it starts with ensuring that our children have access to the highest quality education that is available to them. So our administration has set an ambitious goal, working in partnership with the School District of Philadelphia. The goal is opening 20 full-day, year-round pilot schools by the fall. I've gotten beaten up, Doc, for the past 72 hours. Where's Deb Carrera? Where's Sharon Ward? I want to be clear that we're here today to announce that we are not merely achieving that goal on today, but we are exceeding that goal on today. But I want you to listen to the language I'm about to use. Today we are announcing that this fall we will pilot, and Doc, I hope you all know I did my homework here. I'm making sure that I communicate this appropriately. 25 pilot extended day, extended year schools. Extended day, extended year schools. I am, just because the narrative with so many people in the city, they heard me on the campaign trail talking about year-round schooling, and immediately when people begin to think about it, they think about the traditional educational day, and that our children are just going to be sitting in the same classrooms all day long from 7 o'clock in the morning to 6:30 in the evening, and that's what we meant. To parents, stakeholders, and residents of the city of Philadelphia, that in no way defines what we mean when we talk about extended day, extended year schools here in the city of Philadelphia. And those of you who are present, the educational stakeholders who are here, you have to be ambassadors for us on social media, talking with parent groups and other parental organizations, and making clear what the intent of our efforts are here on today. Why? Because this initiative serves as a way to help to close the opportunity gap and to make sure Philadelphia students have enrichment opportunities and extended learning time to help prevent what State Senator Vincent Hughes calls the summer slide, and to keep our students succeeding academically. How do you know this is important, Mayor? I'm a working mother, and I've heard from many other working mothers and fathers about how grateful they are and how grateful they would be if their children had access to extended day programs. It is also a necessity as we keep our young people engaged, and this, Vanessa, is where you come to mind. We keep them safe, and we keep them engaged in productive activities and things to do when the traditional school day ends. This is a program whose time has yet to come. I want you to know, Philadelphia, I would love to tell you that we were first in what we are trying to do, but that's not true. across the country, cities like New York, like Boston, like Los Angeles, they have demonstrated that extended day and year programs are popular with families and help students stay on track academically, allowing them to develop new interests, learn new skills, and find new passions. I want to acknowledge the William Penn Foundation for its early support for Philadelphia's extended learning system, including providing foundational grants to support the city's extended learning strategy. I also want to thank the Wallace Foundation for their financial support, as well as their national leadership, developing evidence-based practices for high-quality extended learning programs. And again, I want to set the record straight on the program that we are announcing today. The Extended Day Pilot Program is not changing the school calendar. It is not mandatory. Can you all help me here? Yes. The Extended Day Pilot Program, please repeat after me. The Extended Day Pilot Program is not changing the school calendar. It is not mandatory for students to participate. We are not asking anything more of our incredibly hardworking educators. And if anybody feels for teachers, I know what it's like in that classroom right now. And that is not what this is. I also want to say something else, and I talked to a good friend of mine on the way in, and I couldn't miss this moment. To whomever it was who leaked the story about our exciting new program for young people in our families, we will not be deterred in our mission. We will not be drawn into conflict with any other organization. I need to say to you publicly in Philadelphia, whenever this happens to the Parker administration, you need to know that I am not going to be afraid to tell you about these machinations that occur behind the scenes. Here the stakeholders are working with the school district, the administration, all of the stakeholders we have brought together to work to make this a reality. We have a communications checklist, for the record, that we have to go through when we are about to roll out a program. That would mean you communicate with the PFT and any other of the employees represented by a union. We would talk to the schools, in this instance, charter leaders, other educational leaders, and of course the principals who are engaged. When the folks leaked the story, this is how you know the intention wasn't a good intention. They leaked the story because they knew we hadn't completed our check the box list in talking to the stakeholders. So you get a reporter to go to the stakeholders before the administration has communicated with them, so you can get the comment in the paper that, well, we don't know anything about it. It makes it appear as if the Parker administration or the school district or the folks who were at the table putting this together, that they have left someone out of the equation, and or we're not being as collaborative as we communicate that we are. Whomever you were, it was cute. I was frustrated, but we won't let that take our eyes off the prize, okay? Just want to be clear. Our focus is unwavering. It's to create a world-class educational opportunity for every child in our schools. We are creating schools that will be open from 7:30 a.m. to 6 p.m. every day, that will remain open during those times that families scramble to provide care for their children during half days and winter and spring breaks. We will be working with principals and families in the pilot schools to find the enrichment programs that support the learning and are of interest to students and families. The first pilot year will be a learning year. Let me say that again. The first pilot year will be a learning year. Someone's waiting to affirm when we roll it out, a formally and officially, and it gets up and going, as soon as they see one flaw or something that doesn't go just perfectly, to be able to say, see, we told you it wouldn't work. When you hear it, know like anything else when you're leading, you can't be afraid to take risk, and you've got to try. And this is a different way to give the future Sherelles of the world, whose parents would not have had the money, quite frankly, who wouldn't financially have the disposable income that is needed to pay for a coding program, to pay for the financial literacy program, that there are some schools that just provide them naturally, and parents pay for those services. We want to make sure that there are no excuses, that our children in the Philadelphia School District, regardless of their socioeconomic status and or zip code, they get access to high quality enrichment programs that are not traditionally offered during the school day. Everybody clear on that one with me? Okay, all righty. It's important that we can and must do more for the students. We do want them to have the same chances. Langston learned how to do something, my son, that I never formally had a chance to participate in a structured environment to learn. I learned what the pieces were and how to put them through friends that would make me watch, and that is chess. I never took, well, you Sherelle, I mean, you never took a class to learn how to play chess. I said, well, when you were growing up, well, no. Mommy and Daddy never told me that taking a chess class was something that I needed to take, nor how learning the skills and playing the game, the strategy, how it could help me in my adult life. So imagine dance, imagine chess, rowing, writing, and of course, life sciences and biotech and anything associated with the trades. That prepares you not only for school or to help to prepare our young people for high school and or college, that helps to prepare you for the world. And that's ultimately what we want to do. Dr. Wallington and your team, thank you so very much for working in partnership with us. One of the things that the folks who leaked the story didn't know, and I was happy about this because they didn't know it all. They leaked what little bit they knew, and they leaked the names of the traditional publics. But what they didn't know is that we also have selected 5 charter schools to begin planning our charter pilot program. You see that divide and conquer? I'm glad they didn't know that part. Many of our charter schools already offer extended day programs, but we want to build on their current successes and learn from their experiences. So I'm excited to announce our pilot schools. B. Anderson School, Belmont Charter School, Laura Carnell School, George Child School, William Cramp School, Franklin S. Edmonds School, Lewis H. Farrell School, Edward Gideon School, Samuel Gompers School, Lewis H. Greenberg School, Junietta Park Academy, Allen Locke School, Mastery Charter at Pickett, Thomas G. Morton School, Northwood Charter School, Overbrook Educational Center, Pan American Charter School, Thomas Pierce School, Joseph Pinnell School, Southwark School, Solomon Silas Cohen School, Universal Creighton Charter School, Vare Washington School, John H. Webster School, and Richard Wright School. Give those schools, their leaders, a super huge round of applause. Final thing I want to say before you hear from our superintendent, and you're going to hear from them in this order: Dr. Watlington, Dr. Carrera, Vanessa Garrett Harley, Dr. Penny Nixon, Dr. Michelina Seriani. But I want to say this to you. You heard me say this is voluntary. For any parents in the school district of Philadelphia who have the great honor and privilege of traveling throughout the summer, and you stay at the shore, or you stay at Martha's Vineyard, or you stay in the Hamptons, or wherever, or down south. That was a big thing when I was growing up. People would go south for the entire summer to stay with their extended family members. If that is what you traditionally do during the summertime, and or if your children annually are already enrolled in programs, we think that is amazing, and we're trying to do absolutely nothing to interfere with the plans that you have for your children. What we're really talking about here on today is young people for whom that is not the standard operating procedure in their life, okay? Dr. Wadlington, over to you. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's a pleasure to stand with you and our charter colleagues this morning. This is a big day, and this is absolutely a big deal. So on behalf of the School District of Philadelphia, I'm pleased to stand here. And I also want to acknowledge many of our partners who are here. Certainly, I want to acknowledge our union partners and many others. At the very beginning of this journey, Mayor Parker, as we listened to you when you were on the campaign trail, had a conversation with our current PFT president, Mr. Jerry Jordan. And President Jordan reminded me of an experience from Grover Washington School some years ago. And he encouraged us as we go down this road, Mayor, to remember the importance of providing opportunities to our families where we consider the whole child, including older children who sometimes have to pitch in and help parents with some of the younger children. But he reminded us we've got to meet everybody's needs. And so as President Jordan prepares to retire this week, we're going to look forward next week, Madam Mayor, to be spending some time with President-elect Art Steinberg. And we look forward to that continued partnership. I also want to recognize, in her absence, she wasn't able to be here today, Dr. Robin Cooper, the CASA Union President. Let's give her a hand. But she did still send Ms. Dina Ramsey. Ms. Ramsey, would you please stand and be recognized? Thank you. We're standing together this morning, Mayor. And as you've said, this is a key initiative in the strategic plan, and we're so excited to move on your vision because we know all kids aren't at the Hamptons or Martha's Vineyard or Myrtle Beach or anywhere else, for that matter. Research shows us that extended day and extended year, when coupled with highly qualified, well-supported teachers, highly qualified, well-supported principals, the very best curriculum materials in reading, math, and science that we can find anywhere in these United States, and when we build equal partnership with parents, we can't do anything but rise and improve achievement. Last school year, our attendance improved, and we know that students who have the opportunity to be engaged in a different way, in an innovative way, Mayor, are more likely to attend school. I also have no doubt that our students will accelerate their academic achievement and feel empowered as they continue their education journey toward the ultimate goal of being college and career ready and being able to participate in the world's largest economy. Mayor, finally, I want to recognize some folks who are doing some good work in the school district. I'd be remiss if I didn't call their names. The leader of the academic division who's leading this effort, Dr. Jermaine Dawson, Deputy Superintendent, would you please stand? And Mayor, we're not going to let any other district steal him either.
That's right.
So you guys stay here. I also want to recognize our Chief of Communications and Customer Service, Alice Coppage. Chief of Staff, Sarah Galbally. Ms. Lauren, who serves on Dr. Dawson's team, and in the district this year, we have a Harvard intern who's dedicated exclusively to this initiative, Mayor. Her name is Ms. Trista Watson. Would you please stand and be recognized? Mayor, thank you for your leadership on the campaign trail. Never did we know that once you got elected, you were going to push 10 times even harder. But we are right behind you, and we're going to try to keep up with you, Mayor. But we're going to do good work, and we are going to execute well on this initiative. Good morning.
So we are continuing to listen to Philadelphia officials talking about the full day, full year schooling program. It's a pilot program that allows children to attend school longer in hopes of helping them and improving their academic success. I'm Stephanie Quinn. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Time right now is 12:10 Eastern, 9:10 Pacific. We're going to step away for a 2-minute break. Much more after that. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and we do have a special programming note to let you know about coming up at 9 p.m. Eastern Time tonight. Live Now from Fox will air CNN's presidential debate simulcast, and the debate itself starts at 9 p.m., but host Andrew Kraft will have pre-debate analysis as well as post-debate analysis. And I did want to share this with you. This is a live look from Atlanta, Georgia. This is inside where that debate is going to be taking place. You can see that there is room for an audience. However, the new rules in this debate have decided that no audience will be inside. So both President Biden and former President Trump, they will only be there with the moderators as well as the crew and security. Another rule change is that the microphone of the candidate listening will be muted, and they'll only have a certain amount of time to speak, after which the microphone will be turned off. So I did want to share that live look with you here on Live Now from Fox. And throughout the day, we have been speaking with a number of analysts, experts, to really showcase what we might be expecting. Earlier today, I spoke with Trump Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt about her views on what to expect. I did ask her about whether former President Trump will announce his running mate ahead of tonight's debate. She says that he is the only person who knows when that decision will be made public, although he has made up his mind. So very interesting. And coming up at 2 p.m. Eastern Time, host Mike Page will interview Megan Hayes, who is the former Deputy Communications Director for President Biden. But no doubt all eyes will be on both candidates and focusing on the issues, but also the candidates themselves, body language, cognitive ability, energy, all of these things is what a lot of voters will be keeping a very close eye on, as well, of course, as how the candidates address the big issues, including the economy, the border, the ongoing wars, and others. We do have a live event happening right now. It just started in Washington, D.C. This is the Democratic lawmakers launching a caucus on global migration. So let's pot up the sound and listen in.
Our Global Migration Caucus. So help me give a big round of applause to Congressman Castar and Congresswoman Cam Lager-Dove. And to the many supporting organizations that are with us today. Friends, over the last year and a half, since I've been in Congress, I've had the opportunity to visit the border. I've been in Brownsville, Texas, and as a matter of fact, the same border that my mother crossed pregnant of me 41 years ago. When I was with Homeland Security in that visit, I wanted to bring something back that would always remind me of my roots, but also the work that we have to do and how that work is not just at the southern border or not just in the work that we do here in Congress, but it is also global and it has a global impact. And so often you'll see me wearing these earrings that I got in Brownsville, Texas, as a reminder of where I come from and the sacrifices and impact of my mother's crossing 41 years ago into this country from Guatemala. And as I've made it to the border, I've made it to Guatemala a few times also in this past year, Honduras, and the Darien in Panama. I saw firsthand the humanitarian crisis that thousands of people around the globe are experiencing. I saw little children who were born in Ecuador to Haitian parents coming out of canoes after going through a jungle for 15 days in hopes to be able to seek asylum as they crossed through the Western Hemisphere. And I know, and I knew then, that we needed urgent action. The reality is that irregular and forced migration has reached unprecedented levels around the world because of failed policy choices over the years, sometimes over generations. We are facing a global crisis, generalized violence, civil wars, human rights violations, democratic backsliding, economic exclusion, and climate instability, just to name a few. Those instabilities are driving families away from their homes in search of safety and stability. Just yesterday, the world saw a violent coup develop in Bolivia, endangering democratic process and human lives. And Congress's discourse on this topic has been severely lacking. I should know I am the vice ranking member of Homeland Security, and the conversation is always limited to the border. Let me be clear, to the southern border. And it's about security policies and ineffective enforcement strategies. And today, through our Global Migration Caucus, we say we need a different conversation. We need a conversation that talks about the root causes of migration and a coordinated regional and global approach to address it. And so to address the unprecedented levels of global migration today and communities all over, we know that we want long-term solutions that build on the political will, that build regional partnerships and a coordinated approach. And that's why I'm so proud to stand with my colleagues to affirm that there are those of us in Congress who want to be effective allies and have global efforts to create a safer, more equitable world where we can build the life they want and deserve at home. Today, with Congressman Casar and Congresswoman Kamlager-Dove and our colleagues, we launch the Congressional Caucus on Global Migration. The caucus will connect members of Congress to experts around the world who are on the ground and in the communities most directly affected by displacement and migration management efforts. The Congressional Caucus on Global Migration intends to position Congress as an effective ally in building the political will to take meaningful congressional action that advances regional and global collaboration and establishes partnerships with both local and grassroots leaders needed to realize effective, orderly, and humane migration management. Together, we can change the narrative, we can build partnerships, we can build political will, and take the necessary action to realize a more secure, a more safe, a more sustainable future. Because for us, as we think about people on the move around the globe, we understand that we'll need a global coordinated effort to be able to address the issue. So, with me today, please help me give a big round of applause to one of the co-chairs of the Global Migration Caucus. Please help me welcome Congressman Greg Casar, co-lead of the caucus.
Thank you, Congresswoman. Congresswoman Ramirez has been such a champion and really such a leader on these issues throughout our first term here in the United States Congress, and is really, by establishing this caucus, is going to be a leader not just for the entire institution, but for the country on addressing global migration. And in this caucus, we seek not just to reframe the political debate, but to actually bring forward solutions that will work on issues of immigration. Because right now, there is so much rhetoric around immigration, but so few solutions being offered by elected officials. More and more restrictive and draconian policies on the border of my state, Texas, simply do not work. If you think about what Congresswoman Ramirez just laid out, families desperately fleeing their home countries, people being displaced in record numbers, mothers risking their lives, fathers sending their children sometimes on their own, kids just like our kids. Imagine the horrific situation you must be in to think about risking your family's life or risking your own child's life for safety. A more restrictive policy at the border isn't going to change that, because immigration does not begin at our border. It begins in people's home countries. And in Congress, they basically never talk about that. They never want to talk about it. Even less does the United States Congress want to talk about the ways that the United States contributes to the forced displacement of people in the Western Hemisphere and around the world. And so before we go about blaming asylum seekers for fleeing persecution and violence and desperation, we should first take a look at the ways that the United States Congress could do a better job to support stability and freedom and democracy around the world, rather than continue our failed policies that push people out of their homes and contribute to forced migration. That's why I'm so excited for us working together to launch this caucus. That's why I'm so proud that this caucus will be connecting organizations like these and experts around the world with members of Congress, so that we just don't keep on just talking about immigration, but actually start providing real solutions so that people that want to migrate have the option for doing so in a legal and safe and orderly way. But then those people who are being forcibly displaced from their homes see some change. And that's what the American people actually truly want. They want to see us talk about migration as an entire system, rather than just as a political talking point. In my office, we are currently drafting a bill to start addressing these root issues and the forced migration that we see. When I recently met with the ambassador from Mexico, the first thing he brought up to me was how the majority of the guns that the Mexican government is confiscating from cartels come from the United States, a huge portion of them coming from Texas. Why? Because our policies in Texas allow high-capacity magazine guns to get purchased, in many cases without a background check and without a license at all. And so there are policies that the United States currently has in place that contribute to the violence that many people are fleeing. There are policies we have in this country that contribute to the displacement of people from countries like Venezuela, where we see the largest number of asylum seekers coming from Venezuela, and you can see the spike in asylum seekers coinciding not just with Maduro's failed policies in that country, but also with the United States' failed sanctions policies that have not advanced U.S. interests in that country, but have indeed further impoverished the population in Venezuela. We need those conversations to be had. I have brought up those conversations with members of both parties and have so often heard, I've never heard anybody talk about that. Well, this caucus is going to make sure we talk about that and do something about it. And so that's why I'm so proud that we are establishing this. Thank you, Congresswoman Ramirez, for your incredible leadership on this, and our other co-chair, Congresswoman Sidney Kamlager-Dove, who's coming up next. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, and hello, good afternoon. My name is Congresswoman Sidney Kamlager-Dove. Well, my name is Sidney Kamlager-Dove, and I'm the Congresswoman for the 37th Congressional District in Los Angeles. My district is home to a large, vibrant, and diverse diaspora of immigrants from across the globe. It is my constituents' lived experiences that have motivated me to launch the Global Migration Caucus alongside amazing Congresswoman Delia Ramirez and amazing Congressman Greg Casar. As much as the Republicans want to trick you into believing that immigration is an issue that is solely tackled on their side of the aisle, today we are saying enough with that posturing. As Democrats and as progressives, we are committed to addressing the migration crisis with the holistic global perspective that it demands. Because let's not kid ourselves. The idea that immigration can be solved by sealing our southern border is absolutely absurd. The national debate around immigration continually fails to acknowledge that migration is not something that affects the United States. It is a global issue that reaches far beyond our southern border. Democrats understand that migration is an experience often born of necessity, which can come with immense hardship, heartache, and marginalization. I serve on the House Foreign Affairs Committee, specifically the subcommittees on Western Hemisphere and on Africa. In both regions, there are clear factors that contribute to the migration we are experiencing here in the United States: conflict, poverty, the climate crisis, political violence, and transnational criminal activity. In fact, there are 120 million forcibly displaced people around the world, more than any other time in modern history. And rarely in the headlines is the fact that Africa is home to a third of the world's refugee population and the world's largest internal displacement crisis in Sudan. We need to be talking about that, people. It is unconscionable that we are not. Anyone who is serious about addressing immigration understands that it can only be done sustainably by targeting root causes and making meaningful investments abroad through robust U.S. foreign policy engagement. But that is the antithesis of isolationism, which Republicans are pushing nationally, while simultaneously complaining about the impacts of retreating from U.S. global leadership. It's like, makes your head spin. These people have schizophrenia. But you cannot have your cake and eat it too. We must engage with our international partners to address the root causes of global migration, those who are our partners and those who might not be our partners right now. Because if you want to address migration, you cannot promote isolationism. Through this caucus, we also need to bring our humanity back into the immigration debate. And we know that this is still possible. Democrats and Republicans, believe it or not, have worked together to resettle migrants from across the globe. There was bipartisan action to provide resettlement support for Ukrainian refugees. I wonder why. I wonder why. And not many of the other countries that are also suffering from this kind of crisis that deserve a bipartisan agreement, that deserve bipartisan support, and that deserve bipartisan action. So clearly our caucus has a lot of work to do, but I am excited to lead the charge alongside my talented and very dedicated co-chairs. We are here, we are ready to help, we are ready to talk the truth, we are ready to address the global migration crisis, and when Republicans are ready to get serious about immigration, we are ready to work with them too. So thank you, and with that, I will now introduce Jose Espinosa.
As this press conference about the Global Migration Caucus continues, we are going to step away for a brief 2-minute break right here on Live Now from Fox. After that, we're going to head back live to Washington, D.C. as the immigration crisis across the globe is front and center at this press conference. We'll be right back in 2 minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. Time right now is 12:31 Eastern, 9:31 Pacific. And I did want to share, if you have just been joining us, that we continue to follow some breaking news out of Washington, D.C. as the Supreme Court has cleared the way for Idaho hospitals to provide emergency abortions, for now, at least, in a procedural ruling that left key questions unanswered. And it could also mean the issue ends up before the conservative majority court again soon. Now, this ruling came one day after an opinion was very briefly posted on the court's website. That was by accident. It was quickly taken down, but not before it was obtained by Bloomberg. The final opinion appears largely similar to the draft released early. It reverses the court's earlier order that had allowed an Idaho abortion ban to go into effect even in medical emergencies. However, this ruling does not resolve the issues at the heart of this case, meaning the same justices who voted to overturn the constitutional right to abortion could soon be again considering when doctors can provide abortions in medical emergencies. Another major ruling handed down today is that the Supreme Court has rejected a nationwide settlement with OxyContin maker Purdue Pharma that would have shielded members of the Sackler family who own the company from civil lawsuits over the toll of opioids, but would also have provided billions of dollars to combat the opioid epidemic. After deliberating more than 6 months, the Supreme Court justices blocked an agreement that had been hammered out with the state and local governments as well as the victims. The Sacklers would have contributed up to $6 billion and given up ownership of the company, but also retained billions more. The agreement provided that the company would emerge from bankruptcy as a different entity with its profits used for treatment and prevention. The High Court had put the settlement on hold last summer in response to objections from the Biden administration. It is unclear what happens next. We do have a live event happening right now in Washington, D.C. as well. Democratic lawmakers are talking, and they are discussing the global migration crisis. So let's listen in.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Representative Ramirez, Kassar, and Kamlager-Dove. We applaud your leadership in launching the Congressional Caucus on Global Migration. A dedicated caucus will bring much-needed attention and expertise to a complex global issue. It will push for policies that address the root causes of migration while also working towards a more humane, effective, and orderly governance of migrations. For the caucus to succeed, we urge you to steer it in the directions of, first, a frank reckoning with how increasingly militarized the domestic and foreign policies, as well as inadequate U.S. global climate actions, create conditions that impel people to flee their homes. Second, pursuing meaningful international cooperation through bilateral and multilateral mechanisms. Finally, and most importantly, prioritizing the voices and lived experiences of grassroots immigrant communities. Across the United States, immigrant communities are shining beacons of resilience and solidarity. They stand as guardians of their neighborhoods against displacement pressures, providing vital services to newcomers, while also sending hard-earned remittances home to support their families. These efforts highlight the strength, resourcefulness, and interconnectedness of immigrant communities that are absolutely crucial for crafting solutions that work in the real world. We're facing immense global crises, but in these challenges lies extraordinary opportunities for transformation. This isn't about just fixing a broken system, it's about reimagining our world. We must rethink how we care for our planet and each other, how we conduct geopolitics and foreign policy, and how we build a global economy that's based on solidarity and interdependence. Members of Congress, this is our moment to be bold. Let's seize this moment under the auspices of this caucus to build a future where both the right to stay and the right to leave are protected and where people, everyone, can thrive. Thank you. And with that, I'm going to introduce my colleague, Jason Boyd, Vice President of U.S. Federal Policy in Kids in Need of Defense.
Thank you.
Representatives Ramirez, Kassar, and Kamlager-Dove, thank you for your leadership in launching the vitally important Congressional Caucus on Global Migration. I'm Jason Boyd, the Vice President of U.S. Federal Policy for Kids in Need of Defense. Through legal representation, social services, and other work directly and with partners in the United States, Mexico, Central America, and Europe, KIND strives for a world that upholds the well-being of children who migrate alone. Tragically, over 17 million children globally are refugees or asylum seekers, more than ever before. All too many are unaccompanied or separated from loved ones. Factors driving their flight include gender-based violence, domestic abuse, and human trafficking. To find safety, these children must somehow overcome their communication and comprehension barriers, trauma born of persecution, the absence of trusted caretakers. Having witnessed these challenges firsthand, KIND knows it's critical that the U.S. government pursue robust solutions to address the root causes of such displacement, so that fewer children are compelled to flee their homes. Congress and the administration must also strengthen existing regional and global mechanisms and forge new ones to manage children's migration in a humane, orderly, and efficient fashion. These should include lawful, child-appropriate pathways to safety. The Global Migration Caucus represents an ideal platform for advancing such outcomes. And the caucus's engagement with on-the-ground leaders will directly foster this progress. KIND applauds these congressional champions for their vision and dedication. We're grateful to serve as an ally and look forward to working together to help keep children safe. Thank you all, and I will turn it back over to Representative Ramirez.
Thank you. Thank you. I want to thank all the organizations that are here today because you are the ones that are truly on the ground, understand the issues, and also have the solutions. This nation has relied for far too long on the decades of failed border enforcement policies, and this Global Migration Caucus will be the very first step in us actually taking a global lens so that we can actually have a global response that works. I want to thank my co-chairs, both of them who have done already incredible work in foreign affairs and in oversight and other committees. But I also want to thank the other founding members. We are 21 members that today join the Global Migration Caucus. Members of Congress who have been here 10 years, 20 years, members of Congress who serve in foreign affairs, who serve in judiciary, who serve in homeland, who also understand that in order for us to be able to be a partner that is global, we must understand what is happening around the world. We cannot forget what's happening in Congo, Sudan, Haiti, Ecuador, or even Bolivia. This is why I'm so excited that today we are launching officially this caucus. And I want to make sure that people are clear. Many caucuses are formed in this Congress. But if you know me, you know that I don't join a caucus to just have an attendance on it. I roll up my sleeves and I get to work. This caucus is a working caucus that over the next few months and over the next Congress, you will see actionable, tangible deliverables so that we can truly say that we are moving the needle forward, so that we as a global partner are addressing a global coordinated approach to addressing migration. So thank you to all the organizations, to the staff that worked so long, to the founding members. Let's go ahead and let's get to work. Thank you. All right, folks, thank you so much.
Thank you. Congratulations. Thank you very much.
It does appear that this press conference is now over, but these were a number of Democratic leaders talking about not just the crisis at the border, but how immigration really has reached a tipping point around the world. And so they are launching a global immigration caucus to further address that issue. We are going to step away for a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. We have another live event with the United Nations as they are talking about the crisis in Sudan and food security there. We're going to head to that live event coming up after the break. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu, and I did want to share this live look with you. This is a live look from inside really the room that both President Biden and former President Trump will meet at for their first presidential debate. This is a live look at the Forum in Atlanta, Georgia. This is, of course, a historic debate between a current president and a former president. New rules for this debate. It will be 90 minutes, and there will be a number of different things. There's not going to be an audience, and microphones will be muted from time to time so as not to interrupt the speaker. We do want to invite you to watch the CNN presidential debate simulcast right here on Live Now from Fox. The debate itself will begin at 9 p.m. Eastern time. However, as we have been doing throughout the day, we have special coverage of this. We are interviewing experts. We are interviewing press secretaries and former staff members from both President Trump and former President Trump and President Biden's staff. And we continue that special coverage. Host Andrew Kraft will have pre-debate coverage and analysis, as well as post-debate analysis as well. So we do invite you to join us here on Live Now from Fox for this historic debate. Meantime, we now want to head to this live event. This is with the United Nations as they are discussing the ongoing crisis in Sudan and the food security issues there. Let's listen in.
Presentation of the true scale of these horrific crimes. UNFPA continues to provide medicine and supplies, including for the clinical management of rape survivors, and to 12 health facilities in the capital and surrounding region. Mobile clinics are also operating at 8 displacement sites to support reproductive health, as well as hotlines for survivors of sexual assault and the provision of safe spaces. An artistic note, our very artistic colleagues at the UN offices in Vienna have collaborated with the Calle Libre, a street art festival for urban aesthetics, to create a mural at the Vienna International Center. The painting by the Australian artist Fintan McGee. I'm not good at pronouncing Australian names. I've had problems before. I'm going to get in trouble. The painting explores the human element of the United Nations and the fragility of peace, a concept in support of the SDGs and the Summit of the Future. It symbolizes 17 of the SDGs and particularly dedicated to Goal 16 on peace, justice, and strong institutions. If you are in Vienna, go see it. It's being finished today. Speaking of today, it is the day of micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises today. We are 6 years away from the 2030 deadlines to achieving the SDGs, and progress is lagging, as we've been telling you, as many countries face challenges and interconnecting challenges. The day offers an opportunity to discuss and exchange ideas on how key stakeholders, including policymakers, large companies, financial institutions, and the international community, can support micro, small, and medium-sized businesses to advance the SDGs. Lastly, we have a quiz, which is good news and means we got money in the bank. This country was visited by the Secretary General on June 10th through 12th of this year for a conference on Gaza. Yes, Urdun, thank you. We thank our friends. What? I don't have a question. Okay, that's okay. You can still win. We thank our friends in Amman. We are grateful to them for paying their dues and taking out of a long drought and no-hitting streak. We're up to 116 fully paid member states. Edie.
Thank you, Steph. Several humanitarian organizations and some UN agencies have been complaining, obviously, about the lack of fuel to run hospitals and electricity and other things. Can we get an update on fuel deliveries and what is coming in and what is needed?
To put it bluntly, very little is coming in and a lot is needed. We have been underscoring here the fact that generators are running low. I think the Kuwaiti Field Hospital had to shut down its generator earlier this week. As always, when the fuel supplies are low, it's a matter of just stretching out what there is. So generators have to be cut for a number of hours. That impacts hospitals. It impacts desalination plants. So we keep trying to get more fuel in, but we're not getting enough. And I will try to get you some hard numbers.
Thank you. And on the road from Kerem Shalom to the coast, is the UN able to use it at all, or is the situation still the same?
Not at this point. I know our humanitarian colleagues are in contact with the Israelis, and we're in contact with the Israeli military more than a daily basis to try to figure out how we can access that road safely and and make sure that the road is safe both for the trucks, but also passable in terms of repairing whatever damage there is to the road.
And is there any update on the U.S. peer review?
Nothing to share with you at this point, I'm sorry to say. Deji and then Gabriel.
Yeah, follow up on the floating dock. It's been reported that only 1,000 tons of humanitarian aid delivered out of 7,000 tons from that, which went to Gaza from that floating dock. I'm just wondering, for the rest of the 6,000 tons of aid, who is protecting those? Do you know that?
Well, the aid is offloaded from the U.S. pier. We're not involved in that offloading. We're involved in picking it up. I think that's a question that you would have to ask the U.S.
Because
and the
U.S.
Israeli.
said there are no boats on the ground on Gaza Strip.
That's correct.
So, which
I
means
can't speak to the security of goods that we are not in control of.
Okay. So next question. Tonight there is a debate. There is a U.S. presidential debate. Will the Secretary General watch that debate? And what is the most important topic for him to watch? Or maybe you will watch it for him?
The most important thing is to ensure that we do not add to all the commentary that is being made around this debate. Gabriel.
Thank you, Steph. We're hearing that there was a convoy of critically injured. Let me rephrase that. We're hearing that there's a convoy of people that need life-saving medical attention that was able to possibly leave Gaza today. Was the WHO, to your knowledge, involved in that?
The knowledge that I have is zero on this. I hadn't heard, but I will check with our WHO colleagues if we were involved. I mean, sometimes we're involved, sometimes we're not. Sure. But we'll check with them.
Thank you. And the Gaza Health Ministry says there are about 25,000 people that need medical attention, cancer patients and others, that have not been able to be evacuated yet. Generally, what's the Secretary General's position in terms of the UN's role in trying to get assurances that they can get out and get help?
We've been, as you know, WHO and others have been involved in sort of harrowing missions, right, to get different people out, including babies out. So we again, it's like everything else that's going on in Gaza. We are, as soon as we find a breach, we try to get in, right? We try to move the process forward and deliver humanitarian aid. But it is on a case-by-case basis, assessment-by-assessment basis. It is clear to anyone who is paying a minimum of attention to this crisis that there are, in a war zone where people cannot escape, you can very well imagine that there are a huge number of people who need medical help, whether it's through chronic disease and where they needed dialysis, or whether it's from wounds sustained, from amputation. There are a lot of people who need help. Very few have been fortunate enough to be evacuated compared to what is likely a very big number. But you know, the Rafah crossing remains closed for intents and purposes. So it's a very challenging situation.
We continue to listen into the new UN as they are discussing the ongoing humanitarian crisis in Gaza. We are going to step away for our final 2-minute break of the hour. I'm Stephanie Quinu. After that, my colleague Mike Page is going to be in the hot seat to guide you through a number of hours of top stories, live events, and headlines. Stay with us.
And welcome back, everyone, to Live Now from Fox. Well, the stage is set for the CNN presidential debate tonight, and we will have the coverage here for you as the simulcast of the CNN presidential debate can be found right here starting at 9 p.m. Eastern. And then, of course, we will have analysis and insight on the back end of that after the big 90-minute first presidential debate of 2024. We are going to bring you all day today some previews, getting you ready with insiders as well as those political analysts that will be carefully watching tonight and what we can look for coming up here in just hours. So everyone, Mike Page here. Thanks so much for joining us on Live Now from Fox as we continue to bring you the world of live feeds, top stories, and of course, when breaking news happens, you know we have you covered right here as well. Coming up in just a little bit, we will have Secretary of State Antony Blinken making remarks as Pride Month is almost coming to an end here, but he will be making some remarks, so we'll be bringing that to you a little bit here. And, of course, throughout the afternoon here on Live Now from Fox, we'll continue to bring you updates as we get closer to the big presidential debate, as well as more insiders talking about the big day as well. In the meantime, I do want to show you just some of House Democrats coming together to talk about abortion rights in America. Let's listen on Live Now from Fox, as this will be a big topic tonight on the debate.
Our extraordinary co-chairs of the Pro-Choice Caucus for their leadership and for gathering us here today, united as House Democrats in full, complete, and unequivocal support for reproductive freedom. Let me also thank Representative Judy Chu, Representative Kathy Manning, and Representative Susan Wild for their extraordinary leadership. 2 years ago, the far-right extreme Supreme Court majority overturned Roe v. Wade, and detonated reproductive freedom for millions of American women. The catastrophic decision in Dobbs was just one part of the extreme MAGA Republican plan to impose a nationwide abortion ban, outlaw contraception, and limit access to IVF. Today, reproductive freedom is under assault throughout America. House Democrats unequivocally believe in a woman's freedom to make her own reproductive health care decisions, period, full stop. It's a decision that should be between a woman, her family, her faith, and her doctors. The far right's extreme effort to take away reproductive freedom is unacceptable, unconscionable, and un-American. We must stop them, and together we will stop them. House Democrats, House Democrats will continue to fight for nationwide access to abortion care. House Democrats will continue to fight for access to contraception. House Democrats will continue to fight for access to IVF. We will continue to stand up. We will continue to show up. We will continue to speak up. We will pass the Women's Health Protection Act. We will pass the Right to Contraception Act. We will pass IVF protection legislation. We will not rest until reproductive freedom is the law of the land for every single woman in the United States of America. It is now my honor to yield to a tremendous champion for reproductive freedom, our extraordinary whip, the Honorable Catherine Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Leader. I am so proud to stand with this caucus as we mark this critical anniversary of taking away, rolling back 50 years of a constitutional right under Trump's Supreme Court. What has happened in the last 2 years? 27 million American women now live under health care bans. Doctors are being criminalized. IVF and contraception are under attack. And what does this mean? Let me share you a story from my second pregnancy, where a routine ultrasound showed that there was no longer a fetal heartbeat. And when I needed abortion care, because there wasn't a full miscarriage, to prevent infection, to preserve future fertility, I got that care without question. Fast forward to a post-Dobbs, a post-Roe v. Wade Texas. Amanda Zarowski water broke at 18 weeks pregnant. Her pregnancy could not survive. Yet her doctor, because of criminal penalties, could not give the care she recommended. She was told to go home, wait for infection to set in, and it did. She had a sepsis infection, spent days in the ICU, barely survived, and today does not know if she will ever be able to become pregnant again. What is the difference in the outcome of our two stories of miscarriage? It is Donald Trump and the GOP who has dismantled women's health care and reproductive freedom in this country. We are at a crossroads. We are going to choose freedom, or we are going to choose extremism. And every single time this has come before Americans for a vote, they have chosen freedom. That is in Kansas, Michigan, Ohio, Tennessee, Kentucky. Every single time, Americans stand with freedom. And this caucus and this president stand with them. And I am so pleased to introduce a champion for reproductive freedom, a champion for returning these critical decisions to American women and American families where they belong, co-chair of our pro-choice caucus, Barbara Lee.
Well, good morning, everyone. Let me first thank Leader Jeffries, Whip Clark, Chair Aguilar, our co-chair of the Pro-Choice Caucus, Diana DeGette, for their bold leadership. I am a proud Democrat, and I'm so proud of our Democratic caucus. Thank you all very much for staying the course on this issue that really is about life or death. As co-chair of the Pro-Choice Caucus with Congresswoman DeGette, I'm proud to be in this fight with all of you and with all of our incredible, inspiring coalition partners doing the work on the ground. 2 years ago, 5 extremist Supreme Court justices voted to take our country back decades and revoke a fundamental right of millions by overturning Roe. This is yet another attack on our democracy. Now, millions of Americans of reproductive age are living without access to abortion care, suffering preventable harm to their bodies and their lives. This anniversary, it's a stark reminder of the casualties in the GOP's war on reproductive freedom. But it also must be a call to action. It's a wake-up call, because this cannot continue. Tonight, the 2 candidates for president will debate for the first time in this election. I hope the country is paying attention not only to how they talk about abortion, but what they've actually done about it. From day one, the Biden administration has shown a clear and early commitment to sexual and reproductive health and rights. He has taken concrete actions to protect access to abortion, including medication abortion, the ability to travel for reproductive care, access to affordable quality contraception, safeguarding the privacy of patients and healthcare providers, and more. The extreme GOP and their allies on the Supreme Court could not be more opposite. They've continued an assault on reproductive freedom through harmful legislation at each level of government and in states across the nation. Let's be clear. Republicans are ready and eager to institute a national ban and create more suffering. We cannot let them do that. We cannot let GOP extremism continue to subvert the will of the people. As someone who had an unsafe and illegal abortion before Roe, we cannot allow this country to revert back to those days. The majority of Americans support the right to an abortion. Our caucus won't stop fighting until our laws reflect our democratic values and our own freedoms to make our own healthcare decisions without interference, mind you, from judges and elected officials. Thank you again. And now I'd like to yield to our woman warrior, Diana DeGette.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Barbara. Well, as you've heard, it was 2 years ago today when the Supreme Court, for the first time in our nation's history, took away a freedom that all Americans have. And the results were swift and they were devastating. 21 states have banned or severely restricted abortion, and those laws took effect the very next day after the Dobbs decision. In Ohio, a young girl who had been the victim of rape had to be taken across state lines to get the health care that she needed. In Texas, as you heard, a woman was sent home because the doctor was afraid of criminal prosecution, and she almost died from sepsis before she could get the health care that she needed. I just saw the reports this week of the birth rates and the infant mortality, which have gone up since the Dobbs decision, Imagine the cruelty, and imagine the impact on countless Americans. 1 in 3 women and more than half of the Black of black women in this country live in states where they don't have access to abortions. And as states enact new and tighten existing restrictions, and as the impacts of these cruel laws grow, more and more Americans are being forced to leave their homes, to somehow take leave from their jobs and flee their states to get the care they need. And that's just the people who can afford to do that. Everybody else, too bad for them. In these draconian states, laws, they don't just affect states like Colorado or like Texas. They affect states like Colorado, my home state, where abortions have gone up by 3 times and where Coloradoans have to wait along with everybody else to get the health care they need. So what have the House Republicans done to alleviate this problem? They refused to take up the Women's Health Protection Act, but not only that, 187 members of the House Republican caucus have co-sponsored legislation that says that that personhood begins when the egg and the sperm meet, giving those fetuses the same rights from conception that all of us have today. What would that mean if that became law, that 187 of them have sponsored? It would mean that all abortions, no exceptions, from day one would be banned. It would mean that in vitro fertilization would be banned. It would mean that many common forms of birth control would be banned. And it would mean that life-saving stem cell research would be banned. I am not exaggerating. This is the agenda of the far right-wing extreme House majority. They don't really want to talk about it right now because they realized that the vast majority of Americans and the vast majority of their constituents oppose these extreme laws. But make no mistake, if they keep the House, if they take the Senate, and if Donald Trump wins the White House, this is exactly the far right majority that will enact these laws. We simply cannot let this happen on behalf of the American people, and we will not let it happen. One of the first bills we will pass in Congress, when we take the majority and Hakeem Jeffries becomes the next speaker, is the Women's Health Protection Act. And we will restore freedom for all Americans to make their own health care decisions, including abortion, for everybody in every state in this country, because that's the way we do it in America. I'm now pleased to introduce the primary sponsor of the Women's Health Protection Act, another fierce warrior for choice, Congresswoman Judy Chu.
Abortion is health care. Always has been, always will be. But 2 years ago, the MAGA justices on the Supreme Court ripped away reproductive freedom.
All right, everyone, you are watching Live Now from Fox. We appreciate everyone continuing to join us here as really abortion rights going to be a big topic tonight at the debate, CNN presidential debate, of course, 9 p.m. Eastern. And when we come back here on Live Now from Fox, we'll get some insight and talk a little bit about the big debate tonight and what to expect. And we'll get the insight from a 15-year-old, but he's not a normal 15-year-old. He's very, very well-spoken and talented. We'll have it for you on the other side of the break here on Live Now. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Pace. Always great to be with you, especially on a debate day as we get you ready for CNN's big presidential debate. Of course, it'll simulcast right here on Live Now from Fox, 9 p.m. Eastern. But before we get to the debate, of course, we got to talk about what to expect and some of the insights as well. My next guest here loves politics, has his own show as well as has politicians on. And we're going to talk to him right now. He is in Atlanta covering this presidential debate. Wyatt Sharp, host of the Wyatt Sharp Show. Thanks so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox.
Really appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, Wyatt, first off, before we talk about the debate, let's just talk about you're 15 years old. You have a great love for politics. You're from Canada, but you even enjoy the politics here in the States. Tell us a little bit about why you're so into politics.
I think it's just based off of kind of a general kind of curiosity for what's happening in the world around me, whether it be over the course of the pandemic, for example, seeing various lawmakers and medical professionals kind of providing their opinions and their insights, and then, new questions kind of being sparked in my own mind. And then I started emailing some of these people. And then some of them, posed the idea of, well, perhaps we should have a Zoom conversation. And so then I decided to publish the conversations for people to kind of benefit from in the same way that I was benefiting from. And so it started with Canadian politics because, of course, that's where I'm from. And that's very much where it was easier at the time to get people to agree to come on. But it since has kind of extended to the U.S. just based off of, the sole fact that oftentimes what happens in the U.S. kind of has a trickle-down effect, so to speak, and ends up impacting Canadians just as much, if not more, as our own politics.
Yeah, so true. So well said. So Wyatt, we are gearing up for tonight. Very excited to see these two candidates, President Joe Biden and President Trump. What do you expect tonight?
I think it's really interesting, especially when we're looking at both of these two candidates and kind of the respective, things in which they have to do over the course of tonight. For President Biden, that is, of course, explaining why the past 4 years has been good, or at least in his opinion, why it has been good for the American people. But he'll also have to overcome some of the arguments surrounding his cognitive decline, as we know former President Trump is very much likely to bring up tonight. And then for former President Trump, he really is able to just say, look at what's been happening over the course of the last 4 years. The cost of living is higher. We really haven't made a lot of progress. He can look at and, say the fact that the war in Ukraine, the war in Israel was really accelerated under this administration. And so he actually, I would argue, has kind of the upper hand going into tonight's debate just because he doesn't have to necessarily defend a record. Now, of course, it's a little bit different because he still has a record given that he was president beforehand, but it's, of course, not as relevant in the minds of the American people, given that it was, 4 years ago now.
Yeah, so true. And speaking about 4 years ago, we saw these two debate. And what we saw a lot of the times was Donald Trump really trying to be loud and overpowering Joe Biden, cutting him off at times. And really, at times it was very distracting. Now it's going to be a different mode here because of the way that this debate is set up with the microphones that will be cut off when the candidate is not supposed to be speaking. And do you think that could actually benefit Donald Trump where it will have, let Joe Biden speak more?
I think to a certain degree, perhaps, but I do think that if we look back at the 2020 debates, former President Trump often enjoyed making his own kind of respective arguments in the form of rebuttals to what President Biden was saying. And oftentimes that included interruptions, whereas President Biden, well, at times he still did do that. He generally tried to stick a little bit more within the allotted time windows that the Commission on Presidential Debates in 2020 had provided. So I guess the real question here tonight that a lot of people are asking is, can Donald Trump remain kind of presidential, so to speak, and adhere to these time limits while still expressing his points that he wants to express in an effective way? And I mean, I think if he's able to do that, then it'll be kind of, good to say that he's had kind of a safe night, so to speak, or at least a night that will not harm him moving forward into this campaign. Because, of course, this debate is much earlier than some of the previous debates. It's the earliest debate ever. It's before both of the conventions, which a lot of people are arguing it's because that way, if either one of these two candidates perhaps screws up something tonight or does something that, makes them get some bad publicity, it won't be as relevant in the minds of Americans come November 5th.
And who do you think tonight has more pressure on them, Biden or Trump?
It's interesting because I think that at least the polls suggest that the vast majority of Americans don't really want either one of these two people to be president. And yet somehow here we are. I think it really isn't so much that one person has more to prove, but I do think that President Biden, given the fact that the Trump campaign really goes after him over his cognitive decline, really as one of the main points on their campaign, in order for him to kind of put that to bed, he actually has to have a fairly positive night tonight. I mean, you saw, for example, whether it be the Juneteenth event at the White House, the Jimmy Kimmel fundraiser with President Barack Obama, the Republicans were really criticizing him for having some, struggles with his cognitive state during those events. And so, again, if he has a good night tonight, hopefully that'll help him put some of these criticisms that Republicans are making to bed.
Yeah, so true. And you also take a look at what could possibly be up next for President Trump with his legal battles as well at the helm. Yeah. So, of course, those will be some questions spread throughout this debate as well.
Oh, 100%. And I mean, if we're looking at the legal troubles, of course, there's one conviction. His sentencing is on July 11th, just days before the Republican National Convention. And so, it's interesting to think about that, just given based purely off of kind of a political standpoint, that a lot of Americans are tuned into it. They're seeing the fact that this conviction has happened, and they're wondering how it's going to kind of play into the American political state. Whether or not it's going to be brought up tonight is actually an interesting question, because generally we've seen the Biden campaign and President Biden himself shy away from actually bringing it up, just based off of the nature that Donald Trump is actually benefiting in some ways from this, because we've seen his poll numbers increase. So by the Biden campaign bringing it up, perhaps his poll numbers would only increase even further. So it definitely is interesting to think about. And I mean, if Donald Trump continues with some of the same messaging tonight that he has been for a long time, which is, the justice system is being weaponized against him, certainly he's going to be able to enthusiase his base. But the real question is, will that be enough to persuade people who are currently supporting President Biden, but also independents, because about 10% of Americans right now don't know who to support? Will that be enough to bring them over to his campaign? A lot of the strategists that I've been talking to think that, he'll have some troubles with that.
And Wyatt, what about, there was some talking, and there's even talking still right now, of what kind of President Biden will we see tonight? Will we see the State of the Union, President Biden, or will we see more of what we see sometimes during and after events that he does at the White House or on the road? What do you think we will see?
It's interesting because, of course, President Biden, when I've interviewed mental health experts, neurologists as an example, I mean, they talk about President Biden and some of his cognitive troubles, and they make reference to the fact that it is very much the same type of kind of mental decline that you would expect for someone of President Biden's age, someone who's 81 years old. And so, regardless of how he performs tonight, it's not to say that there's something wrong, with his cognitive state, but certainly the majority of Americans who are watching this debate, if, it's clear that there is some issues there, they could make some strong judgments after tonight that could have a negative impact on his campaign, which kind of brings me back to the first point that I made originally, that, this debate is being held so early on in the cycle that, I would think that Joe Biden and his team are probably thinking, that it's a good thing. That way, if something goes bad tonight, they'll be able to kind of move past it, given that they still have the convention to go through. They have months of campaigning to go through before we even think about coming close to the November general election.
Yeah, so true. And Wyatt, you are so well-spoken and so knowledgeable at 15 years old. It's just so great to speak to you with such great passion in politics and really hosting as well. I have to ask you what you think about when you hear other 15, 16-year-olds, when they're, for vast majority of them, they're probably more concerned about their TikTok followers and trying to get that going, or maybe onto their first, job or whatever for part-time. But what do you say to those 15 and 16-year-olds that say, you know what, I can't even vote right now. I don't care about politics. When I'm at age, I'll deal with it then. What do you say to that?
I mean, it's certainly interesting. I think a lot of these people, specifically the, voting blocks, or future voting blocks rather, that you're referencing here, are thinking about some of the things that are being discussed at a political level without even realizing it. So whether it be, going with their mom and dad to fill up their gas tank, whether it be going to the grocery store, seeing these, very high prices that people just frankly aren't used to. they are kind of in a way forming an opinion. And so I think it's just educating young people to kind of, tie that back to our political state right now, explaining to them this candidate says X, well, the other candidate says Y, and really just helping them to come to an informed perspective, which I think debates like what we're going to see tonight. There was a poll that suggested 73%, so the vast majority of Americans are, thinking about tuning into tonight's debate, which hopefully will include Gen Z. Hopefully it will include millennials, people, who are similar in age to me. So that way it will help them make an informed decision rather than just things that perhaps we've seen in the past where people just kind of vote based off of perhaps the voting patterns of their family or what is best solely for them. And so there's a lot of questions to be answered rather, and hopefully we'll get some answers tonight.
Yeah, we're hoping that we will get some answers indeed. Wyatt Sharp, thanks so much for coming on here on Live Now from Fox. For viewers that want to see more of your content, where do they go?
Yeah, I mean, I'll be reporting for a couple of networks here specifically in Atlanta, but I'll be on all social media platforms under the handle Wyatt Sharp.
All right, looking forward to that. Thanks so much, Wyatt. Wyatt, it's been great speaking with you. You take care and have fun tonight.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you. And we are going to take our first break here of this second break, really, of this hour. It's flying already. So let's take that break. And when we come back, more coverage and insight as we get ready for the debate tonight. Again, another reminder, the CNN presidential debate simulcast happening at 9 p.m. Eastern. And you'll see it right here on Live Now from Fox. We'll be back in just 2. Welcome back, everyone, to Live Now from Fox. We appreciate everyone continuing to join us all worldwide right here. And you can see Trump's plane as he is going to be getting ready to heading to Atlanta for the big debate tonight. And we also have a dueling shot as well. Air Force One, you see in the slight corner there as President Biden is going to be heading to Atlanta in just a little bit as well. So it's going to be very, very busy in these afternoon hours. And you know it's going to be busy tonight right here on Live Now from Fox as we will have the CNN simulcast here, 9 p.m. Eastern. We'd love to have you on. And if you're already watching Live Now from Fox, that's great because there's no other way what you need to do. Just stay on and just have it stay on the channel, and then you'll be able to watch it at 9 p.m. Eastern, no doubt about that. All right, everyone. As we wait for President Biden and President Trump to make their way out to Georgia, we want to hit on some other topics as well. And we will be just talking in a little bit to a legal analyst breaking down Trump's legal battles on the road ahead to him and what the impacts of that will be on the debate tonight. So in the meantime, before we get to that, I do want to just take you out to Phoenix, Arizona really quick here. We have the Arizona Attorney General speaking right now on abortion rights. Let's listen on Live Now.
System, bladder, neurological, brain, respiratory, circulatory, endocrine, and reproductive functions. And I think it's also important that the word includes was used. And so, you know, I think that a doctor looking at all of that could use their clinical, good faith clinical judgment and make a decision. So I don't know if Josh wants to add to that, but
I'm
you
sure
know,
I hear an answer in there.
well, look, I mean, the opinion here is broad. It is not prescriptive. It does not list all the scenarios and situations in which a doctor may decide in their good faith clinical judgment that an abortion past 15 weeks is necessary. The law itself was very broad. When you, and I think one of the issues one of the reasons that I think there has been confusion is that folks have been not really focused on exactly what the law says. So, number one, there are two parts to it, right? There is to avert death. And by the way, it doesn't say to avert imminent.
All right, just a little bit there of Arizona's Attorney General speaking on abortion rights in America. Obviously going to be a hot topic tonight for the debate. The stage is set. The two candidates are getting ready to make their way to Georgia. You have Trump's plane right here as well. Well, there's the Dow. Just wanted to show you there a quick little jump, 113 points up in the green as well. But we do have Air Force One as well, as we are awaiting to see President Biden. It's been quite some time since we have seen him. He has been at Camp David for the last 4 days or so, preparing for this moment a little bit later. So we'll be keeping an eye on that. But next up here, we want to continue to talk about what to expect in tonight's debate. Obviously, a lot of talk will be centered around Trump's legal battles as well. We already seen that he went through one trial before, and now we will see what is next for him in these summer months as he continues to these legal battles, as well as campaigning full-time for president once again. So let's get some perspective right now and some insights. Bringing in attorney Dante Pointer. Thanks so much for joining us on Live Now.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
So let's talk a little bit about, obviously there will be questions about Trump's legal battles tonight and really the path forward for Donald Trump as, you know, this is, we've already seen him be found guilty, but it doesn't seem like it has slowed any of the momentum that he has made in the polling. But going forward, he still has a lot of cases that could be coming.
Yes, he does. You know, he was obviously convicted as it relates to the hush money case, 34 different felony charges. However, that seems to have actually boosted his campaign by causing people to want to contribute and get behind him. Of course, he's stylizing this as a politically motivated prosecution. But that's just one aspect. He's awaiting sentencing. No one expects him to get jail time. However, he still needs to be sentenced on that. Now, as it relates to the other pending cases, he got a win because, frankly, the case as it relates to the confidential documents, that's been delayed. And so until that's resolved, he's not facing a federal conviction based upon confidential documents and national secrets. So his path to the White House although it's a minefield of legal cases, it looks like he's tiptoeing through the tulips at this point.
Yeah, it really does. And it's Dante, it's so surreal just even talking about a leading, Republican candidate who is also, by the way, a former president, and talking in the same sentences about the debate tonight and then trying to navigate these legal ways. I mean, that right there is just so surreal.
It is. We haven't seen this before. Not only do we have a former president who has been convicted of multiple felony charges, but you have a president who's hanging on the Supreme Court's decision as to whether or not potentially more criminal charges can be brought against him for actions that he took in the furtherance of his presidential office. At least that's his claim. So this could be very thorny legal and political issues as the presidential campaign moves forward.
Yeah, and going forward, though, when we were looking at these before any of the trial started, when we were just hearing of the indictments, when the indictments were, it just seemed like it was, a new week, new indictments for the former president. And you thought to yourself, this was about, like, let's just say 11 months ago, 12 months ago, and you're thinking, oh, wow, how is he going to, continue to navigate these areas? But the way it's set up now, where you don't know when the next really trial date could be because everything is being delayed, it's really setting him up now for these summer months to hit full campaign mode.
Absolutely. The way in which the judicial system works, and people who are familiar know, it's a very slow process, a slow grind. So it's not necessarily surprising that the criminal justice system or even the civil justice system is moving in fits and spurts. It's to his benefit because essentially he doesn't have to go sit through another trial like we just saw him do. Instead, he can focus on campaigning and trying to gain his office, which practically speaking, if he wins presidency again, I assume that he's going to pardon himself and others.
And I have to ask you here, going forward as we look into the summer months there, but as we get into the fall, and if there is no trial dates set, could they even, I'm talking about October. If we get into the month of October and they want to try maybe to start a trial then, is that almost too late when we're getting that close to November?
I think a judge would be pretty loath to want to get a trial started right on the eve of the presidential elections and things. So, I'd be surprised to see a judge actually get the trial started at that time. However, if that were to happen, once again, Donald Trump, former president, has done an excellent job of rallying his base in terms of looking at all these legal fights that he has as being more politically motivated, which is motivating his base to come out and vote. On the other side of the aisle, the Democrats just point to this as just one more proof, Exhibit A, that this guy is not fit to be president and is not the person he claims himself to be in terms of being a fit business person or a person of high moral character, fit enough to be president of our country.
Right, right. So what would you say would be maybe the final month where they could like start something if they were going to before the election? With September?
September is certainly on the table. It's still cutting it a little close, but I could see if a judge did decide to move forward with a trial in September, it could essentially be finished perhaps by the time you start getting into the very last weeks of the campaign. However, once again, I still think that given the way in which the courts have signaled putting these trials off and not setting trial-setting conferences, it's highly unlikely, I think, that we see another trial before the election.
And lastly, Dante, earlier this week, we saw the New York judge partially lift that gag order on Donald Trump there. And while that's good for Donald Trump himself, where he could, continue to maybe talk a little bit more about it at his rallies, it's also maybe a negative against him, would you say? Because now it seems like that opens up the CNN moderators tonight to maybe ask him a little bit more questions about it, where before he would say, he could say, I'm under a gag order. Now, not so.
Right. Well, certainly with the judge lifting the gag order, he's free to talk and comment and remark upon the trial and all the different people who were involved and his thoughts around the trial, which I think he's going to do, because in his political calculation, it inures to his benefit. However, you're right, it is a double-edged sword. If you start talking, you can't unring the bell. And so those moderators certainly can ask him some pointed questions and potentially put him on the defense. So he has to be very careful as it relates to what he says and how he postures around the trial and what it really means as it relates to his conviction as well as his thoughts about our judiciary.
So true. And we'll all be watching tonight, see how it all plays out. Dante Pointer, thanks so much for joining us on Live Now from Fox. Gave some great perspective on the legal battles and what to look forward to in the summer and fall.
Yes, moving forward.
Yes, you take care.
You too.
Thank you. And, of course, we always got you covered here on Live Now from Fox, bringing you the top stories and, of course, breaking news as it happens right here. And, of course, we will continue throughout the day. Get you ready for the big debate tonight. It is the CNN presidential debate simulcast. We'll have it for you tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern. And I want to go out right now to our shot here, though. We are going to see for the first time in days President Joe Biden coming back from Camp David, and he is making his way then on to Air Force One, and then it'll be to Atlanta. So let's watch this right now. President Biden getting ready for the debate and heading over to Atlanta right now. So in just a little bit at the top of the hour, we'll actually be speaking to a former Biden advisor and what she thinks will take place tonight and what the Biden administration's big goals are for Joe Biden to convey to the American people on 4 more years, possibly, for President Biden, rather than a repeat of Donald Trump. So we will be waiting for that. But again, making his way up the steps in just moments, President Biden going to go to Air Force One, then on to Atlanta. He has been prepping for the last 4 or 5 days at Camp David, now going to be making those steps up here and followed right up to the door by Secret Service as well. So we'll be keeping an eye on that, as always, for you right here on Live Now from Fox. We also have a dueling shot. Gotta love 2 airplane shots here on this debate day, debate night setup here. We also have the plane for Donald Trump. We are expecting him to be leaving shortly for Georgia as well. So a lot to be talked about right here, all on Live Now from Fox. You know we got you covered, and we are going to be continuing throughout the day, throughout the afternoon and early evening, talking and getting you ready for the big CNN presidential debate simulcast, again, 9 p.m. Eastern. And then on the back end of that, everyone, we will have special coverage giving you insight and analysis and breaking it all down from the biggest moments that we will see between President Biden and President Trump. More to come in just moments on Live Now from Fox. We'll take another 2-minute break. And welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We appreciate you continuing to join us here. A live look in Atlanta as the stage is now set for the big CNN presidential debate. We will have simulcast coverage here on Live Now from Fox, 9 p.m. Eastern. But to get you ready, we are going to continue to provide you insight and analysis, as well as a preview of tonight's big one. So let's go out right now to Atlanta, and that is where we find Fox News' Doug Luzader joining us here as the two candidates are getting ready.
Well, we're still a few hours away from the debate starting, but even before the candidates have taken the stage, the campaigns are hitting the airwaves. It's going to be hot outside the debate here in Atlanta, and it may be even hotter inside on the stage. And ahead of the big event, the Biden campaign announcing a multi-million-dollar ad blitz across battleground states, including billboards like this one, highlighting Project 2025, warning voters about what they call the plan by Donald Trump's MAGA Republican allies to give Trump more power over your daily life.
Donald Trump wakes up every morning trying to figure out how to benefit Donald Trump. President Biden wakes up every morning worrying about the American people.
The Trump campaign firing back with their first TV spots since the former president became the presumptive Republican nominee. One of the ads is a tongue-in-cheek montage of President Biden's physical stumbles, but the other highlights the Biden administration's record on the economy, a message that may be connecting with some swing state voters.
Seeing someone stand up to the establishment, I have no choice but to admire that.
But even folks whose minds are made up plan on tuning in.
It's not going to influence my vote, but, you know, it's entertainment.
Yeah, there is the entertainment value question here, and this debate comes as the polls indicate that that this race is extremely, extremely close. Our most recent Fox News poll has Biden at 50, Trump at 48. That is right within the margin of error. Back to you guys.
Yeah, Doug, it's amazing, you know, thinking about all of Trump's legal battles and really a road ahead, and to see that number continuing to be so tight there, it really tells you something.
Yeah, we've seen that number go back and forth in terms of whether Biden's is on, ahead or Trump is ahead, but it's always been within the margin of error for months now.
There we go. Doug Luzader in Atlanta here getting us ready for tonight's big debate. We appreciate it as always, Doug. Thanks so much. And we will take our final break here of this hour. Stay right here with us. More to come in just moments on Live Now. And welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. Live look here at Joint Base Andrews as we have President Biden in Air Force One. He is heading now to Atlanta, getting ready for the final leg here of his journey to the CNN presidential debate simulcast. Of course, we have it for you right here, 9 p.m. Eastern. But again, this is the moment here of Air Force One. About to take off there for Atlanta. We also have a shot here of Donald Trump's plane, the former president, getting ready himself for the debate that you will see right here on Live Now from Fox, the CNN presidential debate simulcast, again, 9 p.m. Eastern. In the meantime, I do want to show you just a little bit here of Secretary of State Antony Blinken speaking at a Pride event as Pride Month getting ready to close for the month.
Please have a seat. First, let me say to my friend, Catherine Tai, welcome, welcome. Thank you, Catherine, for being here with us today. We're all looking forward to hearing from you. Now, I'm usually the one who gets called out by Jessica. So this was a great moment to actually get to return the favor. But I have to tell you, and I think pretty much everyone in this room knows it, we have an extraordinary force of nature in Jessica leading our efforts around the world. I couldn't be. Her team are making every day in ways big and small is incredibly powerful, and I get a chance to see that up close, and you'll be hearing more about that through the course of this afternoon. But Jessica, to you, to the entire team, thank you, thank you, thank you. And for so many in this room, I could say the same thing, because this is an extraordinary community of people who are working every day, not just on this day, but every day, to make a real difference. On his first day in office, and you heard the letter from the president, but on his very first day in office, President Biden issued an executive order stating that, and I quote, "All human beings should be treated with respect and dignity and should be able to live without fear, no matter who they are or whom they love." It's as simple as that. LGBTQI+ rights are human rights, and our government has a responsibility to defend them, to promote them, here and everywhere. Upholding these rights is crucial to safeguarding and accelerating our renewal at home. Our ability to stand up for human rights and democracy internationally is also tied directly to whether we're strong on these fronts here in our own country. So much of what we do, we see the connections between what we're doing and how we're doing at home, what we're doing and how we're doing abroad. And this is no different. It's also profoundly in our national interest and vital to our national security, which gets us to what Jessica shared with you earlier, really the focus that we're bringing today. But it's in our national security interest to stand up for LGBTQI+ persons around the world. When nations came together 75 years ago, they affirmed in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights respect for the equal and inalienable rights of all members of the human family. That's the foundation of freedom, justice, and peace in the world. And we see that here at the State Department every single day. Countries that respect the rights of every individual tend to be more stable, more healthy, more democratic, more prosperous. Those that discriminate against LGBTQI+ persons tend to be less free and tend to be less equal. The correlation is as clear as day. 64 countries currently criminalize consensual sex, same-sex conduct between adults. In 11 of them, having same-sex relations is punishable by death. Last year, you all know this, Uganda enacted a law further criminalizing consensual same-sex conduct with penalties that included imprisonment, including life imprisonment. People convicted of so-called aggravated homosexuality face the death penalty. In Hungary, the government is smearing, scapegoating, stigmatizing LGBTQI plus persons, vilifying them with degrading labels, denying them equal rights, normalizing violence against them. 2 months ago, Iraq's parliament passed legislation that punishes same-sex relations with up to 15 years in prison. Anyone who engages in so-called promotion of homosexuality can be imprisoned for 10 years. In Indonesia, the parliament passed a new criminal code banning extramarital sex. In a nation where same-sex couples cannot marry, these laws effectively make all same-sex conduct illegal, and they undermine privacy for all Indonesians. Since 2021, the State Department has helped lead a whole of U.S. government effort to ensure that every person, everywhere, can live free from violence and discrimination with their equal rights respected. We're defending and promoting LGBTQI plus rights around the world, and we're doing it in several key ways, and that's what I wanted to just spend a few minutes highlighting for you today. First, we're applying diplomatic pressure to urge governments to reverse discriminatory laws and practices. 7 nations have decriminalized consensual same-sex conduct over the past 2 years. Greece, Liechtenstein, Thailand voted to legalize marriage equality this year. More countries are banning so-called conversion therapy. Now, first and foremost, these achievements are possible because of incredibly courageous human rights defenders and government partners on the ground. But I believe America's support is indispensable. When we engage, sometimes publicly, sometimes privately, sometimes both, when we share our own knowledge and experience, we can and we do achieve change. Second, where human rights abuses are carried out against LGBTQI plus persons, we hold the perpetrators accountable. When Uganda enacted its Anti-Homosexuality Act, we redirected U.S. government assistance so that it doesn't go to those carrying out this abusive policy, while at the same time increasing aid to Ugandan people who need it more than ever before in the LGBTQI plus community. We sanctioned Ugandan officials who were involved in gross human rights violations. We ended Uganda's eligibility for beneficial trade status under the Africa Growth and Opportunity Act until it repeals the legislation and addresses its human rights situation. We remain committed to partnering with the people of Uganda, as we've done for years, with investments in improving healthcare and education, expanding economic opportunity, strengthening accountability and the rule of law. We'll make sure that our resources continue to lift up the Ugandan people, not enable their repression. Third, we're increasing protections for vulnerable LGBTQI plus persons, and we're doing that again around the world. We've expanded access here in the United States to the Refugee Admissions Program. We've got new options like NGO referrals and sponsorship by individuals and organizations. And we're also providing financial and settlement support. We've increased access to mental and physical health services for refugees, including from the LGBTQI plus community. We strengthened training for refugees and asylum officers to better serve those communities, precisely at a time when this community is increasingly vulnerable. It's important, urgent, that we step up to provide the support, the help, the assistance that we can, and to do that in a very deliberate way. We're also strongly supporting LGBTQI plus human rights organizations, and we're doing it on the ground, where every single day these organizations are acting at tremendous risk and showing through their actions what can actually be accomplished. We're proud to administer the Global Equality Fund. This provides essential aid to the work of groups in more than 100 countries around the world. Finally, we're doubling down on our efforts to bring LGBTQI plus rights and perspectives to the fore in multilateral and regional organizations. For example, in the UN Human Rights Council, we brought our strong support to the first ever UN resolution to condemn and combat discrimination against and violence against intersex persons. 47 countries from every part of the world actually co-sponsored the resolution. The Council adopted it in April without a single no vote. That result is actually the product of roll-up-your-sleeves diplomacy that our team engaged in Geneva, and I'm very proud that we got it. Today, I'm announcing that the United States is updating our own interpretation of the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. This is one of the key treaties committing nations to upholding universal rights. That means that starting from now, the United States considers sexual orientation and gender identity as covered by this treaty.
All right, that is Secretary of State Antony Blinken speaking as Pride Month almost coming to an end there, and speaking on the State Department. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We always have you covered here. Coming up on a new hour, my name is Mike Page. I'm host here of Live Now from Fox. We appreciate all our new viewers continuing to watch along with us. Well, the stage is set for tonight, the big CNN presidential debate. Of course, we will have simulcast coverage for you right here on Live Now, and really all throughout this afternoon and early evening. We are getting you ready for this big event, the first presidential debate of 2024, and we've been continuing to bring in people to give us insight as well as analysis of what to expect tonight, and that is what exactly we have for our next guest here. This is Megan Hayes, the former Biden special assistant. Thanks so much for joining us on Live Now from Fox, giving us some insights of how President Biden has been prepping and getting ready for the big moment.
Yeah, I mean, he spent the last couple of days at Camp David working with his advisors. He's been running more of a traditional debate camp where he's going through his policies and going through mock debates that he, to practice for tonight. I think that the president will be laying out what he has done for the American people for the last 4 years and laying out his vision for the next 4 years. I mean, this is a job interview at the end of the day, and I think that the president will make it, more known of what he has done for folks.
And Megan, this is going to be a different debate than what we are normally used to. This is something. First off, it's very early in the campaign election, but also no audience.
Yeah, I think it is much earlier. I do think that the momentum there was not a lot of momentum here. These two folks were known to everyone as being the potential nominees much earlier than normal. Normally we have nominating conventions in the late summer. And so it's a good way to get people more engaged, more focused as they head into the summer. The no audience is going to be very interesting to see how both of them react to not having folks in the room to clap or to cheer them on or to boo. In 2020, the audience played a big role in their reactions. I know that they normally tell you to be quiet, but that normally doesn't happen. And both of these guys feed off of energy from the audience. So it will be interesting just to have, Jake and Dana sitting there as the only people they're talking to. It's really a television show.
Yeah, it really, really will be. And so many Americans, and of course, will be watching this tonight and really seeing these two candidates who we've seen before back in 2020. And there was moments where Donald Trump was just, really trying to take over the debate and shouting and yelling. And it was really a distraction. This time around, the rules are a little bit different. We're going to see the microphones turned down when the candidate isn't supposed to be speaking.
Yeah, I mean, that's the intention of CNN, is to have the mics muted, but they are only 8 feet apart. So that doesn't necessarily mean that they will stop talking. Just because the viewers don't hear it at home doesn't necessarily mean it's not going on in the room. So it'll be interesting to see how they both react and how the muted microphones really do play. And if someone does continue, will they unmute the microphone so people at home can see? Because I do think that could be a distraction for both of them if they continue to talk over them when they're trying to answer.
And I want to get your take because we saw a very energetic and in command President Biden back at the State of the Union. That was something different than we've seen in other events that he has. Can you explain maybe what we will see tonight? Will it be more of a State of the Union Joe Biden?
The president always shows up. He's a game day president. He prepares for these events. He prepares, to great detail. As he spent the last couple of days at Camp David, and he shows up. He knows the stakes are high here. He knows the optics are important. He has been doing this for 50 years. He is well aware of the stakes that are for this debate, and he will show up and he will be energetic and he will have clear and concise answers. So it's, the expectation game that gets played before this will all go out the window once they start talking.
And what is your take when you hear, of course, the media pundits talking about, Joe Biden is lethargic, he's confused at times. The president, maybe can you give us some insight of what he's like when the camera isn't on, when the door is closed?
Yeah, I mean, that was never my experience with him. I worked for him off and on for the past, for 10 years. The president is very, he's very on top of everything. He works harder than most people. We'll be coming back from a foreign trip and he'll be, I'll be asleep somewhere and staff will be asleep and he'll be still working and want to get to the next issue or the next trip. I've been in the room when he's, had conversations with his top advisors on very serious issues. And he always is asking the more leaning question and pushing people and really thinking through the process. So I think that some of this is a little bit unfortunate. And I think that it's just playing on, his age, unfortunately, but the criticism and the critiques of him is not exactly, does not exactly tell the whole story or the truth for that matter.
And the polling is very, very tight, despite what we have seen with Donald Trump's legal battles, especially with the trial that he just had, and then some more on deck as well. Are you surprised that it is very, very close?
No, I'm not surprised at all. Our country is very divided. People have a variety of views here. And this is like why we have elections. People need to vote how they want to see the country move forward. And this is how elections are this far out. I do think that there'll be some movement in the polls as, towards the end of the summer when people start to make their decisions. This is going to come down to 5 or 6 states, probably 50 or 60,000 people at the end of the day. And so people aren't necessarily paying attention. They're enjoying their summers. They're taking their kids to camp. They're doing all of the things that you do during the summer. And, when the fall comes, people will be more engaged. And I think you'll start to see the polls shift.
All right, there we go. And Megan, one last thing. What is one thing that you are going to be looking at? Is it going to be something on policy, or is it going to be looking at body language between the two? What's one thing that you're going to be keying in today?
I'll be looking for the contrast between the two candidates and what their visions are for the next 4 years if they are elected. I don't think we've heard a lot from the former president on what he wants to do for the next 4 years. And I do think that's important. And I think this is a great stage to do that, where both of them are there and can lay out their vision. So I'll be looking at, the more substance of what their vision is for the next 4 years.
Yeah, it is going to be an exciting 90 minutes. And so many people will be watching this first one. Megan Hayes, thanks so much for joining us and giving us some great insight into President Biden and what we can expect later tonight.
Awesome. Thank you. Have a great day.
You as well. Take care. And of course, we will have the coverage for you here on Live Now from Fox. That CNN simulcast happening at 9 p.m. Eastern. We are going to take our first break of the hour. Stay right here with us. More to come in just moments on Live Now. And welcome back, everyone, to Live Now from Fox. We appreciate you continuing to join us as well. I'm your host, Mike Page. Always great to be with you. All right, we have some more live events to go to. We want to take you out right now live to the Department of Justice. That is where we have Attorney General Merrick Garland speaking about healthcare fraud. And let's listen on Live Now.
Taxpayer-funded programs. We have a particularly aggressive approach to combating healthcare fraud schemes that put people in danger for the sake of profits. Our efforts to combat healthcare fraud are focused on 4 fundamental principles. First, protecting vulnerable patients. Second, defending taxpayer-funded programs. Third, ensuring full accountability by prosecuting the perpetrators of these crimes and seizing their criminal proceeds. And fourth, using data analytics to keep pace with constantly evolving fraud schemes. First, we are focused on protecting vulnerable patients. In the Southern District of Florida, we charged 3 owners of a pharmaceutical wholesale company in a $90 million wire fraud conspiracy to distribute adulterated and misbranded HIV drugs to pharmacies and patients throughout the country. We alleged that the defendants purchased these drugs at steep discounts from black market suppliers and then resold them to pharmacies with falsified documentation designed to conceal the true source of the medication. As a result, patients at times received bottles labeled as their prescription medication with entirely different drugs inside. One patient passed out and was unconscious for 24 hours after taking an antipsychotic that he believed was his prescribed HIV medication. In addition to protecting patients, our approach is guided by our commitment to protecting the taxpayer-funded programs they rely on. That is why in the District of Arizona, we charged 2 wound care company owners and 2 nurse practitioners in a $900 million Medicare fraud conspiracy targeting elderly patients. In that case, we alleged that the defendants caused unnecessary, highly expensive wound grafts to be applied to elderly Medicare patients, many of whom were terminally ill in hospice care. This was done without coordination with the patient's treating physicians and without proper treatment for infection. Medicare paid the defendants more than $1 million per patient for these unnecessary grafts. The third pillar of our approach is to ensure full accountability for these crimes, not just by charging and arresting those responsible, but also by seizing assets we allege have been stolen from taxpayers. That's why in the case I just highlighted, we not only charged 4 defendants, but we also seized tens of millions of dollars in assets, including 4 luxury vehicles, gold, and bank accounts, totaling more than $50 million. The fourth pillar of our strategy is ensuring that we keep pace with constantly evolving health care fraud schemes. That includes addressing the rise of schemes that exploit telemedicine technology, specifically as it relates to Adderall and other stimulants. Utilizing proactive data analytics, we identified misuse of telemedicine as a possible source of an increase in prescriptions for stimulants. Thereafter, we worked with law enforcement officers to identify potential schemes. Our investigation led us to a digital healthcare company called Done. Earlier this month, we charged and arrested the former CEO and the clinical president of Done for their respective roles in a $100 million scheme to defraud taxpayers and provide easy access to Adderall and other stimulants for no legitimate medical purpose. Today, we are also announcing that we charged an additional 5 defendants for their alleged involvement in that scheme to distribute more than $40 million in medically unnecessary pills. One of the defendants, who was among the company's largest prescribers, was indicted for rubber stamping prescriptions without any medical review. As alleged, the defendant also signed prescriptions for patients who were deceased. I want to be clear. It does not matter if you are a trafficker in a drug cartel or a corporate executive or medical professional employed by a healthcare company. if you profit from the unlawful distribution of controlled substances, you will be held accountable. The cases I outlined represent only a fraction of the broader actions that we are announcing today. Earlier this week, I visited the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Middle District of Tennessee in Nashville. I spoke with prosecutors who have investigated and charged 2 defendants with perpetrating a fraud scheme involving millions of dollars in fraudulent Medicare claims and kickback payments. The defendants were arrested on Monday. This 2-week period will be matched with sustained efforts by the department's criminal division in partnership with our U.S. attorney's offices nationwide to zero in on healthcare fraud schemes. I want to thank the dozens of U.S. attorney's offices that investigated and prosecuted cases in their districts, the FBI, the DEA, and our partners from across the federal government. And I especially want to recognize the Criminal Division's Healthcare Fraud Unit for their leadership and their excellent work. We do this work because we know that healthcare fraud is not a victimless crime. We will continue to disrupt schemes that target patients at their most vulnerable. We will continue to defend taxpayer-funded programs from fraud. We will continue to bring justice to the perpetrators responsible for these schemes. We will continue to seize the funds they stole from taxpayers. And as healthcare fraud schemes continue to evolve, so will the Justice Department's investigative and prosecutorial strategies. Our messages to those seeking to exploit patients and defraud government program is clear. You cannot hide your crimes. We will find you, and we will hold you accountable. Before I close, I want to address today's Supreme Court order in Moyle versus United States. The Justice Department filed this lawsuit because EMTALA guarantees essential emergency care to all Americans, no matter which state they live in. If a patient comes into an emergency room with a medical emergency seriously jeopardizing the patient's life or health, EMTALA requires hospitals to offer the treatment necessary to stabilize that patient, including pregnancy termination, if that is the treatment required to save a woman's life or prevent serious harm to her health. Today's order means that while we continue to litigate our case, women in Idaho will once again have access to the emergency care guaranteed to them under federal law. The Justice Department will continue to use every available tool to ensure that women in every state have access to that care. And now I'm going to ask HHS Deputy Secretary Palm if she would like to say a word. Here you go.
Good afternoon, everybody. I am Andrea Palm. I have the privilege of serving as the Deputy Secretary at the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. I want to thank Attorney General Garland for hosting us and for our partners all across the law enforcement ecosystem here at the federal government for the work that has brought us to this moment, and really echo the Attorney General's comments about our commitment to really bring justice to the criminals who are defrauding U.S. government-funded healthcare programs. The work really is critical to our mission at HHS, and the millions of Americans who rely on HHS-funded healthcare programs are counting on us to do this work together and vigorously pursue anyone who commits fraud against our healthcare programs. But as you can see from this action today, that it really does take all of us to be successful in this space. And healthcare fraud really is a complex and, as the Attorney General said, evolving threat. And the negative impact to healthcare is clear. The American people trust HHS really to ensure that federal healthcare programs provide high quality care. And the bad actors that are stealing from these programs are compromising the quality of that care. And in addition to the dollars that they're stealing, they are putting, as some of the examples that the Attorney General used, are really putting patients at risk and undermining quality. So the actions announced today address fraudulent activities targeting critical HHS programs, including Medicare and Medicaid, along with other HHS-funded work around substance abuse treatment and other medical care. As an additional example, today's action includes allegations about schemes targeting behavioral health treatment centers that served American Indian and Alaska Native families and their communities in Arizona. The schemes they perpetrated specifically targeted vulnerable Native Americans by establishing phony sober living homes that claimed to provide addiction treatment and other support. However, these homes really were just false fronts, posing significant risk, again, to the quality of care that those patients needed and deserved in that moment of vulnerability, while all the while those false fronts were billing our healthcare system for millions of dollars for services that were never provided. These and the examples the Attorney General highlighted and dozens of others have been stopped through the actions that we are taking. Nearly 200 individuals have been or will be charged, and we have recovered nearly $150 million from Arizona and more than $3 billion across all of these enforcement actions. This is not the first time that we have taken action like this, and it certainly will not be the last. Those who steal from the programs are stealing from the American families who rely on our healthcare programs, again, putting patients at risk. We want the American people to know that we take this very seriously and see it as our responsibility at HHS to use taxpayer dollars wisely and to promote the health and well-being of all Americans, and that we, as again the Attorney General said, will not stop until we bring all those who are attempting to defraud the federal government to justice. I also want to echo the Attorney General's thanks to all those who made today's announcement possible. I certainly would be remiss if I did not shout out the HHS Inspector General's office and our team there who have worked tirelessly and continue to work tirelessly in partnership with us at HHS to do the work we need to do to keep our programs safe. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to our Inspector General to provide a few remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Secretary Palm, and thank you, Attorney General Garland, for inviting me to be part of this announcement today. I am Christy Grimm. I am the Inspector General for the United States Department of Health and Human Services. I am incredibly proud to represent OIG's phenomenal criminal investigative agents, digital investigators, and data scientists. Their tenacity and tireless work produce exceptional results day in and day out for Americans. Law enforcement actions like the one we're announcing today are only possible because of the strong partnerships we have with HHS and our law enforcement partners. The invaluable work of the Medicaid fraud control units deserves recognition. The investigators in these units are deep experts in complex state Medicaid programs and Medicaid fraud schemes. Today's national enforcement action underscores the government's resolve to shut down healthcare fraud wherever it appears and in whatever form it takes. The government is using sophisticated data analytics to rewrite the fraud-fighting playbook. With the power of data, analytics, and technology, we can detect fraud and stop it sooner. And together with our public and private partners, we decrease the amount of money going into the hands of wrongdoers. The enforcement action being announced today includes allegations that providers were involved in a scheme with a startup telehealth company that purported to diagnose and treat ADHD and used deceptive advertising on social media to target prospective patients. Telehealth and other technologies hold great promise to improve healthcare, but in the wrong hands and used for the wrong purposes, the consequences can be devastating. As alleged, this scheme resulted in many disturbing harms, including patients being prescribed Adderall and other stimulants for no legitimate medical purpose. We're also cracking down on schemes that trick Medicare enrollees into obtaining expensive genetic testing without regard for medical necessity. Again, I commend the exceptional work of the dedicated professionals in my office and our partners in this successful enforcement action. I'll now turn the microphone over to DEA Principal Deputy Administrator George Papadopoulos.
Thank you, Attorney General Garland. We appreciate the opportunity to be here. Good afternoon. I'm George Papadopoulos, DEA's Principal Deputy Administrator. Every day, the DEA works tirelessly across the country and around the world to save lives by protecting the public from dangerous and deadly drug threats. Whether the threats are from the drug cartels flooding the United States with synthetic drugs like fentanyl, the deadliest drug threat we've ever faced, or from telemedicine providers and practitioners who unnecessarily peddle addictive controlled substances for profit. In March 2020, in response to the COVID-19 pandemic, the federal government authorized the broader use of telemedicine services to allow patients access to needed health services and medications without requiring an in-person visit. While this ease of access to healthcare services expanded availability and convenience, individuals like Ruthia He, the founder and CEO of Dunn Global, and David Brody, the clinical president of Dunn Health, exploited the expansion for profit. Telemedicine plays an important role by ensuring access and continuity of needed medical care to all Americans. However, the cases we are discussing today are a clear example of what happens when individuals and corporations prioritize profits over patient care. As alleged in the indictment, the defendants provided easy access to controlled substances like Adderall and other highly addictive medications through monthly subscriptions, and in many cases for no legitimate medical purpose. One practitioner alone prescribed 1.5 million pills of Adderall and other stimulants to patients across the country. The defendants put profits over patients, made millions of dollars in the process, and likely exacerbated prescription stimulant shortages like those identified by the FDA in 2022. Our message is clear. The DEA, along with our law enforcement partners, will shut down pill mills, whether they are in doctors' offices or in online telemedicine platforms. We will continue to hold everyone accountable, including company executives, that use telemedicine platforms to put profits over patient safety, because addictive medications require a legitimate prescription, not a monthly subscription. I thank the men and women of the DEA who worked on these important cases and our law enforcement partners and prosecutors for their assistance with our investigations. I'll now turn it over to FBI Executive Assistant Director Tim Langen.
Good afternoon. The Executive Assistant Director over the FBI's Criminal Cyber and Response Services branch. I want to echo what the Attorney General Garland and our speakers have said. I want to thank everyone who made this takedown possible. From the FBI special agents, analysts, forensic accountants, and professional staff to the agents of HHS, OIG, to the trial attorneys from Department of Justice Fraud Section who make up our healthcare fraud strike forces around the country. The dedication and tenacity of everyone involved on these teams are what produces great results, as we've discussed. These investigations and arrests embody the idea of strong partnerships and would not have been possible without the robust collaboration. FBI headquarters and 25 of our field offices across the country took part in this initiative. From reducing access to pill fueling addictions, to the medical professionals who violated their oaths and lined their pockets and using our healthcare system as their own personal ATM. I want you to listen to today's announcement loud and clear. All of us here and the countless law enforcement partners at all levels, state, local, and federal, will not let this kind of healthcare fraud continue to happen. As Americans, we rely on our health systems to be fair and our health records to be accurate. When unscrupulous perpetrators fake diagnoses in our medical records, bill us for services that we never received or were not medically necessary, they not only steal taxpayer dollars, but many times are harming vulnerable patients. I want to talk about some of the numbers for a moment. 193 defendants were charged across 25 field offices. 76 of them are licensed medical professionals, individuals who intentionally deceived the healthcare system to receive unlawful benefits or payments and betrayed the trust of their patients. ultimately billing nearly $2.75 billion in illegitimate claims. Think about the impact that has on our healthcare system. And it's not just happening in one area. We're seeing it all over the country. We've seen vulnerable patients trying to overcome addiction and seek treatment at sober homes, but our investigations revealed that these patients were exploited. Those accused today set up sham sober homes and fed people with drugs and alcohol while billing our healthcare systems for millions of dollars for services not rendered. Additionally, criminal organizations use COVID-19 pandemic funds to line their pockets and prey upon the American public and the programs designed to protect us. Those charged employed fake COVID-19 tests, fake test results, billed for additional unnecessary testing, and falsely obtained our personal health information for nefarious purposes. Whether it be exploiting wound care among hospice patients, paying bribes in exchange for ordering of medically unnecessary cardio testing, manipulating the prescription drug process, our agents and partners will continue to find them and hold them accountable, as evidenced by today's announcement. The pervasiveness of the healthcare fraud threat and the boldness of those willing to take advantage of our system is evidenced by the diversity of the fraud schemes announced today and the estimated loss amounts in the billions of dollars. As our population ages, healthcare expenditures will only continue to increase, as will the number of cases we will continue to investigate. And the FBI will not stop in our pursuit of bringing these perpetrators to justice. Before I close today, I'd like to thank the public and everyone who took time to report the fraud, waste, and abuse that they found, they witnessed, or they experienced. Your reporting was essential to the overall outcome of today's investigative results. Working together, we can stop healthcare fraud and keep our nation's healthcare system strong for those who need it. Remember, you can always report suspected healthcare fraud to your local FBI office or 1-800-FBI-TIPS. Now I'll turn things over to my colleague from HSI, Deputy Executive Assistant Director Patrick McGowan.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much to Attorney General Garland. My name is Patrick McElwain, and I'm the Deputy Director for HSI. In 1982, President Ronald Reagan formed the Organized Crime Drug Enforcement Task Force, an elite first-of-its-kind operation. For 42 years, OCDETF has been made up of agents, investigators, and law enforcement officers from federal, state, and local governments. They've led many of our government's efforts to identify, disrupt, and dismantle major transnational criminal organizations that prey on vulnerable Americans and harm our communities. Special agents from Homeland Security investigations have proudly helped lead OCDETF. HSI and its unique authorities, coupled with expertise in money laundering, cybercrime, and border enforcement, along with HSI's vast international footprint, have helped OCDETF bring criminals to justice. The charges brought to date against 7 executives of Dunn Global Inc. and its affiliated medical staff is a testament to the skills HSI and our law enforcement colleagues bring to OCDETF and the expertise HSI brought to the task force's first ever case targeting a telehealth company. The company advertised diagnoses and stimulant medication prescriptions for ADHD via the internet, and current and former employees told reporters that officials put pressure on clinicians to prescribe stimulants that weren't medically necessary. Also, the diagnosis appointments the company offered were simply a sham and were insufficient to accurately diagnose ADHD. HSI looked into the company, its leadership, and the doctors and nurse practitioners who prescribed the medications and used HSI's authorities to access critical investigative material. We discovered notes, records, and other communications from one of Dunn Global's most prolific providers, a nurse practitioner in Florida who prescribed more than 1.5 million pills, including Adderall and other stimulants. Because of our expertise in the cyber realm, investigators were able to examine seized electronic devices almost immediately. HSI, in conjunction with our law enforcement partners, made the arrest, and the CEO was charged 2 weeks ago. I'm extraordinarily proud of all the federal law enforcement agents who stopped these individuals from hurting even more people. These agents made considerable sacrifices, working tirelessly to pursue justice and bring this criminal enterprise's activity to light. Thanks to their exceptional work today, the United States is sending a clear message to anyone who seeks to profit from addiction by illegally distributing controlled substance over the internet or otherwise. HSI, the Department of Justice, and our partners across the federal government are holding providers and prescribers accountable for preying on their patients. With that, I will turn it back over to Attorney General Garland.
With that, I will turn it over to Sochi to ask questions.
Hello.
Hi.
I have two questions. First, what is the reason for these kind of coordinated crackdowns? Is deterrence the goal? And I have an off-topic question too, which is...
Let's do one at a time.
Okay.
With respect to that question, one of the three major priorities of the Justice Department are keeping our communities safe. With respect to healthcare fraud, this actually has two parts. One is keeping individuals medically and physically safe, which is reflected by some of the cases that I talked about. And the other part is keeping our healthcare system economically secure, which leads to the safety of Americans. And that is what we're looking for with respect to deterrence. We're also, so that people know that what happens to you if you commit this kind of crime, what kind of sentence you're going to end up with, and that we're going to find you. The data analytics that we employ are also intended to cut short on these schemes before they are able to defraud the healthcare system. And the third part, which is to seize the assets and return it to the Treasury. So that's the reason for these. This is just the results of one 2-week program. We are not going away. It's going to be continued over and over again.
Also wondering if you can explain the Justice Department's reasoning for resolving the Julian Assange case now instead of continuing to fight for his extradition.
Yeah, so we don't discuss internal deliberations of the department. We don't discuss deliberations with defense counsel with respect to plea bargains, and we certainly don't know of internal deliberations by the defendant's counsel. The Justice Department reaches resolution in plea matters when the Justice Department believes it can reach a resolution that serves the best interests of the United States. That's what we've done here.
Over the weekend, there were some clashes in front of a synagogue in Los Angeles, and it potentially could have prevented access for someone getting into a house of worship. Is the department looking into this? Are you looking into it under the FACE Act or some other avenue?
Yeah, so let me say what I can say now about that specific situation. The U.S. Attorney's Office for the Central District of California, which is Los Angeles, the Justice Department's Civil Rights Division and Main Justice and the FBI have been, and as we speak, are collecting evidence on that matter. Let me say more generally, I should report that over the last few months, the Justice Department has brought charges, obtained plea agreements, and obtained sentences for more than 30 defendants for criminal acts motivated by anti-Semitic hate. And I want to say that whether these acts are criminal or not, anti-Semitic hate is morally odious, and in this kind of society, we just cannot tolerate. Now, let me say more generally on this subject. This is a matter that matters to me personally. It matters to me personally not only because, as many of you know, my personal history of having relatives who escaped the Holocaust and some who did not. But it also matters to me personally because I'm part of a contemporary community that has a widespread and well-founded fear of anti-Semitic hatred. So let me say both to the Jewish community and to those who would do it harm, the Justice Department will not tolerate criminal acts motivated by anti-Semitic hate. We will find those people who are perpetrators, and we will hold them accountable. And let me say, and let me promise to the Jewish community that this Justice Department will do everything within its power, working with federal partners and state and local partners to secure the community's safety. And as Attorney General, I will do everything in my power to do that.
Andrew?
Start with my on-topic question. What is the scale of this operation? 193 defendants and $2.75 billion. What does that say about the extent of healthcare fraud in the United States? And are there things that you can do from a policy perspective to limit this kind of thing?
Well, on the first question, this is only a 2-week snapshot of what we've been able to do in 2 weeks. So This understates the scale, which is much larger, and which several inspector generals have reported in general on the scope of the problem. I'm going to turn to the Deputy Secretary of HHS to talk about what can be done from a preventive point of view.
Thanks for the question. I guess I would say a couple things. One, you sort of need to put in context the dollars that are in the healthcare system, right? We are 17% of GDP. That is going to grow. And so we are a target-rich environment, right? And so the ways in which we think about our responsibility to ensure that the taxpayer dollars that are entrusted to us are used well includes an evolving, I think the Inspector General, the Attorney General have alluded to things like data analytics, right? This space is evolving, it's getting more complicated. The ways in which we stop dollars from going out the door through the use of data analytics is a critical part of how we are thinking about the future. We are certainly employing those tactics now. We think investments in additional technology, thinking about how we responsibly use AI, there's opportunities there in this space. But we also need to make sure, and you can see it in the President's FY25 budget, the ways in which we are investing in our Inspector General's office to help make sure that they have tools that they need to do this work in partnership with us. Again, that partnership with CMS, their Center for Program Integrity, and that work with our Inspector General to make sure that we are sharing information, using all our analytic tools, again, to get to a place where we're stopping dollars from going out the door and not having to chase them after we've been billed and actually put that money out. But we think that the use of technology and the ways in which we are smarter and are agile to keep up with the evolving threat landscape in this space is really, really important to our future efforts.
Great.
And
question?
off-topic question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Prosecutors working with Special Counsel Jack Smith have said in court that a trial for former President Trump this fall would not violate the Justice Department's 90-day rule around elections. Would you, as the Attorney General, be comfortable with putting Trump as the Republican nominee on trial?
Look, I'm not going to talk about the pending case other than to say that the prosecutors brought both of the cases almost a year ago. They asked for trials in December of last year and January of this year. And other than that, I'm not going to talk about a case that's pending.
Last question, Evan.
Attorney General, as you may have heard, there's a debate tonight in Atlanta between President Biden and the former president. And we expect, given the last few days, that we're going to hear a lot about political persecutions and prosecutions of the former president. What can you tell the public about the efforts that you've made that you believe would show that there hasn't been a political persecution of the former president?
Yeah, the idea that politics infects our prosecutions, nothing could be further from the truth. We have one rule, we follow the facts, and we follow the law, and we make the appropriate decisions. That's what the special counsels have done, and that's what the Justice Department has always done.
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, everybody.
Attorney General there, Merrick Garland, speaking on the latest charges in healthcare fraud schemes. You're watching Live Now. We'll take another 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the stage is set for later tonight, the CNN presidential debate coverage. Of course, that will be happening at 9 p.m. Eastern. That CNN presidential debate will be happening. The simulcast, of course, right here on Live Now from Fox at the same time. We want to go out to Atlanta right now, where a veterans group coming together to talk about key issues they hope that is addressed during this debate.
Now, my first speaker that I'd like to introduce is my good brother from another mother, Darren Harris, who is a United States Marine Corps vet.
Right.
Good evening or good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We appreciate you being here, standing on this great day as we have come together as veterans to send a very loud and clear message. What you may know about me is that I am a proud United States Marine Corps veteran. What you may not know about me is that a little bit over 10 years ago, I walked out of Grady Hospital and I stood on this bridge right behind me. I went to the VA and I was looking and searching for health care. And the reason why I'm sharing that little bit and part of my story is because it's important that we have the right people and at the right time representing our nation and representing our veterans. God is a father in the highest possible sense of that term. He is eternally motivated by the perfect idealism of divine love and tender nature that finds its strongest expressions and greatest satisfaction in loving and being loved. You may not have seen it or maybe even have heard about it, but some American president actually acted as if they were gods, whose decisions were made and needed no input from we, the people. Our input didn't matter, and neither did our lives. Such is the case of the former President Donald Trump. A misguided soul, if ever there was one. An insecure man who has on more than one occasion referred to veterans and the character of their service to this nation in grossly unfair terms. Suckers, chumps, and dupes were his chosen words for honorably discharged veterans, some of whom were horribly wounded or even given their lives to service for this great country. A country he refused to defend. Does this person deserve to occupy the highest office in the land? Let me ask that question again. Does this person deserve to occupy the highest office in the land? Even more than that, black veterans face many challenges while serving in the United States military. Many reported things like racism, violence,
All right, everyone, you are watching Live Now from Fox. We do have to take another 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. We'll get you back out to Atlanta in just moments. And welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. Taking you back out to Atlanta, where a veterans group called Common Defense is slamming the former president, Donald Trump, just hours before the debate in Atlanta. Let's listen.
Of our military. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your time. God bless you. God keep you. And may God bless America.
Next, we will have Brittany Queen-Chin from Dallas, Texas.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Brittany Queen-Chin, and I'm an Air Force veteran from Dallas, Texas, and currently serve as a chairwoman of Common Defense's Black Veterans Caucus. I would like to begin by thanking everyone here for taking the time to fly, drive, stream, and support this rally and our efforts. I am extremely proud to be an outspoken representative of a collective voice that is increasingly becoming more of a thorn in the side of MAGA extremism, and that is the voice of the progressive veteran. This month makes 11 years since I took that incredible oath to defend and protect this Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic, defending the democratic values of the United States. And 11 years later, this country seems a lot less democratic. I have less rights now in June 2024 than I did in June 2013. As a Black female Air Force veteran who proudly offered my life for this country and calls Texas home, I don't even have the right to make critical decisions about my reproductive health. I guess I didn't earn that right. I am right here in Atlanta today with my beautiful, amazing, differently abled son who keeps kind of trying to come up to the stage. And it's only because of the rights that have now been taken away by these same MAGA extremists that I had the ability to access proper and appropriate medical care. But I'm absolutely terrified at the mere thought of conceiving again because I don't know if me or my unborn child would survive the pregnancy, and I would no longer be able to be here to take care of the son that I already have. This is why voting is important to me. If anyone who has the audacity to support the MAGA vision can continue an effort to take away the rights of people who give their lives to protect this country, what does that mean for my neighbor who has been on a path to citizenship for almost 10 years? If misinformation can be absorbed by service members who know the precise importance and urgency of voting and still choose to be silent, what does that mean for the Black communities who struggle to receive adequate access to resources and education, if they receive it at all? Us veterans, we have a duty, and that duty doesn't end once we separate or retire. Our duty continues in our daily lives, in our communities, and our places of work and worship. And that duty has always been to this country and not ever to a political party. Please don't ever get that confused. The MAGA movement seeks to destroy solidarity and uses fear as its weapon of choice. It is up to us, everyone who is listening right now, to choose to not pick up that weapon and destroy each other. It is up to us, more importantly, the two men who will be on that stage this evening, to address the hurt in this country directly.
All right, everyone, we are taking our final break here of this hour. More to come in just moments on Live Now. We are back, everyone, here on Live Now from Fox. Just hours to go until the CNN presidential debate that you will see simulcast right here on Live Now. We appreciate everyone continuing to join us all in real time. We take you back out to Atlanta, where a veterans group slamming the former President Donald Trump just hours to go until the debate.
Oppression and intimidation. When they target us, it's an attack on the principles we all fought to defend. Veterans vote, and we understand the value of our vote, and we won't let you disenfranchise us, the purveyors of democracy, and we certainly won't let you disenfranchise our neighbors, our friends, or our families. Woo. I have been to war, and I do know what that toll charge is. It destroys the mind, body, and spirit. The MAGA movement perpetuates hate, and they have been at the forefront pushing the big lie, narratives that spread misinformation and intend to erode the trust in our electoral system. And I'll tell you what, January 6th broke our hearts to see our own citizens defy the electoral results, and that they were emboldened and incited to do so with enthusiasm from the previous losing administration. We don't serve a party or any idols of a party. We serve under one flag, and we pledge allegiance to one Constitution. Our oath never expires, and our elected leaders are held to that same expectation. Country over party. We will not be stricken by fear, and we will not turn away from liberty and justice for all. My name is JoJo Sweat, and I represent the battleground state of Arizona. And this presidential debate is extremely important. We hope that both candidates in today's debate will directly address the severe threats to our democracy. We need to hear them take a strong stand against misinformation, political violence, and any attempts to erode our democracy. We want to be clear that we want commitments from both leaders to protect the integrity of our democratic nation. Veterans for Democracy is a nonpartisan campaign of Common Defense Education Fund, a 501c3 organization. While we are committed to addressing crucial issues such as voter suppression, the rise of extremism, and the impact of movements like MAGA on democratic principles, we must do so without engaging in political campaign intervention. So we are here under our banner, Vets for Democracy. And all of our vets are open to questions independently with our reporters that are here with us today. Thank you very much for being here.
Now, some of you might have noticed that I had to dip out for a minute, but I knew that my colleagues would pick up the message. The message is consistent across the board for all of us. No one has invested more in the defense of our democracy than we have as veterans. As my colleagues have said, we have sworn that oath. We have faced that danger. We didn't have bone spurs. We had to answer the call. Some of us were required, but most of us were volunteers. And we continue to volunteer and serve our nation at the forefront as we face this battle that is now at our shores. The enemy is within, and we have to prepare ourselves as well as prepare our public to be able to fight that war so that democracy will stand for another 250, 300 years. So as my colleague JoJo said, we are now open to any questions that the floor may have. And again, my name is Ed Anderson. I'm the Georgia coordinator, Georgia organizer for Common Defense. Yeah.
All right, everyone, we did lose that shot right there, so we'll keep an eye on it for you as always here on Live Now from Fox Now. Just have a look here of soon we will be seeing President Biden land in Atlanta area here ahead of tonight's big debate. We still have, looks like former President Donald Trump's plane right there, expected to be leaving soon for Atlanta as well. So we always have you covered here on Live Now from Fox. Appreciating all our viewers continuing to join us all in real time right here. I do want to go out. We barely had it on today, but it was a little bit of the Arizona Attorney General speaking on abortion rights in America.
Space.
Okay. I'm going to try to move that. Okay, let me do this. All right. Good morning, everyone. I am Attorney General Chris Mays. Thank you for joining us, and I want to thank especially Dr. Jill Gibson, Dr. Schnorr, and Dr. Edwards Jackson for being here with us today. Over the last several months, I have met with dozens of emergency room doctors, nurses, pharmacists, chief medical officers to hear their concerns about Arizona's extreme medical abortion bans. And these meetings began after the Arizona Supreme Court upheld the 1864 near total abortion ban following the U.S. Supreme Court's decision in Dobbs overturning Roe versus Wade. Those seismic changes in the law and the strict abortion bans that have followed have put healthcare professionals in Arizona in impossible situations. When women had a federal constitutional right to abortion, doctors could focus on caring for their patients and what their health required. But that changed when the U.S. Supreme Court took that fundamental right away after 50 years. Now, in large part because of restrictive abortion laws like Arizona's 15-week ban, doctors have a fear of prosecution hanging over their heads. And that is chilling how common sense medicine should be practiced. That fear now very often is compelling doctors to involve lawyers in decisions that should be solely between them and their patient. As just one example, an ER doctor recently said to me, "Chris, how close to death do I have to let a woman get before I can treat her and be confident that I won't be prosecuted?" This is an outrageous position for any doctor to be in the United States of America and in Arizona. But it is the reality that many providers face on a daily basis in Arizona. I don't write the laws, but it's my job to provide guidance on what those laws mean, to eliminate unnecessary confusion, and today we are doing just that. Arizona's 15-week ban includes an exception that allows doctors to perform abortions in a medical emergency both before and after the 15-week mark. In the Attorney General's opinion issued this morning, we are providing as much clarity as possible for medical professionals about what that medical emergency exception means. This brings us to the question that was posed to me by doctors and formally by Representatives Judy Schwiebert, Stephanie Stahl-Hamilton, and Senators Christine Marsh, and Ava Birch. When does a medical emergency exist under the definition in ARS 36-230-21-7, allowing doctors to provide an abortion? The text and legal authorities are straightforward and clear about what this means. To comply with the medical emergency exception in statute, the treating physician must do two things. One, that physician must exercise clinical judgment. This involves applying personal knowledge, training, experience, and discernment to the facts in light of the patient's unique circumstances and other medically relevant conditions and considerations. And then second, the physician must determine in good faith that based on clinical judgment, either a condition so complicates the medical condition of a pregnant woman as to necessitate the immediate abortion of her pregnancy to avert her death, or a delay in providing an abortion will create serious risk of substantial and irreversible impairment of a major bodily function. Good faith means an actual and honest belief without malice or intent to deceive. Once a treating physician forms a good faith clinical judgment that one of these circumstances is satisfied, the statute allows her to perform an immediate abortion, and she need not wait for the patient to deteriorate or inch closer to death. And I think that is very important. She does not, the physician does not have to wait for the patient to get closer to death to act under one of the two conditions in the medical emergency definition in law. This clinical judgment that a medical emergency exists cannot be second-guessed after the fact and cannot be prosecuted under ARS 36-2322A or B, or any other abortion law with the same medical emergency exception, unless there is proof that the doctor acted in bad faith or acted without good faith. Big picture, it is really important to remember that in many instances where a medical emergency exists, these are very tragic circumstances, and often these are desperately wanted pregnancies where families are heartbroken to be ending the pregnancy in order to preserve the mother's health or life. And in some of those tragic cases, risk and additional heartbreak could have been avoided by allowing abortions before the medical emergency arose, but after 15 weeks. Again, I can't change the 15-week law, but I can try to provide clarity on what the medical emergency exception means so that doctors like these are not needlessly confused and patients aren't needlessly suffering and dying for lack of health care that doctors are allowed to provide. So as the top legal officer in the state, let me be perfectly clear. Arizona law does not allow for the prosecution of a treating physician who exercises their clinical judgment in good faith to provide an abortion under the medical emergency exception, full stop. And I have said before, and I'll say it again today, I will not prosecute any physician, nurse, doctor, or pharmacist under our state's abortion laws. I am making it clear to all county attorneys that the law does not allow you to prosecute medical providers acting in good faith according to their clinical judgment and providing abortion care in medical emergencies. And I would encourage all healthcare providers and their lawyers to read this opinion and determine how best to disseminate that information to instruct their doctors accordingly. I thank you in advance for doing that important work on behalf of all Arizona families. And with that, I'd like to hand it over to Dr.
All right, everyone, you are watching Live Now from Fox. That was Arizona Attorney General. Do want to go out live right now to Georgia in Cobb County. We do see President Biden coming down the steps of Air Force One, just hours away from the CNN presidential debate that we will have simulcast coverage at 9 p.m. Eastern, all right here. And so we do have the president now in Georgia, and we will take a 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. We do have Representative Jeffries speaking just hours to go until Biden takes the stage alongside the former President Donald Trump. Welcome back, everyone, to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page, as we continue to bring you live coverage from all over the country on this debate day. We do see live right now President Biden just landing in Georgia, in Cobb County right now, and you see the president there just hours to go until this big first presidential debate of 2024. We're going to keep the live coverage going right now. Let's go out to Capitol Hill, where we do have the House Minority Leader, Representative Jeffries, speaking now.
Lower housing costs, end price gouging, and grow the middle class. The only thing that extreme MAGA Republicans care about are big, massive tax cuts for the wealthy, the well-off, and the well-connected. There's a big difference between President Biden and House Democrats on the one hand and the extreme MAGA Republican agenda on the other. That's the contrast that is before the American people. And each and every day here in the House of Representatives, we see the Republican majority continue to try to jam their extreme right-wing ideology down the throats of the American people and do the bidding of big donors and big business. House Democrats will continue to fight to solve problems and deliver real results for everyday Americans. Questions?
Mr. Leader, your party just got through a divisive primary in New York where you saw an incumbent fall. You have another one coming up in Missouri. How would you describe the tension between the moderate members of your party and the progressive members of your party? And is it your responsibility as a leader to support your incumbents that are in these vulnerable primaries?
Yes, and that's what I've consistently done.
In the Bowman primary, we saw AIPAC, Super PAC spend upwards of $14 million. Do you think that type of spending is appropriate? And many Democrats on the left of your caucus have forcefully called it out. Do you join with them in condemning that type of outside spending?
I think that pro-Israel groups are going to support pro-Israel members of Congress. Pro-reproductive freedom groups are going to support pro-reproductive freedom members of Congress. Pro-climate groups are going to support pro-climate members of Congress or candidates who are out in the communities throughout the country. Our view on democracy reform broadly is that we have to do everything possible to protect and strengthen a government of the people, by the people, and for the people, which is why the House Democratic position, shared broadly by progressives, New Dems, and Blue Dogs, is that we have to get the Freedom to Vote Act, which is our signature piece of democracy reform legislation, over the finish line. In this Congress, the Freedom to Vote Act is H.R. 11. If we get the gavels back, the Freedom to Vote Act will be H.R. 1. That's our view, shared broadly by the entirety of the House Democratic Caucus, as to how to make sure we have the most accessible, authentic, and available electoral system possible. Second row. Okay.
What message?
That was very generous of you to yield.
What message do you think it sends that Jamal Bowman lost his primary?
From the very beginning of my journey in Congress, there hasn't been an electoral cycle where a sitting member of the House Democratic Caucus hasn't lost. It only happens in a handful of occasions each and every Congress. It's only happened once in this cycle. So in my view, it's hard to draw any general conclusion when the overwhelming majority of incumbent members of the House Democratic Caucus, from the moment that I first showed up in Washington, D.C., have been reelected. Each district is unique. Each campaign is unique. And as we do every cycle, at the end of the cycle, we try to figure out what lessons can be learned from the decisions that have been made by the voters that we're privileged to represent. Second row.
Does Congresswoman Cori Bush have Democratic leadership support heading into her primary, and how will that translate into appearances or financial support over the next several years?
We have supported, as House Democratic leaders, every single incumbent member of the House Democratic Caucus, and there's no expectation, as far as I can tell, that that will change. We have a process to discuss the manner in which any endorsements are rolled out and presented to the communities that our members are privileged to represent. That process is ongoing right now for Representative Bush and several other members who will face the voters in August.
Thank you, Mr. Leader. Have you been briefed on the canceled energy and commerce markup on the privacy bill? And do you support that piece of legislation?
I have not been briefed, but there are real concerns that exist in terms of some of the pro-civil liberties and pro-civil rights provisions in that legislation that were taken out by the extreme MAGA Republicans. And I was very skeptical of the legislation that was going to be before the Energy and Commerce Committee, though had not taken a position. The legislation and the markup ran into problems on the Republican side, as far as I can tell, because big business interests made clear to House Republican leadership that they did not support the efforts that were underway in good faith to protect the privacy of the American consumer. That's the reason that the privacy legislation and the markup were taken down. We are willing to enter into good faith conversations led by Frank Pallone to try to arrive at comprehensive, robust privacy protections for the American people. But those legislative efforts should also involve protecting the civil rights of the American people and confronting issues related to algorithmic bias that impact communities of color. Thank you.
Are you watching the debate tonight, and if so, how?
I look forward to watching the debate. There are several gatherings that members of the House Democratic Caucus will be holding, including one being held by the Congressional Black Caucus that I plan to stop by this evening.
Thanks, Ms. Slater. What do you make of sort of the political fighting going on the floor right now when it comes to the amendments on these spending bills, ranging from defunding Ukraine, cutting Mayorkas' salary? There was even one that didn't make it to the floor to oppose IVF.
The extreme MAGA Republican majority is not serious about governing. They are serious about jamming their reckless far-right ideology down the throats of the American people. We've seen it from the very beginning of this Congress, and it has not let up, and it never will, because the House Republican Conference is completely and totally out of control. They needed Democrats to step in to save them from themselves and plunging this Congress into further dysfunction. And every single major piece of legislation that has moved forward in this Congress has done so because of majority support from House Democrats. That's the way it's been. That's the way it's going to be until the end of the 118th Congress. Kevin?
If I can circle back to Bowman, is there anything that you feel, I know you endorsed him, you did the robocall, is there anything else you feel you could have done or should have done in that race? And then separately, the Supreme Court is still not weighted on the immunity case. I'm just curious what you make of the fact that we're still waiting for some sort of indication there.
Yeah, in my capacity as House Democratic leader, I have the responsibility of traveling all throughout the country. It takes me away from the 8th Congressional District of Brooklyn that I'm privileged to represent more than had ever been the case in my previous 10 years in Congress. And I'm thankful that the people in the 8th Congressional District that I represent have given me the grace and space because of the fragility of the moment and the need to protect our country, defend our democracy, and fight for freedom, which means taking back the gavels in November. It's the expectation of members of the House Democratic Caucus, which includes progressives, New Dems, and Blue Dogs, that it's all hands on deck for House Democratic leaders in terms of making sure we are there to take back control on November 5th, because the stakes are incredibly high. At the same time, we're going to continue to do all that we can, given the limitations and constraints that we have, as part of an existential moment to take back the House to be supportive of our colleagues, as has been the case in New York, in New Jersey, in Texas, and in many other states where there have been members who have had primaries, and in those states over the next 2 months where members will have primaries.
To his second point about the Supreme Court, we still haven't heard about the immunity case, and they also announced that they're adding a day, Monday in July, for the first time in a few years. What's your reaction to that?
And what is so complicated about making it clear to the American people that in this great country, no one is above the law? We all know that the extreme far-right MAGA majority on the United States Supreme Court is totally out of control. They detonated Roe v. Wade and reproductive freedom for millions of women across this country. Ended affirmative action and the ability for colleges and universities to make sure that their campuses look like America from being brought to life, and are probably preparing to undermine Congress's ability to enact consumer protection laws designed to benefit the health, safety, and well-being of the American people. But with respect to the immunity issue, this should be crystal clear. America is not an autocracy, and it's not a monarchy. We don't have kings in America. We have a democracy. And in a democracy, no one is above the law. What is so complicated about this decision at this moment? We know that Justice Thomas and Justice Alito are out of control and driven by a far-right ideology that is way outside of the American mainstream. But it's not clear why some of the other justices haven't swiftly come to the conclusion that Donald Trump, as a former president, is subject to the same set of laws, expectations, and norms as the American people.
Another one on the Bowman primary. To the earlier question about what message it sends, I appreciated that there isn't maybe a general message from that, but you're familiar with the politics of your state. Members of your caucus have offered a variety of different theories as to why Bowman lost. Some of them blame AIPAC. Some of them say Bowman was out of sync with his district. I mean, why do you think he lost?
Again, at the end of the election cycle, we will naturally evaluate the results that have happened all across the country in primaries and general elections and try to figure out what conclusions can be drawn as part of the effort to make us the best representatives possible moving forward. The voters of the Bronx and Westchester County have spoken. Those voters made a decision in June of 2020, and we respected it. Those voters have now made a decision in June of 2024, and we respect it. Representative Jamal Bowman came to Congress and has championed several important causes, including economic justice, public housing, and the ability for our children to have a high-quality public education. That advocacy has been forceful and meaningful. And all of us wish him well in his next chapter of public service.
Thank you, Mr. Leader. A lot of eyes are going to be watching the debate tonight. Have you had a chance to speak with President Biden? And
to him for debating former president?
I have not spoken to President Biden in connection with the debate over the last several days, but I think it's important for President Biden simply to be himself. He is authentic. His life experiences are those shared by ordinary, everyday Americans. He's experienced family pain. He's persevered through it, and he remains in the arena because he cares about making life better for the American people. President Biden has an incredible track record of doing just that and solving problems for hardworking American families, and most importantly, has a compelling vision moving forward to grow the middle class, end price gouging, and lower costs for the American people, while at the same time restoring reproductive freedom for the women of America and defending democracy. President Biden has a great story to tell, and I expect that he's going to tell it in a compelling way, notwithstanding the foolishness that we are likely to see from the insurrectionist in chief, who is his opponent.
Senator Johnson, I just want to know, are you concerned about the economic message coming from the group Black Americans for Trump on if they could be making a dent in Black communities? Yesterday they held a roundtable at a barber shop, and they were pushing priorities they described as access to capital and generational wealth. Your thoughts?
No, the Republicans, since the time that President Franklin Delano Roosevelt were elected, have had every opportunity to demonstrate a willingness to meet the needs of communities of color, including the African American community, and they've consistently failed. This 11th hour attempt, which is not anchored in any reality, when Donald Trump had 4 years in office to make a difference with respect to the economic fortunes and well-being of the African American community, and failed to do it when Republicans had complete control of government. Why would anyone reasonably believe that if Donald Trump had complete control of the House and the Senate, but failed to act in any meaningful way to transform the economic fortunes of everyday Americans generally, and the Black and Latino community specifically, that it would happen now, when he'll have no electoral incentive to do so, were we all to experience the great misfortune of him getting a second term. It's not going to happen. President Biden actually has a track record of success that includes historic investment in Black colleges and universities, as well as Hispanic serving institutions. Black unemployment is at its lowest level in recorded history. Small business creation is up for every demographic across America, as well as home ownership opportunities on the rise for communities of color. There is much more work to be done because we have been operating in a high cost of living environment that is a direct result of the shutdown of the economy connected to the COVID-19 pandemic and the implications on the supply chain that resulted from it. But there's a lot to be proud of in terms of President Biden's track record in creating millions of good-paying jobs, rescuing the economy from a once-in-a-century pandemic, lowering the high price of life-saving prescription drugs for millions of Americans, including dropping the price of insulin for many to $35 a month, and bringing domestic manufacturing jobs back home to the United States of America as a result of the CHIPS and Science Act. Joe Biden actually has a track record to credibly articulate a vision for making life better over the next 4 years because he's been doing the work, and now together we have to finish the job.
Just circling back to the topic of abortion, I wanted to get your reaction to the ruling from the Supreme Court on the case in Idaho on the medical emergencies.
The Supreme Court has once again failed to appropriately reverse course, which would involve restoring the protections that have been lost as a result of the fall of Roe v. Wade. Supreme Court has set in motion the ability for states like Idaho to enact draconian laws that restrict the ability of a woman to make her own reproductive health care decisions. And there's not much that will change as a result of this procedural Supreme Court decision. Supreme Court understands, in terms of the far-right majority, that they overreached, but now they've unleashed fury all across America, and there's nothing that they can do to stop it. The only way at this point in time that we can restore the protections of Roe v. Wade and build upon it in terms of both access to IVF and contraception, which the extreme MAGA Republicans would like to end in any meaningful way, is to pass the Women's Health Protection Act and other pieces of legislation that would actually restore freedom to the women of America, as opposed to having it taken away even further, which is what the extreme MAGA Republicans would like to accomplish. Last question.
We've seen a slew of House appropriations releases this week with deep cuts to FBI, Labor Department, Education Department. Can you talk a little bit about the content of that, what it portends for potential Trump administration and the stakes in the election?
Extreme MAGA Republicans are marching us to a government shutdown. House Democrats, Senate Democrats, House Republicans, Senate Republicans, and President Biden reached an agreement in May of last year in connection with the Bipartisan Fiscal Responsibility Act. The agreement requires us in this fiscal year that is upcoming to mark to the number of 1681. Instead, extreme MAGA Republicans have broken their word once again and are marking down to a number of 1606. That means they are cutting $75 billion out of non-defense discretionary funding, which will hurt children, hurt working families, hurt the ability to administer Social Security, and also hurt the veterans of the United States of America, among others. Extreme MAGA Republicans are showing us who they are, which are individuals who have no interest in protecting the health, safety, and economic well-being of everyday Americans, because they are solely focused in terms of economic policy and tax cuts for the wealthy, the well-off, the well-connected, and their big donors. That's a contrast that will be before the American people over the next several months. House Democrats will continue to put people over politics. Thank you.
That was Representative Jeffries speaking just hours before the big CNN presidential debate, and we will have the simulcast right here on Live Now from Fox at 9 p.m. Eastern, and then, of course, we will have coverage after with the analysis and insight that you can expect right here, as always, on Live Now. We'll take another 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come in just moments. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We always appreciate you continuing to join us, as always. I'm your host, Mike Page. Do want to give you a live look right now of Trump's plane as he is gearing up to head to Atlanta. We already saw President Biden. He just landed in Georgia, but now it looks like we are getting closer for that wheels up moment for the former President Donald Trump to make his way to Atlanta for the presidential debate. And of course, one of the big topics today on this debate will be abortion rights in America. I do want to go out to Fox's Rebecca Castor breaking down the big Supreme Court decision that came down today on abortions. Let's listen on Live Now.
So the emergency room is there to provide health care. Abortion is not health care.
Pro-life protesters on the steps of the Supreme Court letting the justices know they're not happy with the court's decision to throw out a case that pitted a federal law to perform emergency abortions against Idaho's near total ban.
They try to muddy the issue and confuse people by thinking, that we don't want to give health care to women. That is not true.
In a one-sentence statement, the court dismissed the case. We got a sneak peek Wednesday when a draft opinion was mistakenly posted briefly on the court's website. Justice Amy Coney Barrett wrote, too many aspects of the case have changed and rendered the scope of the dispute unclear at best.
It's hard to feign surprise with the fact that this opinion came out last night by mistake. It was the ultimate off-ramp.
Some hospitals in Idaho were sending women with pregnancy complications out of state because some doctors fear they'll face criminal charges if they perform an abortion in the wake of the state's near total ban after 6 weeks. The Biden administration argued federal law requires doctors to give stabilizing treatment in medical emergencies, including abortions. And Democrats in Congress say they'll do their part.
We will not rest until reproductive freedom is the law of the land for every single woman in the United States of America.
President Biden is sure to make the abortion issue front and center at tonight's debate. But there's also another Supreme Court decision looming that could change the course of this election. Whether former President Donald Trump is immune from criminal prosecution for actions he took while in office. That ruling could come out Friday.
It's going to be a heck of a day. It's basically Roberts has decided to hold the World Cup, World Series, and the Super Bowl.
We're still waiting on decisions in several cases, and there's no rhyme or reason why some rulings come out before others. The Chief Justice simply says the decisions come out once they're finalized. From the Supreme Court, Rebecca Castor, Fox News.
Yes, a big topic indeed. We do want to give you a live look right now in Atlanta. President Biden making looks like to be a surprise visit there on his way to the presidential debate. And you can see a lot of Secret Service as well as people wanting to greet the president. And we'll be continuing to give you updates as we get closer to the debate. We'll take another 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now. All right, everyone, we are back here for you on Live Now from Fox in Atlanta right now. President Biden speaking to some supporters ahead of the presidential debate. Let's just listen to the sights and sounds right now. And there you go. A lot of Secret Service around the president as he is greeting, trying to greet every supporter there in the Atlanta area. Just hours to go before this presidential debate. Now we do want to show you, we do have the site here of Trump Force One, if you will. This is the former President Donald Trump's plane. And now about to be wheels up, heading to Atlanta as well. So we've been really showing you the departures and soon to be landings of all the candidates right here as well on Live Now from Fox. But now you see the former President Donald Trump there now heading to Atlanta for the big debate that will be happening tonight. And of course, we will have it for you, the CNN presidential debate simulcast right here on Live Now starting at 9 p.m. Eastern. And of course, we'll have analysis and insight right after that only you can expect right here, as always, on Live Now. We are going to take our final break of the hour. Stay right here with us. More to come in just moments. Welcome back, everyone. It's you live now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Do wanted to show you another look here of Donald Trump about to take off, heading to Atlanta for the presidential debate. We did see President Biden just moments ago landing in Cobb County, and then just moments ago as well, talking to supporters and shaking their hands here. But now we will have Donald Trump just here as wheels will be up, and he will be heading to the debate. So all afternoon long, going into the evening, we will continue to bring you the coverage and get you ready for the debate, as we will be featuring once again the presidential contenders for 2024, the first time that they will be seeing each other in this election cycle. And we'll be having the coverage for you tonight, 9 p.m. Eastern, the simulcast of the CNN presidential debate, and all the coverage that goes along with it, getting you all set up for this evening. Our colleagues will continue to bring you the insight, as well as all of the different analysts that will be coming on to talk about the big debate. Well, that's going to do it for my time here on the desk. My colleague, Andy Mack, is going to be with you for the next couple of hours, breaking down the biggest top stories and getting you ready for the debate as well. Do want to take you out to House Democrats from earlier today, coming together to talk about abortion rights in America.
Representative Diana DeGette and Representative Barbara Lee are extraordinary co-chairs of the Pro-Choice Caucus for their leadership and for gathering us here today, united as House Democrats in full, complete, and unequivocal support for reproductive freedom. Let me also thank Representative Judy Chu, Representative Kathy Manning, and Representative Susan Wild for their extraordinary leadership. 2 years ago, the far-right extreme Supreme Court majority overturned Roe v. Wade and detonated reproductive freedom for millions of American women. The catastrophic decision in Dobbs was just one part of the extreme MAGA Republican plan to impose a nationwide abortion ban, outlaw contraception, and limit access to IVF. Today, reproductive freedom is under assault throughout America. House Democrats unequivocally believe in a woman's freedom to make her own reproductive health care decisions, period, full stop. It's a decision that should be between a woman, her family, her faith, and her doctors. The far-right's extreme effort to take away reproductive freedom is unacceptable, unconscionable, and un-American. We must stop them, and together we will stop them. House Democrats will continue to fight for nationwide access to abortion care. House Democrats will continue to fight for access to contraception. House Democrats will continue to fight for access to IVF. We will continue to stand up. We will continue to show up. We will continue to speak up. We will pass the Women's Health Protection Act. We will pass the Right to Contraception Act. We will pass IVF protection legislation. We will not rest until reproductive freedom is the law of the land for every single woman in the United States of America. It is now my honor to yield to a tremendous champion for reproductive freedom, our extraordinary whip, the Honorable Catherine Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Leader. I am so proud to stand with this caucus as we mark this critical anniversary of taking away, rolling back 50 years of a constitutional right under Trump's Supreme Court. What has happened? in the last 2 years, 27 million American women now live under health care bans. Doctors are being criminalized. IVF and contraception are under attack. And what does this mean? Let me share you a story from my second pregnancy, where a routine ultrasound showed that there was no longer a fetal heartbeat. And when I needed abortion care, because there wasn't a full miscarriage, to prevent infection, to preserve future fertility, I got that care without question. Fast forward to a post-Dobbs, a post-Roe v. Wade Texas. Amanda Zarowski water broke at 18 weeks pregnant. Her pregnancy could not survive. Yet her doctor, because of criminal penalties, could not give the care she recommended. She was told to go home, wait for infection to set in, and it did. She had a sepsis infection, spent days in the ICU, barely survived, and today does not know if she will ever be able to become pregnant again. What is the difference in the outcome of our two stories of miscarriage? It is Donald Trump and the GOP who has dismantled women's health care and reproductive freedom in this country. We are at a crossroads. We are going to choose freedom, or we are going to choose extremism. And every single time this has come before Americans for a vote, they have chosen freedom. That is in Kansas, Michigan, Ohio, Tennessee, Kentucky. Every single time, Americans stand with freedom. And this caucus and this president stand with them. And I am so pleased to introduce a champion for reproductive freedom, a champion for returning these critical decisions to American women and American families where they belong, co-chair of our pro-choice caucus, Barbara Lee.
Well, good morning, everyone. Let me first thank Leader Jeffries, Whip Clark, Chair Aguilar, our co-chair of the pro-choice caucus, Diana DeGette, for their bold leadership. I am a proud Democrat, and I'm so proud of our Democratic caucus. Thank you all very much for staying the course on this issue that really is about life or death. As co-chair of the pro-choice caucus with Congresswoman DeGette, I'm proud to be in this fight with all of you and with all of our incredible, inspiring coalition partners doing the work on the ground. 2 years ago, 5 extremist Supreme Court justices voted to take our country back decades and revoke a fundamental right of millions by overturning Roe. This is yet another attack on our democracy. Now, millions of Americans of reproductive age are living without access to abortion care, suffering preventable harm to their bodies and their lives. This anniversary, it's a stark reminder of the casualties in the GOP's war on reproductive freedom. But it also must be a call to action. It's a wake-up call, because this cannot continue. Tonight, the 2 candidates for president will debate for the first time in this election. I hope the country is paying attention not only to how they talk about abortion, but what they've actually done about it. From day one, the Biden administration has shown a clear and early commitment to sexual and reproductive health and rights. He has taken concrete actions to protect access to abortion, including medication abortion, the ability to travel for reproductive care, access to affordable quality contraception, safeguarding the privacy of patients and healthcare providers, and more. The extreme GOP and their allies on the Supreme Court could not be more opposite. They've continued an assault on reproductive freedom through harmful legislation at each level of government and in states across the nation. Let's be clear. Republicans are ready and eager to institute a national ban and create more suffering. We cannot let them do that. We cannot let GOP extremism continue to subvert the will of the people. As someone who had an unsafe and illegal abortion before Roe, we cannot allow this country to revert back to those days. The majority of Americans support the right to an abortion. Our caucus won't stop fighting until our laws reflect our democratic values and our own freedoms to make our own health care decisions without interference, mind you, from judges and elected officials. Thank you again. And now I'd like to yield to our woman warrior, Diana DeGette.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, Barbara. Well, as you've heard, it was 2 years ago today when the Supreme Court, for the first time in our nation's history, took away a freedom that all Americans have. And the results were swift and they were devastating. 21 states have banned or severely restricted abortion. And those laws took effect the very next day after the Dobbs decision. In Ohio, a young girl who had been the victim of rape had to be taken across state lines to get the health care that she needed. In Texas, as you heard, a woman was sent home because the doctor was afraid of criminal prosecution, and she almost died from sepsis before she could get the health care that she needed. I just saw the reports this week of the birth rates and the infant mortality, which have gone up since the Dobbs decision, Imagine the cruelty, and imagine the impact on countless Americans. 1 in 3 women, and more than half of black women in this country, live in states where they don't have access to abortions. And as states enact new and tighten existing restrictions, and as the impacts of these cruel laws grow, more and more Americans are being forced to leave their homes, to somehow take leave from their jobs and flee their states to get the care they need. And that's just the people who can afford to do that. Everybody else, too bad for them. In these draconian states, laws, they don't just affect states like Colorado or like Texas. They affect states like Colorado, my home state, where abortions have gone up by 3 times and where Coloradoans have to wait along with everybody else to get the health care they need. So what have the House Republicans done to alleviate this problem? They refused to take up the Women's Health Protection Act, but not only that, 187 members of the House Republican caucus have co-sponsored legislation that says that that personhood begins when the egg and the sperm meet, giving those fetuses the same rights from conception that all of us have today. What would that mean if that became law, that 187 of them have sponsored? It would mean that all abortions, no exceptions, from day one would be banned. It would mean that in vitro fertilization would be banned. It would mean that many common forms of birth control would be banned. And it would mean that life-saving stem cell research would be banned. I am not exaggerating. This is the agenda of the far right-wing extreme House majority. They don't really want to talk about it right now because they realized that the vast majority of Americans and the vast majority of their constituents oppose these extreme laws. But make no mistake, if they keep the House, if they take the Senate, and if Donald Trump wins the White House, this is exactly the far-right majority that will enact these laws. We simply cannot let this happen on behalf of the American people, and we will not let it happen. One of the first bills we will pass in Congress when we take the majority and Hakeem Jeffries becomes the next speaker is the Women's Health Protection Act. And we will restore freedom for all Americans to make their own health care decisions, including abortion, for everybody in every state in this country, because that's the way we do it in America.
All right, you're just listening in there to these remarks talking about this, the ramifications of November, but also the down ballot tickets there that will likely be impacted by what happens in November, and what happens in November impacted by what happens tonight with the first presidential debate. Joe Biden and Donald Trump on the stage meeting eye to eye for the first time since back in 2020. I'm Andy Mack here on Live Now from Fox. Kind of a live look there inside of this arena there on the campus of Georgia Tech in the heart of Atlanta, Georgia. We're going to be right back. All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. Thank you so much for joining us as we continue on. Well, patriotism abounds in Atlanta tonight. Of course, the first presidential debate at 9 o'clock Eastern. But prior to that, another event there at the heart of the city, the U.S. men's national team taking on Panama in Copa America. So a big night there for Atlanta. A live look inside of this arena on the campus of Georgia Tech, and just up the road at Mercedes-Benz Stadium, the U.S. in their group facing Panama, the second of such games. They faced Bolivia in a 2-0 victory several days ago. For more on this, let's go out to my conversation right now with Fox Sports writer Doug McIntyre from earlier. Back in here to Live Now from Fox, I am Andy Mack. The Copa America getting going in the group stages. The U.S. men's national team already has 3 points after defeating Bolivia in their opener. They take on Panama tonight in Atlanta in the second match. We're going to be joined right now by Fox Sports soccer reporter Doug McIntyre. Doug, thank you so much for joining us there from Atlanta. Of course, it was a good start to this group stage. We kind of expected it, a very solid win over Bolivia. What's the mindset for the U.S. men's national team coming into tonight?
I think it's more of the same. I mean, a decisive win, like you said, 2-0. There were goals left on the table potentially, some chances that the U.S. didn't convert. They could have padded their lead, which might come into play later in the tournament with goal difference. But a multiple goal win, a shutout win, hard to find too many faults with that, especially in a first game. We know how important it is to get 3 points in the first match of any tournament. So I would expect more of the same tonight against Panama. I don't think we'll see too many lineup changes, and the U.S. will expect to come away from this match with 2 wins from 2 games, and that should set them up really well for the big one, the group finale against Uruguay on Monday.
Yeah, that is very true, and it would set them up and kind of already advance them on, so it would just kind of not be the ultimate pressure-packed final match game as well. I do want to ask you, because we talked about it going into Brazil, we talked about it going into Bolivia, Christian Pulisic really stepping up. He's got a goal in the last 2 games, both very impressive goals against Brazil, and then most recently against Bolivia very early on. How maybe has he stepped into this role and really shined early on during Copa?
Well, I've covered Christian Pulisic since he was 17 years old, when he was anointed the next big thing in U.S. soccer because of his talent, his undeniable talent. It was obvious to everybody, but a lot of pressure to put on a kid that age. He doesn't have the sort of personality where he was going to embrace that. He's a shy, quiet guy, and it took him a long time to really feel comfortable in his own skin. So it's been fun to watch that evolution as a player. He's 25 now. He's been wearing the captain's armband in this tournament, and he's a different guy. He's still, not the most outgoing person with the media, even with his own teammates, but he leads by example. He's certainly done that in this tournament so far, and this is the best he's ever played. And certainly if the U.S. is going to continue to make a deep run in this tournament, Christian Pulisic's going to be the focal point. Like you said, he set the tone right away in that Bolivia game, scored a terrific goal less than 3 minutes in. That really took some of the pressure off the U.S. Even though they were expected to win that game, there is pressure with being a favorite, just like it will be the case tonight against Panama, with the Americans expected to win. So an early goal always helps. And right now, Christian Pulisic is carrying his team on his back.
Yeah, as good as he's ever been, but also potentially as healthy as he's ever been, which was a key to him in the kind of season overseas as well. I do want to ask you, because they played Bolivia in Jerry World at AT&T Stadium in Arlington, Texas. The atmosphere maybe not what they wanted. Tonight is going to be different in Atlanta, and also there's a presidential debate there happening in Atlanta. What's the buzz about the city right now heading into this game, and maybe how many people were we expecting there in the building tonight?
I think it's fair to say that people in Atlanta are more excited about this game than they are about the debate. There is a real buzz around the city for both events, but certainly for this match with the U.S. men tonight. It's been almost 10 years since the U.S. men's national team played in Atlanta. They've never played at Mercedes-Benz Stadium. It's a phenomenal venue. The U.S. women drew a record crowd of over 50,000 here just a few months ago, their largest crowd since the Women's World Cup. And Atlanta's become a soccer city over the last number of years, with Atlanta United leading the MLS in average, attendance by a considerable margin ever since they came into the league. And they're being rewarded, I think, for that by getting a really important Copa America game. Of course, they're going to get World Cup games in 2 years from now, but this is the biggest match we've seen in Atlanta in a long time. I expect the crowd to show out. The crowd in Dallas was actually pretty good in the end. Almost 50,000 there, at Jerry World, a pro-U.S. crowd, and that's going to be taken to another level, I think, tonight. Organizers haven't released numbers in terms of how many tickets are sold. 71,000 people fit inside the building. I think we'll get close to that, and it's going to be a pro-USA crowd. The players talked this week about the vibe in the city, how everybody knows what's going on. I could tell you, Andy, when I got here yesterday, I got in an Uber from the airport, and my driver knew everything about it. He said, oh, the Bolivia game was okay, but they could have scored more goals, and really looking forward to Panama. So this is a knowledgeable soccer city. It's been amazing to see. We're in the deep South. You wouldn't expect it. I think 10 years ago, anyone would have thought that Atlanta would become, arguably the most important soccer city in the country. It's become that. And they should see a great spectacle tonight. And I know the U.S. players are looking very, very much looking forward to playing here.
Yeah, it's kind of a soccer town USA right now, like you mentioned, with the MLS club and the fans showing out. I believe Argentina already had a Copa America game there with Messi, and the crowd was unbelievable for that. All right. My last question for you, Doug, is obviously Panama tonight. Uruguay is kind of the big one on Monday as well. What do they need to do tonight to really set themselves up for success throughout this group stage and then advance on to the round of 16?
And anything other than a win tonight, Andy's going to be a disappointment. The U.S. is expected to get the victory tonight. and they need to if they want to win the group, potentially avoid Brazil in the first knockout game in the quarterfinals. So it'll set them up well for that group stage finale. Uruguay won its first game against Panama, so the U.S. has to sort of hold serve, and then there's everything to play for in that last group game with the group title on the line, first place on the line. You get a better path to the final if you can finish first as opposed to second. And really for the U.S. team, it's the talk has been about improving the performance every game, and the results will follow. So I think U.S. fans will hope for a little bit more better finishing in front. I think the U.S. team will be tested defensively more than they were in the Bolivia game, where the center backs and goalkeeper Matt Turner didn't have a whole lot to do. So I think they're looking for an improved performance in addition to the 3 points, so they can feel good about themselves going into that really important group stage finale against one of the tournament favorites, Uruguay. Yeah. So that's going to be a great match. But I can tell you the players are not looking ahead. They're not looking past Panama. They know it's a difficult opponent, an opponent that if they're not ready, has in the past shown an ability to upset them. They've beaten the U.S. at Gold Cups three times in recent years, 2011, and then eliminating the Americans in 2015. And again last year. That wasn't a full-strength U.S. squad like we'll see tonight. But I think if the U.S. comes out and plays well, they'll set themselves up really well for that group finale against Uruguay.
Yeah, no overlooking Panama tonight. They're in Atlanta as they're looking to kind of make a stride here in this group, also ahead of the World Cup in a couple years' time. All right, Doug, enjoy the game. I appreciate your time breaking it all down here on Live Now.
Thanks for having me, Andy.
All right, thank you again for that conversation. Coming up tonight, kind of a little bit of a preview, pre-game, 6 p.m. Eastern will be that. U.S. men's national team 90 minutes or so away. They take on Panama in Atlanta, and Atlanta kind of the center of all things we're covering here on Live Now from Fox, the U.S. men's national team, and then right into the debate between Biden and Trump. I'm Andy Mack. We're back after this. All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I am Andy Mack. The stage is officially set for the first presidential debate of this election cycle as we count down the days until this November election. A couple of Live Now looks there inside of the spin room, inside of some of these arenas there on the campus of Georgia Tech, and also outside. Kind of a gloomy day there, but we know that President Biden already on the ground in Georgia. He met with some supporters. We did see this image coming in just a little bit ago from the former President Donald Trump as he was aboard his plane departing there from Florida, heading up north to Georgia for this. And you quite imagine there's going to be quite a lot of people there for the arrival. No audience in place for the debate, but supporters will be there expressing their support outside of this debate likely. Let's take you out to our Fox 5 team. Brittany Edney gets you ready for Trump's arrival in Georgia ahead of this debate.
Behind-the-scenes look at our upcoming coverage of former President Donald Trump's arrival. You can see right now behind me, you have a lot of fans and supporters lining up. I want to give you a rundown of what exactly is going to go and happen once we go through security and have all of our gear swept by the Secret Service in that building right there. We'll be out on the tarmac on the other side of this building as his plane lands. We're also going to give you an up-close view of his arrival. We're told the former president should be touching down here at Hartsfield-Jackson at around 5:35 this evening. During his last visit, Mr. Trump took time to interact with supporters, even signing memorabilia and also taking pictures. Already those hoping to catch a glimpse are lining up. We chatted with one father-son duo who traveled about 5 hours from South Carolina to witness Mr. Trump's arrival.
I want my son to understand what it really means to be involved in government, to be involved in politics, to understand who the candidates are, follow them, and then make up his own decision, not let bureaucrats or administrators in schools make the suggestions for him.
During Trump's last stop in Atlanta, there wasn't a scheduled press conference, but once he deboarded, he ended up taking questions from the press. So we're going to have to wait and see if he's going to do something similar this time. At Hartsfield-Jackson, Brittany Edney, Fox 5 News.
All right, thank you so much for that. And it seems like about an hour until he arrives there on the tarmac in Georgia ahead of this 9 o'clock debate later on this evening. Of course, you can watch it right here, the CNN presidential debate simulcast on LiveNOW from Fox tonight at 9 o'clock Eastern. We'll have that full coverage here for you as well. I'm Andy Mack. We're back after this. All right, welcome back in here to LiveNOW from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. Thank you so much for joining us. Just about 4:30 on the East Coast as we gear up for the debate. But we also want to take you out to a somber event. This one taking in the Houston, Texas area as they celebrate the life of 12-year-old Jocelyn Nungery. I want to put up just some of this. A funeral being held there, and the media kind of at a distance, but they continue to honor this, the life of her on this, the 12-year-old girl that was tragically killed. 2 suspects charged there with capital murder, held on a $10 million bond. As well, 2 undocumented immigrants. So very, very sad story that we're following here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to take you out to her celebration of life event at as they had numerous people, including the mayor, there on hand for this, speaking and honoring the life of Jocelyn Nungery. Let's listen into this from earlier today.
Thank everyone who's present. Your presence means so much to the family, means so much to me. This is the second hardest thing I had to do since I was sworn in as mayor. Stand before you, represent the family, represent everyone that can hear my voice. The first hardest thing was the day Jocelyn's body was discovered. Mrs. Nungery wanted to see her body to help identify Jocelyn. I was at the police station. PPD was already working around the clock that afternoon. And she wants me to call her Lexi. I keep telling her it was Miss Nungery. But Lexi did not understand, and obviously the desperate attempt to see Jocelyn. It was on my duties to explain to her that he took a medical examiner and do his job and to do everything possible for her. Obviously, everyone that can hear my voice knows how personal this tragedy is for each one of us, every Houstonian. Everyone in our region. As a father and a grandfather, it's very personal. I know what's going through your mind when you learn of it, when you read about it. The thought of losing your child, your grandchild, horrible circumstances. It gets no worse. And today, thanks you for allowing me, for asking me to speak.
All right, you're just listening in. The mayor there of Houston talking about the life of Jocelyn Nungery, the 12-year-old tragically killed just last week, as well as her body was found last Monday, I believe. Very, very sad story there out of the Houston area. So many people on hand for this, the celebration of life event. We've heard from her mother a time or two, just the emotion in her voice after losing her 12-year-old daughter. All right, I'm Andy Mack here on Live Now from Fox. Thank you so much for joining us. I want to give you a couple Live Now looks, including out of Atlanta, Georgia, the site there of this presidential debate later on tonight. Also there at the White House, just about 4:30 on the East Coast. We're getting this live picture in right now as we're following a very, very close situation potentially at Newark Liberty International Airport on Thursday as a small plane went off the runway after landing, causing delays for travelers flying into and out of New Jersey. So you can see crews on hand for this, just a live picture there as we are following it there in the Northeast, a main hub for both New York and New Jersey. All right, let's continue on here on Live Now from Fox as we follow all the top headlines. Let's take you out to a live event right now as Secretary of State Antony Blinken making some remarks in Washington, D.C.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. This is genuinely a special moment, one I was looking forward to, and one I so deeply appreciate because, first of all, it sure beats working on the Middle East. Second, I see so many extraordinary people here, the families, colleagues from the past, as well as the present. But it's also an incredible opportunity to reflect on this institution, the people who've led it in such extraordinary ways, and two in particular, in Madeleine Albright and Colin Powell. Now, you will understand that in this moment, I empathize deeply, deeply with Alan and Rossi. And for those of you who don't remember Alan and Rossi, that's just the point. They were the act that followed the Beatles on the Ed Sullivan Show. So every day I go to work knowing that I was following Madeleine Albright and Colin Powell. Not an easy task, not to mention a few others like Jim Baker and George Shultz. But today, let me say this. We have the immense, and I have the immense honor of being able to dedicate two of our most important spaces to two of our most extraordinary and most beloved leaders. We're taking these steps not only to recognize Secretary Powell and Secretary Albright's extraordinary service to the institution, not only to recognize their service to the American people, we're doing it so that everyone who gathers here, who comes to these rooms, will be reminded of the way that they led. And ask a question that I have to ask myself often in this job. What would Madeleine do? What would Colin do faced with the challenges of this moment? I've learned a lot of lessons from both of them, both from knowing them, knowing Madeleine better, because to me, she was an extraordinary mentor, a friend, a supporter. I got to watch her in action during the Clinton administration when I first came to government. And she was someone who played an instrumental role in my life and bringing me to this point from that moment on, including so many gatherings in that living room in Georgetown over the years. She played an extraordinary role in keeping a community of people together, and that made a profound difference. Secretary Powell, I got to know a little bit later, but the generosity that he showed me was truly extraordinary. When I had the privilege of serving here following the great Bill Burns as Deputy Secretary, one of the first things that I did coming to the building was to go visit with your dad and just to ask him, what should I focus on? And I thought he'd say, well, North Korea or Iran, the people. That was exactly what you said, exactly what he told me. Come here and remember, this institution is first and foremost its people. And we try to live up to that as best we can every day. Because we're joined by the families and so many close friends of both secretaries, let me just take the liberty of, first of all, referring to our honorees as simply as Madeleine and Colin. But let me also try to impart a few thoughts, maybe a few lessons that at least I take from them. And one of those lessons is, and I think all of you here will appreciate it, get the right people around the table. The conference room next door, now the Albright room, is where some of the most consequential debates about U.S. foreign policy are going to be hashed out and have been hashed out. And it's a table, some of you, many of you know it well, but for those of you who don't, take a look after we finish here. Maybe we get a dozen or so people around that table. When Colin and Madeleine held weighty discussions around the table, they didn't pick people who sat there based on hierarchy. They didn't pick them based on title. Instead, they actually sought out the people who knew something about something. People who had actually worked the issues up close and could really bring that value and perspective to the table. And they both made a point of seeking out a diversity of views.
All right, you're just listening in this Secretary of State room dedication there at the State Department talking about some of his predecessors here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. Another live picture right now in Atlanta, Georgia. A live picture as the First Lady appears, Jill Biden touching down there in Atlanta as Air Force One as well. We continue on. Air Force One was a little bit earlier. Joe Biden already in attendance in Georgia for this. You can see the mayor of Atlanta, Andre Dickens, on hand for this. He was also there for the arrival of President Biden there in Georgia ahead of this debate coming up at 9 o'clock Eastern. here on Live Now from Fox. So you can see Joe Biden there. We saw her in recent days at the Pride Month celebration in Washington, D.C., so they weren't necessarily together as the preparation for Biden was held at Camp David. She was at the White House. So this is just a live picture right there as Joe Biden on the ground for this debate coming up later on tonight. We're expecting the former President Donald Trump to arrive down on the tarmac in about 40 or so minutes as well, 45 minutes there, as we did hear a report from our Fox 5 team talking about a 5:30 Eastern time arrival for him, and plenty of supporters on the ground for that. We're going to follow it all here on Live Now from Fox. We'll slide away for a quick 2-minute break. All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. It appears both Bidens are on the ground right now in Atlanta, Georgia. There, Joe Biden touching down just a little bit ago, waving to some of the media as well, as we're following it here on Live Now from Fox. As of course, the debate coming up at 9 o'clock Eastern, and we'll have full coverage throughout the evening hours here on Live Now from Fox. All right, I'm Andy Mack. Thank you so much for joining us. We're here different reports as well as different lawmakers make remarks ahead of this debate. Let's take you right now out to Hakeem Jeffries on Capitol Hill, talking about this at his weekly press conference. Let's listen in.
Hard to lower housing costs, end price gouging, and grow the middle class. The only thing that extreme MAGA Republicans care about are big, massive tax cuts for the wealthy, the well-off, and the well-connected. There's a big difference between President Biden and House Democrats on the one hand and the extreme MAGA Republican agenda on the other. That's the contrast that is before the American people. And each and every day, here in the House of Representatives, we see the Republican majority continue to try to jam their extreme right-wing ideology down the throats of the American people and do the bidding of big donors and big business. House Democrats will continue to fight to solve problems and deliver real results for everyday Americans. Questions?
Mr. Leader, your party just got through a divisive primary in New York where you saw an incumbent fall. You have another one coming up in Missouri. How would you describe the tension between the moderate members of your party and the progressive members of your party. And is it your responsibility as a leader to support your incumbents that are in these vulnerable primaries?
Yes, and that's what I've consistently done.
In the Bowman primary, we saw a PAC, super PAC spend upwards of $14 million. Do you think that type of spending is appropriate? And many Democrats on the left of your caucus have forcefully called it out. Do you join with them in condemning that type of outside spending?
I think that pro-Israel groups are going to support pro-Israel members of Congress. Pro-reproductive freedom groups are going to support pro-reproductive freedom members of Congress. Pro-climate groups are going to support pro-climate members of Congress or candidates who are out in the communities throughout the country. Our view on democracy reform broadly is that we have to do everything possible to protect and strengthen a government of the people, by the people, and for the people, which is why the House Democratic position, shared broadly by progressives, New Dems, and Blue Dogs, is that we have to get the Freedom to Vote Act, which is our signature piece of democracy reform legislation, over the finish line. In this Congress, the Freedom to Vote Act is H.R. 11. If we get the gavels back, the Freedom to Vote Act will be H.R. 1. That's our view, shared broadly by the entirety of the House Democratic Caucus, as to how to make sure we have the most accessible, authentic, and available electoral system possible. Second row. Okay.
What message?
That was very generous of you to yield.
What message do you think it sends that Jamal Bowman lost his primary?
From the very beginning of my journey in Congress, there hasn't been an electoral cycle where a sitting member of the House Democratic Caucus hasn't lost. It only happens in a handful of occasions each and every Congress. It's only happened once in this cycle. So in my view, it's hard to draw any general conclusion when the overwhelming majority of incumbent members of the House Democratic Caucus, from the moment that I first showed up in Washington, D.C., have been reelected. Each district is unique. Each campaign is unique. And as we do every cycle, at the end of the cycle, we try to figure out what lessons can be learned from the decisions that have been made by the voters that we're privileged to represent. Second row. We have supported, as House Democratic leaders, every single incumbent member of the House Democratic Caucus, and there's no expectation, as far as I can tell, that that will change. We have a process to discuss the manner in which any endorsements are rolled out and presented to the communities that our members are privileged to represent. That process is ongoing right now for Representative Bush and several other members who will face the voters in August.
Thank you, Mr. Leader. Have you been briefed on the canceled energy and commerce markup on the privacy bill? And do you support that piece of legislation?
I have not been briefed, but there are real concerns that exist in terms of some of the pro-civil liberties and pro-civil rights provisions in that legislation that were taken out by the extreme MAGA Republicans. And I was very skeptical of the legislation that was going to be before the Energy and Commerce Committee, though had not taken a position. The legislation and the markup ran into problems on the Republican side, as far as I can tell, because big business interests made clear to House Republican leadership that they did not support the efforts that were underway in good faith to protect the privacy of the American consumer. That's the reason that the privacy legislation and the markup were taken down. We are willing to enter into good faith conversations led by Frank Pallone to try to arrive at comprehensive, robust privacy protections for the American people. But those legislative efforts should also involve protecting the civil rights of the American people and confronting issues related to algorithmic bias that impact communities of color. Thank you.
Are you watching the debate tonight, and if so, how?
I look forward to watching the debate. There are several gatherings that members of the House Democratic Caucus will be holding, including one being held by the Congressional Black Caucus that I plan to stop by this evening.
Thanks, Mr. Leader. What do you make of sort of the political fighting going on the floor right now when it comes to the amendments on these spending bills, ranging from defunding Ukraine, cutting Mayorkas' salary? There was even one that didn't make it to the floor to oppose IVF.
The extreme MAGA Republican majority is not serious about governing. They are serious about jamming their reckless far-right ideology down the throats of the American people. We've seen it from the very beginning of this Congress, and it has not let up, and it never will, because the House Republican Conference is completely and totally out of control. They needed Democrats to step in to save them from themselves and plunging this Congress into further dysfunction. And every single major piece of legislation that has moved forward in this Congress has done so because of majority support from House Democrats. That's the way it's been. That's the way it's going to be until the end of the 118th Congress. Kevin?
If I can circle back to Bowman, is there anything that you feel, I know you endorsed him, you did the robocall, is there anything else you feel you could have done or should have done in that race? And then separately, the Supreme Court is still not weighted on the immunity case. I'm just curious what you make of the fact that we're still waiting for some sort of indication there.
Yeah, my capacity as House Democratic leader, I have the responsibility of traveling all throughout the country. It takes me away from the 8th Congressional District of Brooklyn that I'm privileged to represent more than had ever been the case in my previous 10 years in Congress. And I'm thankful that the people in the 8th Congressional District that I represent have given me the grace and space because of the fragility of the moment and the need to protect our country, defend our democracy, and fight for freedom, which means taking back the gavels in November. It's the expectation of members of the House Democratic Caucus, which includes progressive New Dems and Blue Dogs, that it's all hands on deck for House Democratic leaders in terms of making sure we are there to take back control on November 5th, because the stakes are incredibly high. At the same time, we're going to continue to do all that we can, given the limitations and constraints that we have, as part of an existential moment to take back the House, to be supportive of our colleagues as has been the case in New York, in New Jersey, in Texas, and in many other states where there have been members who have had primaries, and in those states over the next 2 months where members will have primaries.
To his second point about the Supreme Court, we still haven't heard about the immunity case, and they also announced that they're adding a day, Monday in July, for the first time in a few years. What's your reaction to that?
And what is so complicated about making it clear to the American people that in this great country, no one is above the law? We all know that the extreme far-right MAGA majority on the United States Supreme Court is totally out of control. They detonated Roe v. Wade and reproductive freedom for millions of women across this country. Ended affirmative action and the ability for colleges and universities to make sure that their campuses look like America from being brought to life, and are probably preparing to undermine Congress's ability to enact consumer protection laws designed to benefit the health, safety, and well-being of the American people. But with respect to the immunity issue, this should be crystal clear. America is not an autocracy, and it's not a monarchy. We don't have kings in America. We have a democracy. And in a democracy, no one is above the law. What is so complicated about this decision at this moment? We know that Justice Thomas and Justice Alito are out of control and driven by a far-right ideology that is way outside of the American mainstream. But it's not clear why some of the other justices haven't swiftly come to the conclusion that Donald Trump, as a former president, is subject to the same set of laws, expectations, and norms as the American people.
You're just listening in there to Hakeem Jeffries here on this as we are just hours away from this first presidential debate. You can see a live picture there right now on the campus there of Georgia Tech as this will get going at 9 o'clock Eastern. All right, as we approach the top of the hour here on Live Now from Fox, I'm Andy Mack. I want to get into more of potentially where we stand heading into this debate because it will soon potentially change in just a few hours. I do want to put up another live picture right here. Of course, the CNN presidential debate will be simulcast right here on Live Now from Fox, as well as it's just about 5 o'clock on the East Coast. I do want to continue on with this conversation about potentially what's to come tonight, but also what's to come in November. We're going to be joined right now by Alan Lichtman, the American University history professor. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. And of course, you have correctly predicted who wins the presidency 9 out of the last 10 years. And some might argue you have done 10 out of 10 with the Bush-Gore presidential election as well. Thank you again for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. And can you give me some understanding? Where do we stand right now heading into this first presidential debate?
Well, here's what I'm going to tell your listeners and viewers. Forget the polls. They're snapshots. They're not predictors. They're abused as predictors. Forget the pundits. They talk off, it's sports talk radio. They have no scientific basis for anything that they predict, and they were so horribly wrong in 2016. So I have an alternative, the keys to the White House, which tap into the fundamentals of how elections really work as votes up or down on the strength and performance of the White House party. And the keys have 13 essential questions relating to the White House party. Only one pertains to the challenger. And if 6 or more of the keys go against the party holding the White House, they're predicted losers. Otherwise, they're predicted winners.
Yeah, that is a very good point. I put these up on the screen right now, the 13 keys, some of the incumbency, the third party, the economy a factor as well. In terms of what we're looking at right now with the military, we've heard a lot about Ukraine. We've heard a lot about Israel. We heard a lot about the economy. Maybe where do we stand in some of those, and maybe how close until November do we give a thumbs up or thumbs down?
Yeah, I haven't made a final prediction yet. I expect to do so right after the Democratic convention in August. But I can tell you a few things about this election. First of all, once again, the pundits are entirely off base, suggesting Biden should step down for a younger candidate. Look at my keys. I have an incumbency key. Biden checks that off. I have a contest key. Biden checks that off. He's been uncontested. Biden doesn't run. They lose the incumbency key. They lose the contest key because there's no heir apparent. And there are 2 keys down off the top instead of 2 keys up. And the other thing I can tell you is right now Biden has definitively lost 2 keys. Party mandate, which is based on U.S. House elections in 2022, and incumbent charisma because he's no JFK or Franklin Roosevelt. So 4 more keys would have to fall to predict his defeat. Short-term economy, that's whether the economy is in recession in the election year, very unlikely. A long-term economy is long-term real economic growth. It's been very strong. So what are the shaky keys? Third party. And to turn the third party key, RFK Jr., you would have to stabilize at about 10%. We don't know that. Social unrest. I thought that was safe until we saw the outbreak of protests recently. But to turn that key, there'd have to be a new explosion of much more significant protests. So keep your eye on that. And of course, foreign military failure and foreign military success are very shaky because things are not going well in the Middle East and in Ukraine.
Yeah, that is a very good point. Let's get to those last 2 because, like you mentioned, some of those are just factors in terms of the view, but the charisma thing, whether it's the incumbent or the challenger charisma, and this could be a factor going into a debate. You could learn about that tonight. Does the debate factor in charisma tonight just based on the fact that we're learning about these and their age? We're talking about stamina with both Biden and Trump. Is there anything you can learn tonight in terms of the charisma of these 2 candidates?
I don't think either of these 2 candidates is going to emerge as a Ronald Reagan or on the Democratic side as a Franklin Roosevelt. If you read my book, Predicting the Next President, and you follow my live show every Thursday at 9 p.m. by looking up at Alan Lichtman YouTube, you see you have to be a broadly appealing candidate. You know, Ronald Reagan won 2 elections by landslides. Franklin Roosevelt won 4. Donald Trump in 2 elections lost the popular vote by 10 million. There were lots of Reagan Democrats. I have trouble finding any Trump Democrats. What I think is more to the point is either of these 2 candidates have to overcome the negative narratives about their capabilities. Biden has to overcome the criticism that maybe he's too old, too diminished to carry out the duties of the presidency for the next 4 years. Trump has to overcome the narrative that maybe he's lost it, he's unhinged, he can't make coherent statements. Those are the 2 big challenges for the 2 candidates, even more than any issues. It's the impression the public gets of the candidates that's going to last. It's TV, remember.
Yeah, that is so very true. And I do have to ask you, because this is not the first time Biden and Trump have gone head-to-head in an election. Does that weigh in for you in any capacity to see that this is a rematch of sorts?
Not really. Let me tell you, debates are great. They're fun. They can shape perceptions, but they're not predictive of outcomes. Hillary Clinton won every debate in 2016. John Kerry outshined George W. Bush in 2004 and still lost. And the greatest myth about debates is that John Kennedy won the critical first debate against Nixon because he was suave and telegenic and Nixon was kind of swarmy. That's a myth concocted long after the election. There's not a shred of contemporary evidence for that. And in fact, the commentary at the time was very favorable to Nixon. So in terms of this debate, I don't think people are going to remember the debates of 2020, but there are two big changes that your audience need to be aware of that could change the dynamics of this debate. First, the option to mute mics. You know, what people probably remember from 2020 is Trump interrupting, shouting, trying to dominate the debate, a bad look. Will the muted mic stop that or not? And instant fact check. David Dale, I think his name is, of CNN, is going to be doing fact checking of the debate. And already the Trump people are screaming, you know, that this is unfair. So this debate is on different terms from any prior debate.
Yeah, it's a very different debate, a very different election in its entirety. Let's go back to the keys a little bit, because I do want to ask you about some of these things, talking about short-term economy and long-term economy, because we talk a lot about it here on Live Now from Fox, about interest rates, about the stock market growing and different things. How much maybe is perception? How much is kind of formula-based in terms of the economy for you when you're predicting something like this?
Zero. I have an objective measure on the short-term economy, which is recession. All those other things can't possibly predict because they all go in opposite directions. You know, we have bad inflation, but we have an excellent stock market. We have low unemployment, high employment, robust growth. So, you know, you can't draw any predictions from the various contradictory indicators of the economy. This is the thing. If you are going to predict in elections, you have to have standards and criteria for your factors, number one. And number two, you have to have a track record. You know, every 4 years, some wannabes come up with, you know, a new system. They never work, you know, until, unfortunately, we can't breed elections like fruit flies. But until you've had an extensive record of correctly predicting elections, it's sports talk radio. It may be fun, but it means nothing.
Yeah, that's a good point. All right, and you mentioned it would come out, potentially your prediction, after that DNC coming up in a few months as well. What keys are you focusing on until then? And just give me a breakdown of when, again, you're planning on making this final prediction.
Yeah, it's what I'm focusing on and what your audience should look at, because remember, it's governance, not campaigning, that counts. So third parties are a sign of discontent with governing by the White House party. So will RFK Jr. stabilize at least 10%. My rule is he has to be anticipated to get at least 5% ultimately, and I have the rule of halves. Will there be some new explosion of social unrest comparable to Black Lives Matter or what was going on in the late 60s and early 70s? And finally, the foreign military failure and success keys, depending upon what happens in Ukraine and Gaza. I'm always asked, what does Biden have to do to win this election? And my answer is govern well.
That is a very, very good point. And of course, your results speak for themselves. 9 of the last 10 elections there have been right, and it potentially very well could be 10 of 10.
10 of 10, I would say.
10 of 10, they would say. All right, Alan Lickman.
2000 is very disputable, as you know.
I know, that was very true. But it's always fun to talk with you. Thank you so much for breaking it all down. You're ahead of this first debate. I appreciate your time here on Live Now from Fox.
Anytime, Andy. You know where to find me.
All right. Thank you so much. All right. Let's continue on here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. We appreciate his time as we gear up for this first presidential debate of the cycle out of Atlanta, Georgia. Live picture there on the ground inside of this arena at Georgia Tech. This is kind of the spin room, the area of this. But coming up tonight, the CNN presidential debate. It will get going at 9 o'clock Eastern. We'll have a simulcast on Live Now from Fox, the CNN presidential debate simulcast right here tonight at 9 o'clock Eastern as well. All right, I'm Andy Mack. That's 4 hours away. We'll be right back. All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack, and thank you so much for joining us. The stage is set for that first presidential debate tonight. We'll see what happens. We're hearing from different experts on the ground as well. A live picture there inside of the kind of arena there at Georgia Tech, awaiting these debates beginning at 9 o'clock Eastern. Some different protocols in place. No audience. There's a mute button as well, and no notes allowed. We're also monitoring here as former President Biden expected to arrive there in Atlanta, Georgia, in the Georgia center of the state. Coming up in just a little bit, President Biden already on hand for this. All right, let's take you right now out to the campaign for former President Trump here, speaking with our Fox Live Now colleagues from earlier today.
And former President Trump will meet in just hours for the first presidential debate in Atlanta, Georgia. A lot of attention will be both on the issues and the candidates themselves. I do want to speak with Trump Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt, who joins me now for a look ahead at tonight's historic debate. Caroline, thank you so much for taking the time to join us here on Live Now from Fox.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you for having me.
So before we get into the debate itself, I have to ask a question that a lot of our viewers are asking themselves, which is, will former President Trump announce his VP running mate ahead of tonight's debate or during the debate itself?
Well, I won't get ahead of the president. He will make that announcement when he decides to. It could come any day. It could also come at the Republican National Convention in a couple of weeks in Milwaukee, but that's a decision for President Trump to make. What I will say is there's a lot of great options on the table, a lot of great names that have been thrown into the hat, and all of them will make a much vice president for this great nation than Kamala Harris has over the last 3.5 years serving under President Biden.
There are a lot of choices, and we do know that a lot of people are excited about this possibility to be Trump's running mate. Has he made his decision? He might not make it public just yet, but has he decided, or is that still up in the air?
Well, the president has said he has pretty much come to a decision in his own mind, and anyone who tries to pretend they know what that decision is other than him is lying. It is close hold. He will announce it when he thinks it's the most appropriate time.
Tonight's debate is a very historic one. Many people are going to be focusing on both candidates as well as the issues. I did want to ask you this. The Trump campaign had called for President Biden to take a drug test ahead of tonight's debate. Can you explain the reasoning behind that?
Well, many people after the State of the Union address were questioning whether Joe Biden had been artificially stimulated. He clearly was showing a different energy that we do not see on a daily basis from Joe Biden. What we see on a daily basis is Joe Biden having a hard time reading off of a teleprompter. We've seen him trip up the stairs of Air Force One on numerous occasions. He stumbles over his words. He often divulges into bizarre fantasy stories that have never taken place. But on the State of the Union night, he was clearly very alert. And so a lot of people rightfully questioned whether he was artificially stimulated. And, President Trump has challenged Joe Biden to a drug test. And if the Biden campaign wants to prove that Joe Biden doesn't take artificial stimulants for nights like tonight in like the State of the Union, then they should accept our challenge to participate in a drug test.
And speaking of that, a lot of attention has been focused on the candidate's age. President Biden, of course, being 81 years old, former President Trump, 78 years old. Should age matter?
It's not about age. It's about competence. And Joe Biden clearly has displayed a physical and mental weakness that, again, is clear for anyone with eyes that watches him speak or watches him stumble. Whereas President Trump clearly displays strength. He is all over the country all the time, giving hours-long speeches to crowds of thousands of people. He is as sharp as a tack as a younger person working for him. I can tell you, the man is constantly working. He's very well read. He knows what's going on in this country and around the world. He has the stamina to lead this country for another 4 years. Joe Biden has clearly, unfortunately, displayed that he doesn't. And the polling indicates that Americans agree with me on that. More than 70% of this country do not believe that Joe Biden has the mental and physical fortitude to lead this country for another 4 years.
Millions of people are going to be watching this presidential debate tonight. What does the Trump campaign want voters to focus on during this debate?
Well, they should focus on the questions that are asked by CNN. We hope that these questions will be focused on the issues that voters at home care about. And poll after poll tells us that voters right now care about the record high inflation that has increased the cost of living in this country. Everything from rent to mortgage rates to groceries and gasoline has gone through the roof because of Joe Biden's economic policies. And President Trump has a plan to bring down inflation, to make gas cheap again. If he's given the opportunity to relay that message tonight, he certainly will. And then secondly, President Trump will also talk about his plan to stop the immigration invasion that is taking place on our southern border. He has a real plan to stop Joe Biden's border crisis. And Joe Biden needs to answer to both of these issues as well. After all, it's his policies that have created the worst inflation crisis and immigration crisis in our nation's history.
So should voters care only about the issues, or should they also care about the personal history and the background of the candidates as well?
Well, certainly this is a binary choice in this election between President Trump, who is a businessman who stepped into the political arena as an outsider, continues to be an outsider, who had unprecedented accomplishments in his first term because he's not beholden to anyone, not the special interests or the lobbyists. He's only beholden to the American people, and he delivers on his promises, versus Joe Biden, who is a corrupt career politician. Joe Biden has been in politics for 51 years. He's engaged in more than 40 debates since 1972. That's longer than a lot of people watching tonight have been alive. And so if voters at home want someone who's going to shake up the system and demand real change, put our country first again, not only here at home, but also on the world stage, then they should vote for President Trump. Joe Biden's been in office all this time, and look at what he's gotten us. Higher cost of living, an open border, and war around this world.
Both men have made headlines in the recent months for their connections with criminal trials. Former President Trump with his felony conviction and the hush money trial, and he's mentioned it on a number of times. In fact, he alluded to it in his barbershop roundtable held last night in Atlanta, Georgia. And then, of course, Hunter Biden, his felony conviction in the gun trial. Do you think these issues will come up? Do you think they should come up?
Well, I think in the debate, it should be asked of Joe Biden why he lied 4 years ago about his son's laptop. On the debate stage in 2020, Joe Biden said that the Hunter Biden laptop was not real. That was a lie. He knew it was real then. It's, of course, real now. It was just used as a key piece of evidence in Hunter Biden's trial in Delaware, where he did become a convicted felon. As for the cases against President Trump, it's been made very clear to the American people that these cases have all been brought by Democrat prosecutors. In the case of New York, Alvin Bragg campaigned on the promise of getting Donald Trump, not getting real criminals who are currently roaming free in the streets of New York City. And the case was overseen by a corrupt Democrat judge who donated money to Joe Biden, who has a close family member who has profited off of fundraising for Democrats. And so I think people realize that the case against President Trump was a political persecution led by Democrats in an attempt to interfere in our election. And that's why it has not swayed the public opinion of President Trump. You look at the polls, he's continuing his momentum. And in fact, after the verdict came down in that case, our campaign raised more than $53 million in 24 hours from millions of people across this country who are sick and tired of seeing our justice system weaponized.
And let's talk about the justice system. We have yet to hear from the Supreme Court handing down the ruling on former President Trump's immunity case. What impact, if any, do you think that a decision either way will have on this campaign and in this election?
Well, the Supreme Court, we hope, will do the right thing in this case. It is absolutely critical, not just for President Trump, but for all future presidents, that they have immunity to protect them from political persecutions like the one we're seeing in New York, from official acts that they take as president. No president will be able to function if they don't have immunity and protection for the very tough decisions that they make when they are the commander-in-chief of this country. If there was no presidential immunity, then one could argue Joe Biden could be charged with crimes for his dereliction of duty at the southern border, allowing terrorists into our country knowingly. In fact, yesterday, the Department of Homeland Security put out a report that there's more than 400 ISIS-linked terrorists who have been smuggled into this country because of Biden's open border. So can he be prosecuted for that? If the Supreme Court doesn't uphold presidential immunity, it's possible in the future he could, and it would be very bad for our nation if presidents from both parties are going back and forth prosecuting one another. Immunity is critical, and we hope that the Supreme Court will do the right thing.
Let's go back to the debate itself. There have been changes in the rules. There's no audience. Microphones are going to be cut off. Do these play in former President Trump's favor, or do you think that they might hinder him in any way?
Well, President Trump doesn't need restrictions or certain types of rules to get him through this debate. These rules were set by the Biden campaign to protect Joe Biden because his handlers know that he's incapable of standing up there for 90 minutes and really going back and forth with President Trump in a true debate. With that said, we willfully accepted these terms because President Trump delivers on his promises, and he made a promise to debate Joe Biden anytime, anywhere, any place. So no matter what, tonight will be a good opportunity for President Trump to highlight his strength with Joe Biden's weakness and to contrast his record of success in his first term as president with Joe Biden's failures over the past 3.5 years.
So, Caroline, before I let you go, any surprises do you think are in store for viewers tonight?
Well, they'll have to tune in and see. We look forward to it. It's going to be a great night.
Absolutely. Anything else that you would like to share with our Live Now from Fox viewers before we let you go?
Well, if they want to have real fact checks of Joe Biden, they can go to factcheckbiden.com. Our team will be fact checking Joe Biden in real time all night long. As we know, he's accustomed to saying many lies on these debate stages. So go to factcheckbiden.com.
All right, Caroline, thank you so much for taking the time to join us.
All right, thank you so much for that interview here on Live Now from Fox. There was the Trump press secretary there, and we just saw touching down in Georgia ahead of this first presidential debate. Former President Trump arriving in Georgia, touching down, plenty of supporters there on hand, some 3.5 hours until this debate begins at 9 o'clock Eastern. You can see the plane there just taxiing on the tarmac, heading over, nearing the supporters, nearing the motorcade as well. So just arriving shortly after current President Joe Biden on the ground in Georgia as well. A highly anticipated night to come, to say the least, as we're learning more about this after months of casting Biden as a senile shell of a man incapable of putting two sentences together. Trump has changed his tune, the former president and presumptive GOP nominee in his campaign, trying to adjust expectations amid concerns that Biden's bar has been set too low, that he is sure to exceed it. Trump, who has never admitted he lost fairly to Biden in 2020, continues to spread false and unproven theories. There will be fact checkers on the ground there tonight in Georgia to kind of go through some of the statements from both sides as well. Security there is heightened as the debate site and press filing center tidied as we get closer to this 9 o'clock start. Fencing has gone up around different buildings there where Biden and Trump will meet, as well as the Georgia Tech Arena where hundreds of journalists are gathered to cover the debate. So this on the tarmac, just a little bit outside of Atlanta, but in the metro there as the former president touching down. Plenty of supporters there on hand. They will not be inside of this debate, inside of the room where it's happening tonight. So they're getting their glimpses of Trump right now. And of course, this is not the first time these two individuals have met. Tonight's clash between Democratic President Joe Biden and Republican ex-President Trump may be the most consequential presidential debate in decades. Both men glaring flaws about how they present their opponent with tremendous opportunity and risk. They will face a huge national audience that will include many people tuning in to their 2020 rematch for the first time and won't see another debate until September, magnifying the success or the failures for each. The first time the debate held so early in a general election season. All right, we're watching this here on Live Now from Fox. Let's slide away for a quick 2-minute break before he steps off this plane. All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I am Andy Mack. Thank you so much for joining us. And the former President Donald Trump has just touched down in the Peach State ahead of this first presidential debate. Of course, a live picture there from the tarmac. You can see the door open, the stairs out there as he will likely potentially meet with supporters before getting in the motorcade and heading to downtown Atlanta, Georgia. And that is where we move our coverage. We're going to be joined right now by Fox 5's Kevin Stewart. Kevin, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. A lot of anticipation around this debate. What do we know just 3.5 hours ahead of its beginning?
Well, you know, this is really the first time people really, truly pay close attention to the race for the White House, the very first presidential debate. And here's what you can expect.
Tonight, President Joe Biden and former President Donald Trump will square off right here at CNN with the world watching. Yet there will be no crowd with a front row seat. There will be no audience. One of several rules both sides agreed to for this debate.
You know, there won't be applauses, opportunities for the candidates to play off the crowd and interact with the crowds.
The radical left.
Will you shut up, man?
Listen, who is on your microphones will be muted while the other candidate is speaking to avoid confrontations like that one.
Kind of prevents that crosstalk and attempts to intrude and potentially dominate the other candidates.
Candidates won't be allowed to have props or pre-written notes on stage either.
And you cannot be hostile.
Spelman College political science professor Marilyn Davis insists both Biden and Trump must remain calm, coherent, yet vigorous to help smooth over concerns about age.
The candidate who is seen as weak will have a lot to prove. I don't think it's going to be about issues. Maybe it will start that way. It might start like a good sermon, but then after a while, it just fades away.
Tonight might be sport for the hardline supporters, but Emory University political science professor Zachary Peskowitz says the candidates must win over the few undecided votes in the middle.
Both candidates have different tasks for themselves. I think for Biden, the challenge is going to be defending his economic record. For Trump, he's no longer the incumbent, so he doesn't have to defend his record over the past 4 years. But he is going to have to alleviate concerns about his temperament, his approach to governance.
Now, there's something else you should keep in mind while you're watching tonight. The most recent Fox News poll has President Biden with 50% and the former President Trump with 48%. What type of impact will tonight's debate have on the next poll? We're about to find out.
Yeah, a lot is going to change in the matter of just a few hours there coming up tonight. And Kevin, before I let you go, I do want to ask you, as this debate taking place in Georgia, a battleground state, maybe how closely are people in Georgia watching this debate tonight as well?
People are paying very close attention as we get closer. As I noted at the top, during the summertime, people are vacationing, doing other things. But clearly, the political ads here in Georgia and Atlanta have been running for several months. And there have been campaign stops just this past week. So without a doubt, people will be very keenly focused on tonight's debate here in Atlanta.
Yeah, the first one for a while until the next debate. So success or failure might be amplified by this standalone debate as of now. All right, Kevin, thank you again. We appreciate your time as always here on Live Now from Fox. All right, thank you so much. As we go out there to this live picture there on the ground, as the former President Donald Trump has arrived in Georgia for this debate. You can see them zooming in on the open door. We're going to hang with this just a little bit, as plenty of supporters there on hand for this outside of the motorcade. We'll see if they interact with any of them. We did see the current president, Joe Biden, touch down on Air Force One just a little bit earlier. He was greeted by different officials, including the mayor of Atlanta, Andre Dickens, there from just a little bit earlier. So the former president, Donald Trump, touching down some 3.5 hours ahead of this first debate. And you heard some of the protocols there in place. No audience. There will be no notes. There will be a muted mic for the individual that is not speaking, the candidate that is not speaking at that individual time. So this is just what we get, as we'll have you fully covered here on Live Now from Fox. The CNN presidential debate simulcast on Live Now from Fox starting at 9 o'clock Eastern. So we're just going to hang with this shot because there's a lot at stake. There's a lot happening in the city of Atlanta. As Biden, they hopes to court some moderate Republicans. The deputy campaign manager said the president will speak broadly to all Americans, but also plans to, quote, talk to Republican voters, specifically regarding, quote, Donald Trump and his extremism. Moderate Republicans and GOP-leaning independents repelled by Trump helped Biden win most swing states 4 years ago. It's not a huge slice of the electorate, but some 78,000 Georgia Republicans voted for Nikki Haley over Trump in the state's May primary weeks. After she suspended her campaign, Biden's team sees it as a crucial piece of his coalition. Trump, of course, stayed on the campaign trail before heading to his Florida estate for 2 days of private meetings as part of an informal prep process. The Trump's allies are pushing him to stay focused on his governing plans, but expected him to test the pointed questions about unrelenting focus on election fraud, his role in the erosion of abortion rights, and also unprecedented legal barrage as he was recently convicted of falsifying business records in New York. And never before has a general election debate participated saddled between a felony conviction. The debate stage meeting comes just 2 weeks before Trump is scheduled to be sentenced on those 34 felony counts in this New York hush money trial. That just a little bit before the RNC, where we could soon hear about the Veep stakes, the vice president who will be on the ticket alongside the name Trump. So potentially we might get a little bit of a tease of that tonight. That could be something that will make headlines as well. But no audience, nobody in the front row seat for this, as you heard there from Kevin Stewart, our Fox 5 team. No audience, no live audience. That means there's no red carpet stream of elected officials, campaign donors, and leaders in Midtown Atlanta. It makes for an unusual atmosphere around the debate site. Former Senator of Georgia, Kelly Loeffler, is hosting a watch party and fundraiser event elsewhere in Metro Atlanta. There's a $10,000 get-in price, according to an invitation from the event. Several Trump prospective running mates will also be there. So not at the debate, but just down the road. Georgia's Republican and Democratic state parties are hosting their own watch parties as well. Biden and First Lady Joe Biden expected and scheduled to stop by the Democratic event late on Thursday. We'll see if there's any kind of events or access there. So we'll see what happens. But President Biden has arrived already to a lively crowd of supporters, greeted him as he was at the hotel ahead of tonight's debate. The crowd of about 50 chanted 4 more years. Many wore campaign T-shirts. Some held placards with Biden's trademark aviator sunglasses on them. Others had signs with the face of Biden's alter ego. The president pumped his fist and embraced one man, as you see now the former president stepping off of the airplane of Trump Force One in Georgia. Let's just listen in to see if we can hear some of this reaction from the crowd on the ground. You can hear him saying something to the crowd there, the supporters on hand as well, clapping as well. Let's just continue to listen in. All right, Trump there getting in the motorcade, heading to his hotel for the final preparations, the final preps, just 3 hours out from this debate later on tonight as he touched down there. A very consequential debate coming up in just about 3+ hours here as they will head down to these studios there as well for this debate. Of course, you can watch it right here on LiveNOW, the CNN presidential debate simulcast on LiveNOW from Fox tonight at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. I'm Andy Mack. We're back after this. All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. Thank you so much for joining us. We just saw the former President Donald Trump touchdown 3+ hours ahead of this first presidential debate. This was the scene as he just left away. You can see the crowd there cheering him on with different signs and hats as he got off the plane. 2 cheers, pumping his fist. Excited for tonight, a very consequential debate. As we'll have you covered. For more on this, let's go out to Fox's Matt Scarpino with the latest ahead of this debate.
The stage is set here in Atlanta for one of the rare debates in U.S. history between a sitting president and a former president. 4 years after their last debate, President Joe Biden and former President Donald Trump are facing off again in the crucial battleground state of Georgia. The historic showdown will likely see the candidates weigh in on the economy, immigration, and abortion, just hours after the Supreme Court ruled against Idaho and the state's near total abortion ban.
President Trump is going to lay out his vision for the next 4 years of America and really talk about a contrast between his record, his 4 years in office, and Joe Biden's 4 years in office.
The former president has been on the road with recent events in D.C., Philadelphia, and New Orleans, while the president has spent much of the last week preparing for the debate at Camp David. The Biden campaign says the president's record will speak for itself.
He's going to present a clear choice between himself, who's fighting for the American people every single day, and he's going to be debating against Donald Trump, who's now running his campaign as a convicted felon.
The latest Fox News poll shows voters will be paying attention tonight, with more than half saying the debate will be extremely or very important to their vote.
I really just want to hear their plan on how they're planning to secure our country, secure our borders, keep us safe.
There are new rules this time around. Microphones will be muted when the other candidate is speaking, and neither one is allowed to bring pre-written notes. In Atlanta, Madison Scarpino, Fox News.
All right, thank you so much for that. A live picture there as people greeting the former President Donald Trump as he just touched down just a little bit ago in Georgia. The motorcade is now gone, heading to the venue, heading to the hotel, potentially final preparations being made ahead of this debate. All right, I'm Andy Mack. We'll be back after this. All right, the countdown continues on until this first presidential debate, some 3+ hours now, as we did see the former President Donald Trump touch down just a little bit ago, heading from this location to downtown Atlanta as well. This is kind of the spin room there on the campus of Georgia Tech. Lots of media personnel on hand for this one. It's going to be a consequential debate as well. The first time potentially these two individuals in the room since back in 2020. I want to continue here on this conversation. We're going to bring into the conversation Madison Fernandez, Politico reporter. We appreciate your time here on Live Now from Fox. A very interesting debate, to say the least, coming up tonight. Can you give us an update, maybe what's at stake tonight and maybe what could move the needle for voters later on?
I think we really need to remember that what's at stake here is there are really not that many people who don't know who they're voting for. You know, it's going to be these undecideds who are really going to be watching and seeing how the candidates are doing and, you know, how they're speaking to them and especially how they're performing. I mean, if Trump goes out there and he is, you know, his loud, boisterous self, you know, that could turn off some independent voters. And then on the other hand, Biden has a lot of work to do too with those independent voters. And honestly, even with some members of the Democratic Party. So, you know, a lot of folks do know who they're going to vote for, but some don't. And they are really going to be the important ones tonight.
Yeah, some people there right on the fence. And like you heard, potentially Biden trying to speak to some moderate Republicans tonight as well. And I do want to talk to you about potentially on Donald Trump's side, as they have set the bar maybe low, too low for Biden as well if he comes out there. Maybe how have you seen the Trump campaign kind of try to manage those expectations for Biden by talking about his stamina, by talking about his age, but also not giving him an opening to trying to excel and exceed those expectations?
There's absolutely been a lot of expectation setting. And, you know, it's really interesting to me that Trump campaign put out an ad today that's going to be running during the debate, and it's hitting him on his age and his ability again. And there's also another ad that's hitting him on the economy and crime. So it's interesting to see that this is really what they're prioritizing, you know, these policy issues and his age. So there's that. And then the other thing that's been interesting to me is throughout the week, Trump and his allies have really been speaking out about CNN and sort of saying, look, you know, they're going to be not fair to former President Trump. So again, that's just another way of expectation setting from the campaign.
Yeah, that is a very good point, as we just had a little glimpse inside some of those spin rooms, because that is crucial as well. Let's talk about maybe the protocols, the guidelines, the rules in place in terms of the no audience, the muting. How will that maybe impact, and maybe will there be for both candidates a little bit of a feeling out at the beginning to get it settled, because it's going to be a kind of an awkward atmosphere in that room?
Yeah, I mean, I'm really interested to see, are they even going to shake hands? You know, they're not going to be able to feed off of the audience energy because there is no audience. There should be less interrupting, but I mean, they are kind of next to each other. So I'm sure you will still be able to kind of hear them. If they are interrupting each other, it might not be audible, but, you know, there's other ways that they can, you know, tease or mock each other, you know, rolling their eyes, sighing, stuff like that. So, you know, the mic muting is definitely going to be different, but I don't think it necessarily means that they're not going to be tense with each other.
Yeah, that is very true. And we saw during some of the packages, some of the moments back from 2020 as well. Do we expect there to be tense moments? What could maybe unfold there as well? Are we expecting some maybe unscripted moments? And maybe how much did the people helping with preparation for both sides try to avoid that?
I mean, a lot of Trump's allies really do want him to be, you know, calm, cool, and collected, because like I said earlier, that's really going to be helpful for getting these independent voters and undecided voters who really might not be fully on his side yet. So knowing these two, of course, there can be unscripted moments. So we'll just have to see.
Yeah, that is very true. And let's get to some of the issues, because I think that is kind of the central point. A lot of what maybe some of those voters that you said might be on the fence. What are we going to talk about there? And do we have any indication from either side how they'll kind of twist the issues in their favor?
Yeah, so the Biden campaign has made it really clear that they're trying to make a very stark contrast on the democracy front. You know, even in a lot of the messaging they've had this week prior to the debate, they keep bringing up the January 6th Capitol riot and blaming Trump for that. They're hitting him on abortion rights. And so those are going to probably be very prevalent tonight. And then on the other hand, Trump's campaign hitting Biden on his age, but in terms of policy, it really is a lot of economy, crime, immigration.
Yeah, let's get into the immigration topic as well, about potentially coming out, because this comes after the executive action from Biden as well. How much does maybe he need to be careful about that? Because we'll hear from the Republican side that it's maybe, why are you doing this too late? Can you talk about the immigration and maybe what we expect from both sides?
Yeah, I mean, Democrats, and not even just President Biden, they long have struggled messaging on immigration. So it's obviously going to come up. And I think that the president is going to point to his record and the things that he's done. But it's also going to be pointing to some of his other policy positions that he really leans on, like the Inflation Reduction Act and everything like that. And it's interesting. I've heard from a lot of, Democrats that he really needs to emphasize the things that he's done, these policies that people don't really realize how this is affecting them and impacting their lives. So I'm interested to see how he's going to be messaging on that tonight.
Yeah, I do want to ask you, because the Republicans will say that Donald Trump won the election. The Democrats will say Biden won the debate, no matter what happens a little bit later on tonight. In terms of winners and losers, can you win a debate, or are they just trying to not lose this debate?
I mean, of course, they're both going to say that they won the debate. Something that I'm really going to be watching afterwards, though, is what are the fundraising boosts going to look like? I mean, after the State of the Union, Biden had a really big fundraising boost, and a lot of his allies are looking for the same situation tonight. And, with Trump's conviction, he had a really big boost too. So, and he closed the gap between them. So I'm really interested to see, because this is the first time that they are at the same event at the same time. So who's going to bring in the most money afterwards? I think that'll be a really good indication.
Yeah, we'll hear about those numbers, the millions of dollars brought in to both sides coming up in a little bit. All right, Madison, anything else? Anything else you are kind of focusing on tonight for this debate as we close in on 3 hours out?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I think it's been pretty clear which sort of policies and lines of attack each of them are going to come out with. So I am interested to see if there's going to be any sort of surprises, and how long it's going to take for things to come up, like Trump's conviction. Or is Biden going to come out of the gate with it? Is he going to sort of wait until it comes up